Welcome back to our journey through the Plantagenet dynasty. This is part 2 of our deep dive into the kings who shaped medieval England. In the first part, we explored the reigns of the first 7 Plantagenet monarchs, from Henry II to Edward III. If you haven't seen that yet, I highly recommend checking it out first. You'll find the link in the top right corner and in the video description below. But if you're beginning here, that's perfectly all right. This episode continues the story, starting with King Richard II and guiding you all the way to King Richard III, whose fall marked the end of the Plantagenet era. So, take a deep breath, get comfortable, and let the quiet echoes of history guide you into a peaceful night's rest. The man known to history as Richard II was born on the 6th of January 1367 at the Archbishop's Palace in the western French city of Bordeaux, in the English province of Aquitaine. His father was Edward, Prince of Wales, the eldest son and heir designate of King Edward III of England. The prince is more commonly known by his appellation of the Black Prince, a name he most likely acquired from the colour of the armour he often wore. Edward had distinguished himself in fighting for his father's cause in France since he was a teenager, and in some of the most significant battles of the early stages of the 100 Years' War, which Edward III had initiated in 1337 to press his claim to the throne of France. In recognition of his actions in France, Edward III had made his namesake and designated heir the Prince of Aquitaine and Gascony, the core of England's French territories, in 1362. As a result of the Black Prince's long stretches there, Richard was born in western France. Due to his place of birth, he would subsequently be known as Richard of Bordeaux, until he later became King Richard II. Richard of Bordeaux's mother was Joan, the Countess of Kent. She was the daughter of Edmund of Woodstock, the first Earl of Kent, and was herself the great-granddaughter of King Edward III, Edward III's grandfather. Consequently, the Black Prince, whom she married in 1361 as her third husband, was her cousin. Joan was the older of the pair at 35 years of age, but the union quickly produced 2 sons, Edward, who was born at Angoulême in the summer of 1364, and Richard, who arrived 2.5 years later. Richard was born into a world and a family, engaged in an enormous conflict spanning much of Western Europe. In 1337, his grandfather, King Edward III, King of England, ruler of Wales, and lord of significant parts of northern and western France, began pressing his claim to the throne of France over that of King Philip VI of the House of Valois, who had been King of France since 1328. Edward's claim led to the outbreak of the conflict which historians have termed the 100 Years' War, a conflict between the Plantagenet kings of England and the Valois kings of France for control of France. Though the conflict went through periods of intense activity and relative peace across the 116 years of conflict which actually occurred, in part, this was driven by Edward III already having significant possessions in France, where he ruled over Aquitaine and Gascony in the western parts of the country and other districts in the north, such as the Pale of Calais. Finally, the Plantagenet dominions stretched further to the west across the Irish Sea, where an English lordship had been carved out in the eastern and southern parts of the country during the late 12th, 13th, and early 14th centuries. This Irish inheritance was often neglected, but would have substantial significance for Richard's later reign. Surprisingly little is known about Richard's earliest years and the details of how he was educated and raised during his infancy, and early childhood years are largely a mystery. Although we do know that Sir Simon de Burley, a friend of the Black Prince, tutored Richard for some time. If this period in Richard's life is somewhat shadowy, it is because the chroniclers of the time were understandably more concerned with examining the tortuous politics of these years and their implications for the future king. The first such development occurred in the winter of 1370, when Richard was still shy of his 4th birthday. At this time, his older brother Edward was struck by the bubonic plague, the vicious disease which had arrived in Europe earlier in the century, carried on fleas on the backs of Asiatic rats. The Black Death, as the initial outbreak in the mid-14th century has become known, had quickly killed as much as 1/3 of Europe's people. Now the young prince, the second in line to the throne after his father, was carried away by it at some unknown date in late 1370, or possibly in January 1371. This now meant that young Richard was his father's heir, and second in line to the throne at a time when the ruling monarch, Edward III, was nearing his 60s and showing signs of rapidly deteriorating health himself. To compound the succession problems further, Richard's father, the Black Prince, was himself in poor health by the early 1370s. Despite his military prowess, Prince Edward had been sick for some time. This had begun during a military campaign into Spain in 1365 and 1366, just before Richard's births. Many of Edward's troops had died of dysentery during the campaign, and the prince fell seriously ill himself. At the time, many suspected he had been poisoned. Whatever the truth of his malady, he never fully recovered from it. As a result, the death of the younger Edward in 1370 placed Richard closer to the throne than it might otherwise have been. Then, in June 1376, the Black Prince finally succumbed to his illness. Steps were quickly taken to anoint Richard as the new Prince of Wales and the designated successor of Edward III, and Parliament quickly ratified this, as there was a fear, which was probably unfounded, that Richard's uncle, John of Gaunt, would move to usurp the throne if Edward III died while Richard was still so young. As a consequence, the so-called Good Parliament of 1376 formally accepted Richard as Edward's successor, so that when the old king died on the 21st of June 1377, 10-year-old Richard succeeded him. A minority government would now be needed. Richard could not rule in his own right as a 10-year-old, and it would be several years before he could begin to exercise the kingship in a meaningful way. Consequently, a council of courtiers and officials was now formed to effectively rule England and the other territories of the realm during Richard's minority. But this minority government was somewhat toothless, as a decision was made to try to limit the power of the king's uncles, a decision which fragmented the government of the realm. 3 of Richard's uncles had survived their father. Of these, John of Gaunt was the most significant. He was born in the Low Countries in 1340, and his name was derived from a corruption of the word Ghent, the town where he was born. He was the oldest of Edward III's surviving sons when Richard ascended to the throne in 1377, and as such, he had a claim to seniority within the royal family during his nephew's minority. Moreover, he had campaigned extensively on the continent during the course of the 100 Years' War, both in France and Spain, and as such, was wholly familiar with military affairs and the tortuous politics of Western Europe in the late 14th century. Beyond John, Edward III's 5th son, Thomas of Woodstock, Earl of Buckingham, and future Duke of Gloucester, would also play an important role in future events. Richard was crowned at Westminster Abbey on the 16th of July, 1377. There were great hopes for the new king. While Edward III had been one of England's greatest kings and had reaffirmed the English presence in France, the last years of his long reign had seen a number of problems emerge in the realm, and resentment building at large taxes and the domination of the court by a faction surrounding the late king's mistress, Alice Perrers. Consequently, the accession of Richard was greeted as a possibility for a fresh start in England. But these hopes were soon dashed. The heavy taxes which Edward III's administration had been forced to impose in England to pay for the war in France continued in the shape of the poll tax, a tax of 4 pence per person, although it was originally charged in 1377 on only a select group of people in England who could afford it. Additionally, 2 members of the King's Council, Sir Simon de Burghley and Robert de Vere, 9th Earl of Oxford, began to monopolise power into their own hands and clashed with Parliament in such a way that by 1380, the minority councils were largely discontinued. All of this ensured that by the time Richard was entering his teenage years in 1380 and 1381, his regime was already increasingly unpopular, even as Richard began to rule as king himself. Most troubling of all, in the late 1370s and early 1380s, was that the war effort was faring very badly. It was one thing for England's nobility and wider political community to be heavily taxed at home, but it was doubly troubling to see that those same taxes were enabling nothing but defeat on the continent. Between 1377 and 1380, English arms suffered several defeats against French forces led by the Breton Knight and the Constable of France, Bertrand du Guesclin. By the time du Guesclin and King Charles V of France both died in 1380, the French had prized back most of the lands which Edward III had gained in the country under the terms of the Treaty of Bretigny in 1360. and the English presence was largely confined to Calais and some other port towns. Then, the decision by the French government in Paris to try to tie the Duchy of Brittany to the French crown in 1380 created an opportunity for the English to realign themselves with the duchy. But even this ended in defeat. Richard's uncle, Thomas of Woodstock, led an army to France in 1380 to try to take advantage of this state of affairs. But in the months that followed, the government of Charles VI, the new French king and himself a child, like Richard, reconciled with the Bretons, and Thomas consequently found himself stranded in northwest France with an army that was taking heavy casualties. The only saving grace was that the king's uncle was able to secure a payment of 50,000 francs from the Bretons in order to abandon his campaign. Nevertheless, the war effort looked grim during Richard's first years. Given all these problems, it is unsurprising that Richard's early reign is noteworthy for two major instances of civil, social, and religious unrest in England. The first of these concerned the teachings of the theologian and philosopher John Wycliffe, and the following he acquired in the late 1370s and early 1380s. Wycliffe was born at some stage in the 1320s and had attended the University of Oxford in the 1350s, before subsequently acquiring a teaching position there and eventually becoming master of Balliol College. Thereafter, he acquired several positions within the church while also continuing his teaching work periodically. By the last years of the reign of King Edward III, he was engaged in a project to translate the Bible into English from Latin. By the time Richard ascended to the throne in 1377, he had become a figure of some controversy as he began to call for a striking series of reforms to be initiated in the English church. These foreshadowed much of the Protestant Reformation of the 16th century, calling for a removal of ostentation from churches, a closer reading of scripture in the vernacular languages, and a wariness of residual elements of pagan superstition in popular religious practice. More significantly, he questioned many aspects of church belief, including the power of the papacy in Rome, the relative doctrinal merit of some of the sacraments, and the veneration of the saints. Wycliffe really began to become a problem from a political perspective in England in the first months of Richard's reign. At that time, he published De Civili Dominio, or On Civil Dominion, a work that called for a separation of church and state and rebuked the power of the papacy in Rome, earning Wycliffe his first official condemnation from Pope Gregory V. In contrast to the vast riches and power of the Roman Catholic Church, Wycliffe argued that the church should renounce its wealth and that priests should live in poverty. Thereafter, he clashed repeatedly with the church authorities in England and intensified his attacks on the Pope. His doctrinal discussion expanded at this time, and by the end of the 1370s, Wycliffe was questioning the concept of transubstantiation, the idea that Christ is present in the Eucharist. It was not simply that he was a lone voice. By the early 1380s, Wycliffe had amassed a large following of priests and laypeople who believed in his ideas, some within the ranks of government and the court. Today, these are known as the Lollards, though the term was a pejorative one applied, by opponents of Wycliffe's teachings in subsequent times. As a result of all this, Wycliffe began to lose the support of many within the church and government, notably over his rejection of transubstantiation. By the early 1380s, England was experiencing considerable unrest owing to Wycliffe's teachings and the response of the church and Richard's government to them. One of the major issues here was the manner in which Wycliffe's teachings essentially argued for a society divested of its traditional hierarchies of state and church. It was no simple matter to silence him. By 1382, he had amassed a very considerable contingent of followers within government circles and the English Parliament, and Oxford had become the intellectual centre of the Lollard movement in England. Where the movement may have gone in future years, had he lived longer, is a matter of some interest. But Wycliffe was not long for this world. On the 28th of December 1384, he suffered a major stroke and died 3 days later. The movement he had spawned, though, continued to be considerable within England for the remainder of Richard's reign. Efforts to suppress the Lollards were accordingly being implemented occasionally during the 1380s and 1390s, and indeed well into the 15th century, anti-Wycliffe legislation was still being introduced into England. In time, Wycliffe's teaching influenced the church reform movement on the continent and was a very significant precursor to the Protestant Reformation of the 16th century. Wycliffe's movement also played a part in causing the other major Social and political crisis of the early part of Richard's reign. The demographic and economic changes caused by the Black Death in the 1340s and 1350s had led to long-lasting tensions between landholders in England and the peasantry. This was exacerbated by Wycliffe's teachings, which appealed to the lower orders and the poor. Then, in 1381, the poll tax, which had previously been imposed only on the more well-off in England, was expanded to be collected from all adults, even the poor, a move that led to widespread unrest and then rebellion. The Peasants' Revolt of 1381 started in Kent and Essex in the early summer, when large bands of armed peasants gathered at Blackheath near London. They were led by Wat Tyler, John Ball, and Jack Straw. Tyler being a tradesman who had led a contingent of the disaffected from Canterbury towards London, and Ball being a radical preacher who had been imprisoned and mirrored the egalitarianism of Wycliffe's preaching, albeit while not being an acknowledged follower of Wycliffe's. In the days that followed their congregation at Blackheath, the peasant army murdered the Archbishop of Canterbury, Simon Sudbury, and the Lord High Treasurer of England, Robert Hales, as well as burning down John of Gaunt's Savoy Palace. A major crisis now ensued across southern England. Richard's government had been caught off guard by the sudden advance of the peasant army under Tyler and Ball towards London. The king was quickly moved to the Tower of London, the central military fortress in late medieval London. Here, the Ume government convened around the 14-year-old king and deliberated on negotiating with the rebels. But this seemed impossible. Their demands were utopian for the time and extended as far as the complete abolition of serfdom, as well as an abandonment of the poll tax and reform of the church. By now, the rebels were effectively swarming around London, and there was little option but for Richard and his councillors to meet with Tyler and his sub-leaders. Meetings occurred at Mile End and Smithfield outside London on the 14th and 15th of June, but the second meeting broke into a confrontation when Tyler refused to show adequate deference in front of the king. A melee broke out, and in the ensuing fighting, Tyler was killed by William Walworth, the Lord Mayor of London. Thereafter, Richard granted clemency to the rebels on the condition that they would disperse, a promise which was later revoked. With the rebellion having lost its drive, the king was consequently able to mop up the last elements of unrest in Essex by the end of June 1381. The Peasants' Revolt of 1381 was a watershed moment in Richard's reign. Prior to this, we know little about the king himself, on either his education, his childhood, or his role, however small it might have been, in ruling England between 1377 and 1381. However, we first begin to see him at the centre of events in the chronicles and histories of the time during the summer of 1381, as he met with Tyler and his associates and campaigned actively in the field. Much of this information for Richard's reign comes from the works of Thomas Walsingham, a contemporary of these events, who was probably born in the mid-14th century. He subsequently became a Benedictine monk and spent much of his life at the monastery of St. Albans Abbey in Hertfordshire. Here, he was in charge of the scriptorium and is believed to have been the author of several key histories of the period, including the Chronica Majora, which details much of the earlier part of Richard's reign during his minority, and the Historia Anglicana, which provided a history of England between 1272 and 1422, the year of Walsingham's own death. Other important sources of information on Richard's reign include the chronicles of Jean Froissart, a contemporary observer of events from France, and the anonymously authored Dieu Lacre's Chronicle, which presents extensive details about Richard's later life. From these authors, we get a relatively coherent picture of the king, who began to emerge from boyhood in the 1380s. Almost all contemporaries, even the chroniclers who were generally opposed to Richard's rule, unanimously agreed that Richard was a handsome monarch, standing just over 6 feet tall and with an athletic build. The Wilton diptych, a panel painting from the 1390s, depicts him with reddish hair, and he is known to have sported a beard. He was well-read and keenly intelligent, while his religious views were conservative, and he became implacably opposed to the Lollards later in his reign. But there were other aspects of his personality that were more problematic. As he became older, Richard became increasingly autocratic, with a tendency towards being an absolutist monarch, long before absolutist monarchy emerged as a prevailing political orthodoxy among Europe's royal families in the 16th and 17th centuries. And there were also psychological issues. Richard could behave strangely in his adult years, to the extent that earlier biographers have suggested he may have suffered from schizophrenia, while one of the most in-depth recent studies of his rule concluded that Richard was possessed of what today would be termed a narcissistic personality disorder. The ill effects of these personality defects would, however, not begin to manifest themselves for some time to come. Back in the early 1380s, in the aftermath of the Peasants' Revolt, there were pressing issues. The nation was in a poor state. There was little denying that. The war in France had seen many defeats in recent years. The common people of the country were extremely disaffected, owing to high taxation, and there was religious heresy proliferating throughout the country. These issues would take time to amend, but one thing which could be dealt with more easily was the issue of Richard's marriage. By 1381, he was 14, and a wife was being actively sought for the young king so that he could begin siring heirs to continue the royal line. The match that was eventually negotiated was with Anne of Bohemia, the eldest daughter of the Holy Roman Emperor and ruler of Luxembourg and Bohemia, Charles IV. Charles was arguably the most powerful ruler in Europe at the time, and the marriage alliance was formed on the basis that he would ally with England against the French in the years to come. This latter belief, though, proved unfounded, and Charles offered little effective support. Not only was her father unforthcoming in providing military assistance to England in the years that followed, but the union did not result in children, although Richard and Anne were seemingly very committed to one another. Thus, as the years went by, the king's lack of a male heir would become a major political issue in England. The matter of the king's marriage and lack of children also fed into increasing discontent about the influence of a handful of close advisors of the young king, who were deemed to have too much influence over the governing of the realm. Chief amongst these was Michael de la Pole. De la Pole was a member of an English merchant family which had risen to power during the reign of Edward III by acting as the king's chief financier. Sir William de la Pole, Michael's father, had been made the chief baron of the English exchequer under Edward, and now Richard continued this preference for the family by appointing Michael as Lord Chancellor of England in 1383. 2 years later, he ennobled him as the first Earl of Suffolk, but de la Pole had been central to negotiating the marriage alliance with Charles IV, and as the alliance soured in the years ahead, de la Pole increasingly became a lightning rod for discontent within Richard's realms. Resentment at figures such as de la Pole and his influence increasingly coalesced in the mid-1380s around the issue of the war with France. On one side were Richard and his close advisors, such as de la Pole and the Earl of Oxford, Robert de Vere, who were aware of the need for financial stringency in order to avoid a repeat of the Peasants' Revolt, as well as the need for heavy taxes, as there could be no sustained large-scale campaign on the continent without them. On the opposite side was a court faction, increasingly led by the king's uncles, John of Gaunt and Thomas of Woodstock. This loose coalition supported the resumption of large-scale campaigning in France to reinvigorate the war there, to how it had been during the glory days of Edward III in the 1340s and 1350s. But they were to be disappointed. In 1385, when a French army landed in Allied Scotland and raids were carried out against northern England, Richard did lead an army into Scotland accompanied by John of Gaunt, but having reached Edinburgh without engaging the Scots in any meaningful fashion, Richard elected to return home against John's pleas to continue the campaign further north to Fife. No sooner were they all back in England than joint Franco-Scottish raiding parties were attacking south as far as Durham and Carlisle. In northern England, these were inauspicious developments. Where Edward III had once threatened Paris, the French were now operating on English soil. 1386 brought a fresh round of crisis for Richard and his government. A deep split had now opened between Richard's advisors and others, such as Gaunt and Buckingham. Rumours were even circulating that Gaunt would be murdered. This was partly responsible for John's decision shortly after the Scottish campaign to head for Spain to try to enforce his claim to the throne of the Kingdom of Castile there, which he had inherited through his marriage to Constance of Castile. He would not return to England for over 3 years. In the interim, his brother, Richard's other uncle, Thomas of Woodstock, became the leader of the discontented element in England. These were now increasingly opposed to de la Pole, and his running of the government's finances and the handling of the war, most notably because it was widely believed that the only reason the French had not invaded southern England that year was owing to Charles VI being distracted by a revolt in the Low Countries, which drew his forces there instead. As a result, when the so-called Wonderful Parliament convened in the autumn of 1386, and de la Pole made requests for extensive new taxes, the Parliament responded by demanding reform of the government and greater oversight of the Crown's finances in return for agreeing to new taxes. The stage was set for a showdown. Richard's initial reaction to this call for additional parliamentary oversight of his administration and its finances in particular was reactionary. At first, he claimed that there was no possibility of him entertaining Parliament in this fashion. But when it became clear that the necessary taxes would not be granted to maintain the defense of the kingdom if he did not comply, he reluctantly agreed to allow the establishment of a limited parliamentary commission which could monitor royal expenses and spending for 1 year. Then he began planning his real response. In February 1387, he left London for a long countrywide tour designed to build support for a future confrontation with Parliament. For instance, he installed one of his closest advisors, the Earl of Oxford, Robert de Vere, as overseer of the powerful Palatine County of Chester, and he obtained a legal ruling from the Chief Justice of King's Bench, Sir Robert Tressilian, that the Wonderful Parliament's actions had been at least a breach of the law and quite possibly treasonous. Others, such as the Mayor of London, Nicholas Brembre, and ecclesiastical figures such as the Archbishop of York, Alexander Neville, were also prepared for the coming confrontation. Richard finally returned to London in November 1387 after an 8-month absence, but his return did not go according to plan. No sooner had he reached the capital than the heads of the opposition within the government and Parliament confronted him. These were led by Thomas of Woodstock, who by this time had been elevated to the title of Duke of Gloucester. However, the party went further than expected and presented claims of treason against a number of Richard's closest supporters, specifically de la Pole, de Vere, and Tressilian. Then, although Richard attempted to stall for time, his position became impossible when Gloucester was joined by several other peers known to posterity as the Lords Appellant, chief amongst whom was the Earl of Derby, Henry Bolingbroke. Bolingbroke was John of Gaunt's eldest son, and had stepped into the void created by his father's departure for Spain. When he combined with Gloucester, Richard's uncle, in late 1387, it presented too unified an opposition for the king to ignore. In the weeks that followed, de Vere and de la Pole were forced to flee from England, and in the new merciless Parliament of 1388, they were sentenced to death in absentia, while Tressilian and several of Richard's other supporters were tried and executed in the months that followed. Thus, by 1388, the king had been severely humbled by a faction of his own family members and senior nobles who now exercised great control over the country. Eventually, the furore from the crisis of the Wonderful Parliament and the Lords Appellant would abate, and Richard was able to re-establish his power as king as he entered his adult years. This quick about-face was in large part because the Lords Appellant were unable to follow through on the ambitious plans for the war, which their party had been advocating for, in one shape or another, for much of the 1380s. Having removed de la Pole and others from the helm of state, Gloucester, Bolingbroke, and their allies found themselves confronted with exactly the same problem that the fallen Lord Chancellor had faced. There simply was not anywhere near enough money available to the English crown to conduct a large-scale military expedition into France. As a consequence, the government agreed in the autumn of 1388 to reopen peace talks with the French. For their part, the French were willing to countenance the same, as their own young king, Charles VI, was showing signs of a severe mental illness and psychotic episodes which would plague his long 42-year rule. Consequently, a truce, the Truce of Lollingham, was signed in July 1389, promising an end to hostilities for 3 years and concluding the hostilities which had been occurring on the Iberian Peninsula for decades as an extension of the war. With a temporary cessation of the 100 Years' War entered into, the cause of much of the tension between Richard and his nobles was removed for the time being. There were other developments at this time, which allowed for the king and the Lords Appellant to make a clear break with the past. On the 3rd of May 1389, for instance, Richard, who was now 22 years of age, assumed full control of the government following his minority. He used the occasion to make it clear to the political nation that he considered the conflicts of the past were due to his having been poorly advised by de la Pole, de Vere, and others. Richard almost certainly did not believe this, but the pretense that he did allowed for political reconciliation in England. At roughly the same time, John of Gaunt returned to England after his 3 years in exile in Spain and France. For all that he has been presented as an overmighty lord who wished to usurp Richard in the past, John would act as a stabilizing influence in England in the years that followed, bridging the gap between the more radical elements within the Lords Appellant and Richard himself. His return, combined with these other changes, effectively ushered in a period of unprecedented stability during Richard's reign in the years that followed. The early and mid-1390s were the honeymoon period of Richard's reign, when some level of calm existed within England's own politics, and the country's foreign relations were also inherently stable. It consequently allowed for the flourishing of late medieval English culture. It was between the late 1380s and 1400 that Geoffrey Chaucer, an individual who had sat in the wonderful Parliament in 1386 and who was subsequently appointed as clerk of the King's work in 1389, composed the Canterbury Tales, widely regarded as a foundational text in the formation of modern English literature. Richard, as well as John of Gaunt, continued to patronize Chaucer throughout the 1390s. Elsewhere, Richard patronized numerous artists and writers. A notable example of this artistic work, which still survives today, is the Wilton diptych, two-hinged religious panel painting, which is housed today in the National Gallery in London. It depicts Richard kneeling before the Virgin and Child, while 3 English saints stand over him. The diptych is a striking example of late Gothic style on the cusp of the Renaissance, and from an architectural perspective, Richard was also active in the 1390s, commissioning the master mason, Walter Walton, to add extensive and elaborate new royal apartments onto Portchester Castle in Hampshire in the latter years of his reign. As much as the 1390s ushered in a period of relative stability during Richard's reign, the lack of children and an heir remained a problem. The prospect of children with his first wife, Anne of Bohemia, ended in June 1394 when Anne died quite suddenly. The cause was most likely the same bubonic plague which had carried off Richard's older brother more than 20 years earlier. Although the most catastrophic outbreak of the disease in the 1340s and 1350s was not repeated in later years, periodic outbreaks of the plague continued across Europe for decades and even centuries to come. Anne fell foul of one such incident in the summer of 1394, and Richard was devastated. Theirs had been a relationship of genuine affection. So grief-stricken was the king that he ordered the demolition of Sheen Manor in Surrey, the place where she had died. This possibly had graver consequences still for the reign and the realm. Historians have long speculated that Anne, as one of her husband's principal counsellors, had a moderating impact on Richard, and that her death in the summer of 1394 ushered in a new period of reckless and autocratic behaviour on the king's part. If this is so, her demise must be seen as a major factor in the deterioration of Richard's rule in the years that followed. For the time being, Richard simply sought to distract himself. Just weeks after his wife's death, he became the first English king in nearly 200 years to visit Ireland. Contingents of Cambro-Norman knights had first conquered much of Ireland for the English crown in the late 12th century, but the conquest had never been completed, with the Irish lords retaining control of large parts of West Ulster, Connaught, and parts of Munster and Leinster. No English king had visited the country since King John in 1210, and the advent of the 100 Years' War in France had seen the English lordship in Ireland starved of resources. As a result, during the 14th century, the Irish or Gaelic lords were resurgent, expanding westwards themselves to reconquer parts of the country which had been under English rule, notably East Ulster, where an earldom of Ulster had been created, but which was now restored to the rule of a branch of the O'Neills and other noble families there. All of the early indicators of Richard's reign had suggested that he had little interest in his Irish lordship, and in fact viewed the country solely as a political wilderness to which he could exile his enemies at home. But now, in 1394, he elected to undertake the first royal expedition to the country in over 170 years. this Irish sojourn would have interesting results. Richard landed near Waterford with an army of over 7,000 men in October 1394. He then campaigned, primarily in Leinster and Eastern Munster throughout the late autumn, winter and spring of 1395, principally against Art MacMurrough of southern Leinster, who had recently tried to reinitiate a claim to the Irish High Kingship, which had been dormant for several centuries. But this military activity was limited in range and effect. The real success of Richard's campaign lay in a series of treaties which he negotiated with some of the principal Irish lords, such as the Great O'Neill of Tyrone in Ulster and the O'Briens of Thomond in the far west. These were effectively treaties whereby he attempted to recognize these Irish lords as English subjects if they promised to pay homage to him as Lord of Ireland. Political arrangements such as this would be tried decades later by the Tudors as part of their ultimately successful efforts to conquer Ireland, but it is noteworthy that Richard was employing this method much earlier in the late 14th century. This served to stabilize the political and military situation in Ireland somewhat in the mid-1390s, and with that done, Richard returned to England in May 1395. But it was not the last time he would set foot in Ireland, and the second visit would have greater political ramifications. Back at home, the major concern was with Richard's marital status and, of course, France. England needed time to restore its ability to pay for the wars on the continent, and France had to deal with a bitter civil war which was beginning over the issue of Charles VI's increasing bouts of mental illness. It seemed in 1395 that the two issues could be confronted simultaneously. A proposal had been put forward in 1393 to bring a more lasting conclusion to the 100 Years' War if the French agreed to acknowledge Richard as the ruler of Aquitaine in western France and also enlarge the size of that territory, in return for Richard paying homage to Charles VI as his liege lord, as King of France. But this latter stipulation, with its inference that the King of England was in some way a subject of the King of France, was politically unacceptable for the English government. Accordingly, new negotiations were entered into in the mid-1390s, whereby if the war could not be ended, it could at least be postponed for a very long time, and in such a way that both monarchs could save face. By late 1395, the basis of a 28-year truce had been worked out, and the possibility of a sustained period of peace was on the horizon. As part of the proposed peace, it had been decided that Richard would also marry Isabella of Valois, the daughter of King Charles VI, and Isabeau. There was just one problem with this. Isabella was only 6 years of age, while Richard was nearing his 30th year. Even by the standards of the time, Isabella's age, and the idea that she would be sent to live in a foreign land while still just a child, was viewed as problematic and was discussed during the negotiations. For their part, many on the English side were conscious that the marriage would not be consummated for many years, and Isabella would not produce any children and, consequently, an heir for Richard for the better part of a decade at least. But in the end, the prospect of establishing a lasting peace between France and England, after a half-century of near-continuous warfare, won out. Richard visited Paris in the autumn of 1396 to celebrate the union at the French court there, and, days later, after returning to the English enclave at Calais, the wedding ceremony was performed on the 31st of October. The pair returned to England, where Isabella was crowned as queen the following year and was established with her own household and governess at Windsor Castle. Thus, the unusual marriage had resulted in a temporary cessation of hostilities in Naï-Farenceau, the 100 Years' War, but the issue of the succession to Richard was left precariously unsettled. The establishment of a more sustained peace with France in 1396 has often been viewed as having instilled a new determination in Richard to consolidate his power at home and seek revenge on many of those who had tried to overrule him a decade earlier. If this was the case, he had been harboring a grudge against figures such as his uncle, Thomas of Woodstock, for 8 years, and he was now determined to act on it. Beginning in early 1397, Richard became a far more forceful and autocratic ruler than he had been during the early and mid-1390s. Accordingly, he developed a new faction of close followers, much like that which had centered on de la Pole and de Vere in the 1380s. This new coterie of adherents included individuals like John and Thomas Holland, whom he honoured by promoting them to the titles of Duke of Exeter and Duke of Surrey, and Richard's first cousin, Edward of York, another grandson of Edward III. These and others were showered with new lands, titles, and political offices in 1397 and 1398. Additionally, he began building up a new power base in Western England and Wales to act as a counterbalance to the financial power of London and its hinterland. Simultaneous with this advancement of his own followers, Richard moved against his enemies. On the 11th of July 1397, Thomas of Woodstock, 1st Duke of Gloucester, and several others who had acted with him in 1386 and 1387 were arrested. In the weeks that followed, their lands, offices, and titles were stripped from them, and it was these with which Richard rewarded his own followers in the months that followed. Trials followed from September 1397 onwards, and eventually several of the lords were convicted and executed. Others were simply executed without judicial procedure, as seems to have been the case with Gloucester, who was killed while imprisoned late in 1397. And then to consolidate the situation, Richard had a new parliament convened at Shrewsbury. This was packed with his supporters, and during the course of 1398, it overturned much of the legislation and acts which had been passed through the Wonderful Parliament and the Merciless Parliament in 1386, 1387, and 1388. Moreover, the Parliament
Sikkert også en del vel at ikke her inne han siger så she's det biz sisaba plahava fane samis vakakine sumis.
Perhaps, given all this, there is little surprise that this period came to be known by near contemporaries as the tyranny. What all of this amounted to was an effort by Richard to establish a much more powerful and absolutist kingship. Signs of this were evident at court, where more deferential forms of address such as High Majesty were now adopted when speaking to the king. But Richard had badly miscalculated. Absolutist monarchs would later manage to emerge in the 16th and 17th centuries in England, France, and elsewhere because these kings ran centralized states with a large taxation base that gave them the funding to be able to overawe their own nobles. This was most certainly not the case in 14th century England. The 100 Years' War had seen the crown desperately reliant on the nobility for funding and military contributions. As it did, the power of the nobility relative to the king had increased dramatically, such that historians have long spoken of the period as one of overmighty subjects and bastard feudalism, where the feudal order was compromised by certain lords becoming nearly as powerful as monarchs themselves. In this environment, Richard could not hope to impose the kind of absolutist kingship which he tried to, without it garnering a major reaction from some of his nobles. And Richard would learn that fact very quickly. There were many threats still present for Richard, even after the initial purges of 1397 and 1398. Principal amongst them was the Lancastrian royal line headed by John of Gaunt. John acted shrewdly and politically during the initial stages of the tyranny, not challenging the king and standing by while others, such as his brother Thomas, were effectively arrested and murdered by Richard. There was, after all, a possibility that he, or more likely his eldest son, Henry Bolingbroke, would ascend to the throne in the near future if Richard were to die without an heir. But Richard was alive to this possibility too, and when Bolingbroke ended up in a quarrel at court with the Duke of Norfolk, Richard took the opportunity to banish Henry from England. Bolingbroke headed for France, where he learned shortly afterwards that his father had died of seemingly natural causes in England on the 3rd of February 1399. Moreover, it was soon public knowledge that Richard had used John of Gaunt's death as an opportunity to fully disinherit Henry, stripping him of the vast Lancastrian estates in England. Henry was unwilling to accept this unchallenged, and by the spring of 1399, he was amassing a coalition of disaffected English nobles in exile in France with the intention of overthrowing Richard. Thus it was that Henry Bolingbroke, with a small group of followers, landed in Yorkshire in the summer of 1399. Bolingbroke's plans were aided by the fact that Richard had opportunely chosen this moment to depart once again for Ireland. Exactly why the king elected to undertake a second expedition to the country is a matter of debate. Conventionally, it has been assumed that he was unhappy with the Irish lords, whom he had made agreements with 4 years earlier, and the fact that these agreements had not been honoured. However, a Welsh chronicler of the time called Adam of Usk suggests that Richard had intended to crown one of his rising court favourites, his nephew, Thomas Holland, 1st Duke of Surrey, as King of Ireland, and that in this capacity, Holland would be installed in Dublin with the goal of reinvigorating crown rule in Ireland. We may never know what the actual purpose of Richard's second expedition was, but we do know how it played out. He landed at Waterford on the 1st of June 1399 with an army of approximately 3,000 men. But he would have quickly come to regret his decision as word reached Ireland of Bolingbroke's landing in England. As a result, Richard was no sooner arrived in Ireland than he was making plans for his departure. Consequently, he landed back in Wales on the 24th of July, just 7 weeks after reaching Ireland. It was a short but fateful trip, which ensured that Bolingbroke's conspiracy was able to take effect in his absence. There was no real war to speak of between Richard and Henry in the end. After Henry had landed in Yorkshire, disaffected elements from all over northern England began rallying to his banner, while Richard had made the fatal error of bringing many of his key allies with him to Ireland, so that there was no concerted response to Bolingbroke's arrival within England. By the time Richard made landfall back in Wales, Henry had moved south towards London. His cause received a massive boost in late July when Edmund, Duke of York, the last living son of Edward III, and the man whom Richard had appointed as Lord, Protector of England while he was in Ireland, gathered an army to confront Henry and then changed his mind and instead sided with Bolingbroke. Given all this, it was clear to Richard within days of his return that his cause was doomed. Consequently, on the 19th of August, Richard surrendered to Bolingbroke at Flint Castle in Wales. 2 weeks later, when the party had returned to London, he was imprisoned in the Tower. Within less than 3 months, Richard's absolutist reign had been overthrown. It was a stunning turn of events. The question now was, what would happen next? Henry had not launched his military campaign with a clear statement that he intended to usurp the throne from Richard and become king himself. Rather, he had presented himself as just a leading noble trying to bring an end to Richard's tyranny. But, however he presented himself in public, there is no doubt that by the time he brought Richard back to London, he was determined to depose the king and have himself crowned as his successor. But this posed 2 problems. Firstly, a reasonable legal justification needed to be found for the removal of Richard from the throne. This would not go wanting, as the political community were willing to accept the idea that Richard's tyrannous behavior alone in recent years was a suitable basis on which to depose him. However, the second issue was thornier. Henry was not the next in line to the throne. This distinction fell to Edmund Mortimer, the 5th Earl of March, a great-grandson of Edward III, who was just 7 years old, but who had a better claim by right of his descent from Edmund Mortimer, Edward III's second oldest son, whereas Henry's right was as the son of the great king's third eldest son. However, this problem was rapidly overcome. Henry had been the one to overthrow Richard, and there was no appetite for another child king such as Richard had initially been in the late 1370s and 1380s. Accordingly, in haste, Richard was formally deposed on the 1st of October 1399, and Henry Bolingbroke was crowned as King Henry IV of England less than 2 weeks later on the 13th of October. Henry would rule for 14 years, generally fighting off rebellions in Wales and elsewhere, while his son, Henry V, would rule for a brief few years thereafter, during a period in which he recommenced the 100 Years' War in France in a strikingly successful manner at the famous Battle of Agincourt. But Richard, who it should be remembered, was still only 32 years of age at the time of his deposition, would not live to see any of these latter victories in France. In January 1400, a number of the lords and courtiers whom Richard had promoted in the late 1390s and who were not out of favour in England attempted an insurrection known as the Epiphany Rising, with the goal of killing Henry and setting Richard free to become king once again. Henry received news of it before the rising could be successfully implemented, but in the aftermath of the failed coup, he was determined to ensure that no new rebellion could be launched on Richard's behalf. Accordingly, Richard was starved to death at Pontefract Castle in the first half of February 1400. He was buried shortly afterwards, without great fanfare, at King's Langley Priory, a Dominican priory in Hertfordshire. So died Richard II, but his usurpation by Bolingbroke and subsequent death had created a political uncertainty within England which few could have imagined having the consequences that it would in years to come. The removal of Richard and the accession of Henry IV had opened the possibility that rival claimants to the throne, descended from the myriad family lines of Edward III's children, could press their own claims to the throne, and that possibility was not easily done away, with once it had been employed once. Thus, when Henry IV's grandson, Henry VI, proved to be unfit to rule and often mentally incapacitated, another great-grandson of Edward III, through his fourth son, Edmund, began to press a claim to the throne in the 1450s. This was Richard, Duke of York, whose son, Edward, would eventually rule England as Edward IV. Thus, the autocracy of Richard III had created a situation whereby rival claims to the English throne could be pressed. Consequently, while the most intense period of the Wars of the Roses lies between the 1450s and the 1480s, many historians have suggested that its roots can actually be traced to the political crisis Richard created in the 1390s. In this way, Richard's actions in the last years of his rule might be viewed as the root of the Wars of the Roses. Richard II was one of England's most complex kings. In many ways, he was a victim of his circumstances. He somewhat unexpectedly ascended to the throne when he was just 10 years of age in 1377, owing to the premature deaths of both his father and older brother in the few years before the eventual death of Edward III. As a result, Richard's reign was substantially shaped by the individuals around him, while he himself was continuing to grow into an adult in the late 1370s and early 1380s. Already before he could rule for himself, multiple crises had developed in his dominions, notably the Peasants' Revolt in 1381, owing to excessive levels of taxation to pay for the war with France, the spread of the Lollard heresy preached by John Wycliffe, and the drastic setbacks in the 100 Years' War. Consequently, there was little that he could do to remedy the situation when he began to take a more activist role in ruling England himself in the mid-1380s. And this point was proved when the Lords Appellant managed to remove Richard's advisors and seize power in England themselves briefly in the late 1380s. They had called for a more aggressive approach to the war for years, but when they were provided with the opportunity to do so, they too could not figure out how to finance it, and eventually a temporary cessation of hostilities with France was agreed in 1389. These qualifications aside, there is no doubting that Richard was responsible for the deterioration in his kingdom in the late 1390s. After several years of stability in the early and mid-1390s, he elected from 1397 onwards to begin moving against several of those lords who had challenged his authority years earlier. At this point, Richard attempted to effectively introduce a species of absolute monarchy, one in which the power of the king would be unchallenged by his nobility. In doing so, he set off a new political crisis in England, one which eventually saw opposition coalesce around his first cousin, Henry Bolingbroke. In the course of just a few short months in 1399, Henry seized power, deposed his cousin, and proclaimed himself as King Henry IV. In these events lay some of the origins of the Wars of the Roses, which would destabilize England for much of the 15th century. Richard was responsible for this, insofar as he misjudged the extent of his power. Had he lived in the 17th century and been the ruler of a centralized early modern bureaucratic state, he might well have been able to exercise the brand of absolutism which he attempted to impose from 1397 onwards. But this was the late Middle Ages, and any king still had to appease his feudal lords. Richard failed to recognize that, and it was ultimately his downfall and the beginning of much strife in England. What do you think of King Richard II? Was he a very poor monarch who was responsible for igniting the Wars of the Roses? Or was he a victim of circumstance, one whose reign largely played out while he was still a child and a teenager? Please let us know in the comments section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. The man known to history as both Henry Bolingbroke and King Henry IV of England was born on the 15th of April 1367 at Bolingbroke Castle, Lincolnshire, England. His father was John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster, who was born on the 6th of March 1340 in Ghent, in what is today Belgium. He was the third son of King Edward III and his wife, Philippa of Hainault. Henry's mother was Blanche of Lancaster, the daughter of Henry of Grosmont, 1st Duke of Lancaster, and his wife, Isabel of Beaumont. She was born in March 1345 at Bolingbroke Castle. John of Gaunt and Blanche were third cousins, both descended from King Henry III. They married on the 19th of May 1359 at Reading Abbey in Berkshire, when she was only 14 and he 19. She gave John 7 children, but only 3 survived to adulthood. Philippa, born in 1360, Elizabeth in 1364, and Henry in 1367. John of Gaunt grew up overshadowed by his more militarily illustrious older brother, Edward of Woodstock, also known as the Black Prince and the heir to the English throne. Although both John and Edward had served in important battles, John's efforts proved a disappointment to his father. Yet, fate had a different plan for John. His brother Edward developed an inexplicable wasting disease, suffering from it for 8 years. He died in 1376 before he could ascend to the throne. Edward only had one son, Richard, who was 10 years old when he became king, after Edward III died the following year. As the young king's uncle and a leading member of the royal family, John did his best to provide a moderating force for his nephew, even taking on the role of peacemaker as Richard's behavior became increasingly erratic. It could be said that John's greatest achievement was to keep not only himself, but his son and heir, Henry, alive through the tumultuous years of Richard II's reign. Henry Bolingbroke entered the world during uncertain times. In many ways, his reign was a transitional period from the societal chaos of the Middle Ages to the beginnings of modern statecraft and nation-building. His birth occurred during a brief lull in one of the longest periods of conflict between France and England, known to us as the 100 Years' War, which began in 1337 and ended in 1453. In addition to tensions with France, England experienced birthing pains as it evolved not only into a nation, but also struggled to create a reliable, responsive government. Since the difficult reign of King John, the kingdom suffered through a roller coaster of powerful nation-building kings, such as Henry III and Edward III, interspersed with weak, recalcitrant kings, such as Edward II and Richard II, who nearly brought the country to civil war. Surrounding regions like Wales and Scotland also asserted their nationhood, leading to continued conflicts with England. In addition, in 1378, the Catholic Church split, creating 2 seats of power and 2 popes, one still in Rome and the other in Avignon. The Great Papal Schism upset the established hierarchy that had held medieval Europe together. In this vacuum, people began to question aspects of Catholic practice, such as transubstantiation. Groups such as the Lollards in England, led by John Wycliffe, actively protested the excessive involvement of clergy in temporal affairs. They presented what they called the 12 Conclusions, which demanded reform and greater transparency within the church. The general populace had to not only brave the ravages of war and religious uncertainty, but also had to endure repeated plagues, famines, extreme weather, and economic dislocation due to population fluctuations and the destruction of war. People began to demand a more transparent and responsive government. One way of achieving this came by implementing provisions found in the Magna Carta that served as the foundation for a new royal advisory system called the Parliament. As the country moved into the 15th century, Parliament continued to increase its influence on how government functioned. Yet, there was a downside to this advance. In its effort to address financial shortfalls created by decades of war, it imposed more taxes on the populace. In response, artisans and the poor determined they had nothing to lose and decided to make their voices heard against this tax abuse. The Peasants' Revolt of 1381 was the first protest of its kind and caught the government of King Richard II completely off guard. Although the protesters vented their spleen by killing those leaders believed responsible for their suffering, it largely failed as a political movement. However, the king increasingly had to work with Parliament, which began to demand more accountability of the crown to the people. Both Richard II and Henry IV encountered the challenges of the changing meaning of royal prerogative. It was their responses to this threat of change that determined the success or failure of their reign. Richard responded vindictively and wielded autocratic power. Henry determined it best to accommodate this change and worked with Parliament to navigate the violent waters of the early 15th century, to arrive battered but safe on a rocky shore. His son, Henry V, benefited greatly from the moderating force of his father's actions during his turbulent reign. Henry Bolingbroke's early life began surrounded by his two older sisters and the extended Lancaster family. His great-aunt, Blanche, Lady Wake, looked after the three children until they were old enough to begin formal education. Henry did not know his mother because she died a year after his birth. From an early age, he heard stories about not only his beautiful, charming mother, but also the chivalric exploits of his great-grandfathers, grandfathers, uncles, and other relatives. He played with children of noble families who would grow up to be key political players during his lifetime, including his cousins John and Thomas Mowbray, Henry Percy, who was also known as Hotspur, Thomas and Ralph Percy, and Richard and Thomas Arundel. Henry rarely saw his father until 1371, when he returned with his new bride, Constanza of Castile. Henry was transferred to her household until 1374, when his father felt it was time for him to begin his formal education. John appointed Henry Burton as his son's governor. Burton served as Henry's martial teacher to prepare him to take up the chivalric mantle of his ancestors. John also assigned chaplain Hugh Hurl as Henry's academic tutor and religious guide. Henry learned quickly and became proficient in reading and writing not only Latin but also English and French. He developed a love of music, books, and learning. True to his familial heritage, he excelled at the martial arts. Henry's life was relatively idyllic and secure until the succession crisis hit around 1376 as the Black Prince neared death. The question became, who should succeed Edward III, since his heir apparent was about to die and his only son was just a minor? Should the inheritance run through each child's line, meaning that the throne could be inherited through the female line, or should it only pass through the male line? And should a minor inherit the throne? It was determined that young Richard would inherit. Parliament then voted John, the eldest in the male line, as King's lieutenant to hold the Parliament. The Black Prince made his father and John promise to support his son's right to the throne. John, a man who believed in duty, promised and never reneged on it, even when his nephew tried to harm him and his family years later. Once the Black Prince had died, John was able to convince his father to keep the line of inheritance through the male line only, effectively removing the descendants of his brother Lionel's daughter Philippa, the Mortimers, from the inheritance. However, this ruling was not made public, causing problems years later. Henry, along with some of his playmates, entered Richard's court in 1376. It must have been strange for Richard to be thrown into a group of children who had known each other for years. He had led a lonely, sheltered life and must have felt awkward in his new surroundings and role. He also had not been trained in the knightly ways like the other boys, leading to feelings of jealousy and alienation. On the 23rd of April, 1377, Richard, Henry, and 10 other young men received an honor created by Edward III. They were knighted and nominated into the Knights of the Garter. 2 months later, King Edward III of England was dead. Richard was born on the 5th of January 1367 in Bordeaux, France. He was just 3 months older than Henry and only 10 when he ascended to the throne. Like all coronations, it was a magnificent affair, filled with pageantry. Henry participated by having the honor to hold the curtana, a blunt-tipped sword of mercy once wielded by St. Edward the Confessor. Richard relied heavily on his counselors during those early years of his kingship. However, in 1380, Parliament chose to put an end to their corrupting influence. Even so, they had not acted swiftly enough as anger swelled among the populace over the ever-increasing tax burden. What became known as the Peasants' Revolt began in May 1381 in Kent and Essex. As the rebel numbers swelled, they moved towards London. Their goal was to destroy the king's hated advisors and other lords of the realm, including John of Gaunt and Simon Sudbury, Archbishop of Canterbury. Henry and his guardians, along with Richard and his government, moved to the protection of the Tower of London. John of Gaunt was in the north fighting the Scots. The rabble moved through London, destroying John's great palace called the Savoy, and left a path of destruction in their wake as they moved towards the Tower of London. On the 13th of June, Richard headed out of the tower with his entourage to negotiate with the rebels. Although he claimed sympathy for their plight, he could not offer them what they wanted. but instead encouraged them to take justice for themselves. The next morning, Richard made his way out of the tower, leaving those who remained to their fate, including Henry, as the rabble stormed the fortress. Many key governmental officers were killed during the foray, including the Archbishop of Canterbury. If it had not been for a knight by the name of John Farrar, who spoke up for the young nobleman, Henry's head would have wound up on a spike. It can be said that in many respects, this was the defining moment in the relationship between Richard and Henry. Richard believed he had proven himself kingly by his actions and could rule as he willed. Henry learned he could never trust his cousin because he had been willing to let others die while he fled to safety. By early 1381, John had taken control of Henry's education and began to groom his young son to be a prince of the realm. John first ensured he had a suitable marriage. His bride was Mary Bohun, only 11 years old. She came from an important family whose lands had been under the care of John's younger brother, Thomas of Woodstock, also known as the Duke of Gloucester. While Gloucester wanted to send Mary to a nunnery to gain these lands for himself, John determined it would be better for his son Henry to benefit from them instead. Mary and Henry were married on the 5th of February 1381 at Rochford Hall in Essex. She remained with her mother for another 4 years, after which Henry and she began to live together. It was a good match, some would say a love match, for they both shared a fondness for fine books and music. She gave birth to 6 children in 8 years, and Henry did not seem to look for love elsewhere during this marriage. She died in Peterborough Castle in 1394, giving birth to their last daughter, Philippa. She was buried at the Church of St. Mary de Castro in Leicester. Her death hit Henry hard, and it would take him several years to remarry. John also taught Henry how to behave like a prince, including the importance of loyal behavior to his sovereign. Even in adversity, how to dress as a prince, how to show charity to the poor, and how to honor God and the church. Henry grew to be a man of reason, a lover of order and logic. One chronicler, Capgrave, described him as a man who had a tenacious memory and enjoyed a good debate over issues of morality. In January 1382, Henry participated in the jousting tournament at Smithfield to celebrate the coronation of Richard's new queen, Anne of Bohemia. Henry was one of the youngest participants at only 14. He not only dressed himself in style, but he also proved himself one of the best fighters in the land. This only heightened Richard's jealousy of his cousin. As a result of the peasants' revolt and the teachings of his tutor, Sir Simon Burley, Richard believed a good king must demonstrate absolute control over his realm. He began to see King Edward II as his preferred model for how to rule, not his grandfather Edward III. His first act was to surround himself with his favorite courtiers who would tell him what he wanted to hear. Next, he began to break the power of people like his Uncle John by acting in ways contrary to customary practice. For example, when the Earl of March, Edmund Mortimer, husband to the daughter of Lionel, Duke of Clarence, died in 1381, rather than hold the properties in trust for the heirs, he proceeded to distribute the lands to his favorites. When one minister protested, he was removed from office, a highly irregular move that shocked the court. Richard was clever and had a supple mind that could run rings around those who tried to argue with him. Therein lay the danger. Henry saw what was happening around him as opposition to Richard's rule of favourites grew. At the 1383 Parliament, those in attendance told Richard he had poor advisers and he must remove them. Richard would have none of it and began to see any opposition as a slight. Henry watched his father navigate these troubled waters because although John sympathised with Richard's opponents, he had to uphold his promise to his brother to help his nephew. John also had a second consideration: to protect his only son and his inheritance. He tried to keep his son out of much of the controversy for now, and he indeed had reason to be concerned. For example, a friar named John Latimer told Richard that John was planning to assassinate him, and when John found out, he ran to the king to declare his innocence. In response, Richard had the friar arrested, tortured, and killed. Mutterings of frustration grew to the point that many in the realm began to question Richard's fitness to be king. This made things even more difficult for John, who continued to try to appease the king and to retain his favour. By the end of 1384, things had become so bad in England, with the Scots rebelling in the north and war looming in France, that tensions had reached a boiling point. Henry watched as his family came increasingly under attack. For example, John announced that he would lead a force into France, but this was against the wishes of the king. John was then blamed for the situation because of the failings of the peace treaty that he had helped negotiate. Publicly rebuked, John and his two brothers stormed out. Insulted, Richard plotted to assassinate John, but the Duke of Lancaster was warned in time and managed to escape harm. 10 days later, he marched into the hall where Richard was sitting and presented a blistering critique of Richard and his government, declaring that he could no longer serve such a king. Richard's mother broke into tears and pleaded with Richard to make amends with his uncle. He did so a few days later, but John never trusted Richard again. Everyone attending the Parliament of 1385 knew it was going to be an intense session. The Lords presented their complaints to the king in 13 clauses that could be summed up as follows. Richard must seek advice from his council and follow it. He must obey the law. He could no longer dispense lands and grants without advice, and pardons could not be granted wantonly as he had done previously. After much debate, it was decided that all financial decisions would be made under a commission of 4 to monitor distribution, which Richard weakened through parliamentary maneuvers and then distributed lands and titles to his favourites anyway. This angered those in attendance. Ignoring their howls of protest, Richard reached out to John, giving him permission to leave England to pursue his rights to Castile via his marriage to Constanza. During his preparations, John prepared his son to step into his shoes to manage the interests of the Lancaster family in his absence. On the 9th of July, 1386, Henry said goodbye to his father. Henry soon found himself faced with the challenges his father had managed until now, most importantly, navigating Richard and his whims. He rightly chose initially to stay away from court, and instead headed home in time to see his first son, Henry, born on the 16th of September, 1386. Even so, events pointed him in the direction of Westminster. The French threatened to invade England, but when the king announced at Parliament in October that he would lead an army to France, it refused to grant him the right of taxation, explaining that he had failed to heed their advice and refused to act in accordance with their directives. Furious, Richard stormed out of the chamber, while those in attendance remained with the Duke of Gloucester leading the opposition. The gathering began to determine the best course of action and decided it was time to propose the deposition of the king. Gloucester and Thomas Arundel, the Bishop of Ely, were chosen to report this decision to the king. When told, Richard rebuffed this report by saying that he would rather seek the aid of his cousin in France against his enemies than cave to Parliament. For Gloucester, these were fighting words. Over the next few days, Parliament pored over legal documents to see how Edward II had been deposed. It had become clear to everyone that Richard was unfit to rule. When told to return to Parliament, Richard agreed, but he had planned a trap. He pointed out that the most likely candidate to succeed him was in Spain, and there was no guarantee he was coming back, and the primary alternative was still a child. Is that what the Parliament wanted? A child king? This revelation stymied the Assembly, for it implied that Roger Mortimer, a child, had been declared Richard's true heir. For Henry, it proved earth-shattering. After this shock, Richard then agreed to a commission of 14 to manage his government for 1 year. Henry was not selected for this committee and returned home confused and angry, but he did not express it. He had learned from his father's example to keep his true feelings secret. Richard chose to play along with the decision, knowing that the committee's rule would be over in a year or less if he could find a way to disable it. In August 1387, Richard asked a group of judges to investigate if the actions of Parliament were legal. He wanted them to provide the answers that he desired, and those judges who refused to do so faced threats of death. So accordingly, they affixed their seal. Richard then presented this document declaring that Parliament only had an advisory role and could grant permission for taxation, but could not order the king to do anything. Richard went so far as to revoke Edward III's statute of treason from 1352. Unease filled the realm as the end of the Commission of 14 approached. Richard then ordered the arrest of the Duke of Gloucester and other lords of the realm, only to find that they had armed themselves against him. Even Thomas Mortimer, guardian of Roger Mortimer and Richard's preferred heir to the throne, took up arms. Richard had miscalculated badly. and England was now on the verge of civil war. In November, Richard sent representatives to determine what the Lords wanted, and the Lords made it clear that Richard's 5 closest advisors must be tried for treason. On the 17th of November, the Lords rode in full armour to Westminster with 300 soldiers at the ready, where Richard sat on his elevated throne and listened. In the end, he agreed to a trial of these 5 men to be held on the 3rd of February, 1388. Although Henry supported this cause for obvious reasons, he did not play an active role until he rode up to Westminster to meet with the king on the 17th of November. He had hesitated because he likely wanted permission from his father before fully participating. But once he had gained that permission, he played an active role. Having heard that a trial was coming, many of Richard's supporters deserted him. It was decided not to depose Richard because the messy question of the succession would come up again. Instead, they determined to destroy the resolve of Richard and his supporters by rounding them up and punishing them with a traitor's death. Their biggest threat came from Robert de Vere, the 9th Earl of Oxford, who had raised an army, and Henry was assigned to go after him. Through clever, swift action, the opposition forces managed to channel de Vere into a place where he could be captured. Henry and his men left the main group to circle around, trapping de Vere at Radcot Bridge near Oxford on the 19th of December. Realizing he had lost, de Vere slipped away and fled to Europe, while his troops surrendered to Henry and his men. A week later, the opposition entered London, ready for war. A delegation with Henry, his uncle the Duke of Gloucester, along with the Earls Arundel, Warwick and Nottingham, met Richard in the Tower of London to negotiate. Although they did discuss deposition, it proved a messy topic, and the group chose to keep the status quo with only one change: that the ruling of Edward III regarding inheritance through the male line must remain in place. Richard had been muzzled, for now, but the worst was yet to come. In February, the Lords Appellant, as the opposition was called, tried the traitors and sentenced most of them to death, even in absentia. What made this event most horrific was the fact that it was not the rule of law that ran this court of judgment, but military power and revenge, and so it would come to be known as the Merciless Parliament for this reason. When Parliament met, again in September, it had become clear to everyone that the Lords Appellant could not rule any better than the king, as they focused on their own needs and not those of the realm. By the following year, Richard had taken much of the government back. When the Royal Council meeting was called for the 3rd of May 1389, Henry, following his father's example of duty, was the only one of the appellants to attend. Richard removed all of the officers appointed by the appellants, and the inheritance issue remained unsettled, with the only accomplishment being that the Duke of Gloucester had not seized the throne, and Roger Mortimer was not the official heir. Henry left the meeting feeling dismayed, but his father would return to England in November 1389. Although battered, Henry had held his own while his father was away. Richard, surprisingly, welcomed John back with open arms and even extended the Lancastrian Plantagenet duchy to John's heirs. When a chance came for Henry to demonstrate his military prowess overseas, he was granted permission to attend the jousting festival at St. Inglevert in France in March 1390. He would be up against the best fighters from all of Europe. These were no ordinary encounters, because these were jousts of war, meaning the tips would not be blunted, but sharpened so they could kill. Henry left England with many of his fellow nobles. He travelled into a different world, where he met young men like himself, who loved to celebrate life. He not only made lifelong friends, but also proved to Europe that he was one of the best fighters around. It was here he learned about going on crusades. It is important to point out here that the crusades to the Holy Land had ended, but there still remained efforts to convert the infidel in places such as Tunis and Eastern Europe. He returned to England in May. He immediately set about planning his trip to the Tunis Crusades. Unfortunately, the King of France refused to grant his group permission to pass through his kingdom. Not wanting to put all of the preparation to waste, Henry chose instead to head east to Lithuania to assist the Knights of the Teutonic Order in their efforts to convert the Baltic pagans. He arrived in Poland on the 8th of August and made his way east to meet with the Teutonic forces. While there, Henry played a critical role in a skirmish on the River Wilia. He then assisted with the taking of the city of Vilnius, where he was able to place the banner of St. George on the parapet of the city, bringing glory to his English cohorts. He stayed and feasted at Königsberg through the winter. He returned to England in late March, having matured as a prince of the realm and having proven his skill as a warrior to all of Europe. When he attended Parliament in November 1391, tensions had not improved much since he had left over a year before. In fact, a third faction had formed around the Mortimer children because it had become clear that Richard had yet to produce an heir. More disturbing still were Richard's machinations to increase his power and his use of the division, among the appellants to further weaken them. Controversy swirled on several fronts, from conflicts with the London merchants to a treaty with France, to the usual squabbles over inheritance and governmental power. So, when Henry received letters of protection on the 27th of June 1392 to travel east again, Henry leapt at the chance to get out of England. However, when he arrived, it turned out that the Crusades in Lithuania had ended. He remained in Danzig for a few weeks to decide his next move, which was to go on pilgrimage to the Holy Land as he wanted to visit Jerusalem. He used not only the fame of his grandfathers, but also his connections through marriages to smooth his way as he traveled south to Italy. He journeyed through Hammerstein, Frankfurt under Oder, Neisse, Görlitz, Prague, Vienna, Klagenfurt, Villach, Treviso, and Venice. Along the way, he met heads of state, including King Wenceslas of Bohemia and King Sigismund of Hungary. At each stop, he took time to tour important sites, especially churches and cathedrals. He even received funding for his trip to Jerusalem from the Senate of the Venetian Republic. In December 1392, he set sail for Jerusalem. Arriving in Jaffa was an emotional experience for Henry, for he was now not only walking in the footsteps of his crusading ancestors, but also that of Christ. He embarked on the pilgrim's path to the holy city of Jerusalem. Once in the city, he toured the holy sites. He had done something that few English royals had ever done, even Richard the Lionheart, who never actually entered the city of Jerusalem. He returned to Venice in March 1393, then crossed to Milan. From there, he made his way through France, charming the French court by telling them of his adventures. He arrived back in England on the 30th of June, 1393. Rather than being greeted warmly, Richard's supporters wanted to kill him, his father, and his uncle, the Duke of Gloucester, because of rumours saying they were plotting to kill the king. When he was called to attend Parliament set for January 1394, he went reluctantly. After his father discovered he must go to Gascony to defend English rights there, he asked Richard to recognise Henry as the keeper of the realm in his stead as the heir apparent to Richard. The Mortimers protested, and the whole thing blew up. Next came the dispute over funding for John's travels. Henry left Parliament having seen the Lancastrians completely disparaged in public. Then Richard provided the ultimate insult. With John away to defend English rights in Gascony, Richard named Edmund, Duke of York, as the keeper of the realm, a public rebuke to the Lancastrians. Henry followed his father's example and put on a public face of support for his king, which he continued through the Parliament of January 1395 and the council meeting in July. The most significant thing that happened during that year was John Wycliffe pinning the 12 conclusions of the Lollards to the door at Westminster Abbey. Otherwise, the usual squabbles continued, and Henry did his best to protect his family's interests. John returned disappointed about the results in Gascony. He felt sick and concerned about the challenges facing his family. Henry wanted to leave England, and when an opportunity arose to serve in a war in Friesland, he began preparations only, to be stopped by his father. In October 1396, both John and Henry attended the wedding celebration in Calais of Richard to his new wife after the death of Anna. She was the French king's daughter, Isabella, and it was a splendid affair. Upon their return, Richard felt emboldened to begin attacking his enemies, especially the former Lords Appellant, which included Henry. To make matters worse, in February 1397, Richard made his cousin, Edmund, Earl of Rutland, his brother, effectively announcing that the heir to the throne would pass through the York clan, and not the Mortimer or the Lancaster families. Then came the rise of the counter-appellants, who systematically began to destroy the Lords Appellant and their supporters. Henry had a choice: remain loyal to them or to the king. He chose to condemn his former conspirators to protect himself. Richard did not openly attack Henry or his friend Thomas de Mowbray, the 3rd Earl of Norfolk. Instead, he used psychological tactics. When it was announced that the Duke of Gloucester had been murdered, Henry felt real fear, but Richard was not done with him yet. At the September 1397 Parliament, Richard declared that he was revoking all pardons for previous actions. He said he had a list of 50 traitors, but did not read the names in order to produce the maximum amount of fear. He hoped that rash actions would rid the realm of his opponents. Then came death threats, confiscation of property, and banishment for those who remained. It became known as the Revenge Parliament. It was a slow, difficult march through terror, but Henry did his best to remain strong. Then came the bombshell that it was his friend Norfolk who had killed his uncle, but this was a lie. It had really been a man by the name of William Searle, Richard's valet, who had done the deed, but Henry would not learn that until years later. In exchange for their loyalty, both Mowbray and Henry were raised to dukedoms. However, Henry knew something was awry and purchased a bezoar stone to counteract poison. In December, Mowbray ran into Henry and told him that they were both in trouble because of their actions in 1387. Henry went immediately to his father to ask what to do. John reported what he had learned to Richard. The king declared that the only way to settle the matter was a joust to the death between Mowbray and Henry, and the date was set for September 1398. With all of the court in assembly, the two men, dressed in their best jousting regalia, prepared to begin battle in what was termed the Court of Chivalry. They were about to start when Richard called out, declaring that the joust be stopped. He then declared that Mowbray was to be banished for life, and Henry was to be banished for 10 years. Everything that John had worked for had been destroyed. They had all been played for fools. On the 13th of October, 1398, Henry said goodbye to his father before he embarked from Dover to France to begin his exile. It would be the last time he would ever see his father. Unexpectedly, thousands arrived at the harbour, cheering to show their support before he sailed away, and it left him with a glimmer of hope that all was not lost. He was sympathetically welcomed into the French court and worked to begin his new life. While the French felt sorry for this charming, talented young man, they were aware that he had been banished by his king for treason, so they embraced him warily. When news arrived of his father's death on the 3rd of February 1399, Henry was devastated. Then he learned that Richard had confiscated all of the Lancastrian lands for himself, and Henry had to make a choice. He could do nothing and waste away in exile, or he could act. Henry determined to engender support from others who had also been punished by the Revenge Parliament. The former Archbishop of Canterbury, Thomas of Arundel, had learned of John's fate and left Utrecht to find Henry. Thomas's nephew, Thomas Fitzalan, also appeared ready to support Henry, and he had a loyal band of retainers who came with him into exile. Henry knew it was time to return to regain his birthright, so he created a deception. He thanked the French court for their generosity and explained that he must go to Spain. He requested the king's leave, which was granted. When he departed in July 1399, he headed west to maintain the deception and then turned north, touching the coastline periodically to confuse those trying to stop him from entering England. He landed at Spurn and headed to Pontefract Castle, arriving around the 14th of July, 1399. From there he greeted supporters that had been amassing in Doncaster. While all that Henry wanted was the return of his ancestral lands, the moment had come to grab something larger, and it looked like he had the support to do it. However, his allies, especially the Earl of Northumberland and his son Hotspur, demanded he promise them two key things. First, he would not take the throne by force, and second, he had to find a way to disempower Richard. As they moved west, Henry's supporters continued to appear. Richard's followers gave way to Henry's growing army. The king arrived in Wales from Ireland and headed to Carmarthen with his soldiers. Here could have been the decisive moment when Henry had to choose loyalty to the king or treason demanding justice. Yet, Richard answered that question by abandoning his army at Carmarthen. Even Richard's adopted brother threw in his support with Henry. The Dukes of Exeter and Surrey, some of the few lords who had remained loyal to the king, met Henry in Chester. They told Henry that Richard was prepared to forgive his past actions in exchange for disbanding his army. Henry smiled, then detained them. Henry's team devised a plan to lure Richard out of his hiding place, and Richard believed the deception. He was captured and taken to Flint Castle, where he refused to eat. Richard was then moved to London because Parliament had been called to meet. When Henry entered London, he asked the mayor what he wanted him to do with Richard and was told to take him to Westminster, so he did. Henry then marched triumphantly through London to St. Paul's Cathedral and prayed at the high altar there. He would need guidance for what was to come next. He then gathered together a team of lawyers to help him determine what he could do now. In terms of the deposition of Richard and his legal right of inheritance, it was decided that he would use his dual lineage to King Henry III rather than Edward III to claim right of inheritance. Then, Richard would have to voluntarily abdicate the throne, signing a document as proof. At first, Richard refused to sign, when told this by Henry's representatives, but once he had Henry before him to discuss things, he agreed to sign the document of abdication, only asking if he could have an income sufficient enough to be well maintained. The deed was done. The next day Parliament met. After all of the legal niceties about birthrights, line of succession, and the nature of Richard's abdication had been addressed, the Parliament proceeded to vote Henry to become king. Then, the Archbishop of York and the soon-to-be reinstated Archbishop of Canterbury walked Henry up to the throne. Henry bent on one knee and prayed before taking his seat. It was a momentous occasion, and England had a new king. His coronation took place on the 13th of October, 1399. One of Henry's first acts was to create a new honorary knighthood, the Order of the Bath, and he proceeded to knight over 50 men. The next day at Parliament, he fulfilled his obligation to his supporters by first repealing the rulings of the Revenge Parliament and reinstating those of the Merciless Parliament. He then declared to the prelates that he would work to address heresy in the realm. He would also use the funds from his Lancastrian holdings to pay for his expenses, at least for now. His goal was to rule as his grandfather, Edward III, had done. Events would play against this hope because of endless funding issues and numerous rebellions against his rule. In the end, he did everything he could to protect his kingdom and to keep his dynasty safe. Many in Parliament assumed it was time to take revenge on those who had enabled Richard's tyranny. While some were brought to justice, most were given leniency, which shocked the members of Parliament. It was during these trials that Henry learned who gave the order to kill his uncle and how he died. The next big question was what to do with Richard. Henry wanted to consult not only with the lawyers, but also with the prelates to determine the best course of action. They decided to remove Richard to Pontefract and keep him under guard for now. For the counter-appellants, they also received the king's mercy. Henry felt pleased by his performance, but he would feel the wrath of his generosity soon enough. Former counter-appellants and their supporters met secretly at Westminster in December to plan a revolt against Henry. Their objective was to assassinate him, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and Henry's 4 sons on the 4th of January, 1400. The plot was foiled when Edward, Richard's adopted brother, dined with his father, the Duke of York, and happened to leave the written version of the plan on the table. When his father discovered it, he confronted his son, and they agreed to betray the plot. Once Henry learned about this, he acted quickly and rounded up the conspirators. In the end, 26 men were beheaded, and 6 received a traitor's death. Some received mercy, including John Ferrer, who had saved Henry's life back in 1381. This plot came to be known as Epiphany Rising. It had far-reaching implications, for Henry now realized how naive he had been. He also knew that keeping Richard alive was dangerous. No one knows how Richard died, but we do know that he was dead by the 14th of February, 1400, probably from starvation. Events continued to conspire against Henry's dream of being a just, warrior king. The root of much of his troubles over the next 5 years was lack of money. While initially he used his own Lancastrian wealth, that ran out quickly enough. Consecutive parliaments demanded that Henry cut his household expenses and address other excessive expenditures. Just as they blamed bad advisors for the financial shortfalls under Richard, they did the same for Henry, but he allowed new people to be placed in roles of responsibility, even though it meant removing longtime friends from key positions. He also did what he could to cut expenditures, but one thing he would not cut were annuities, as he felt that would be a betrayal of trust. Financial pressures grew as Scotland, Wales, and Ireland rebelled. The French allied themselves with one or more of these countries, threatened to invade Calais, Gascony, or even England, and ran a shipping proxy war, known as the Pirates' War, to damage British shipping. There were a series of bad harvests and the collapse of the wool trade that led to financial shortfalls and increased commodity prices due to food shortages. He also had to keep up the appearance of a lavish royal court. In addition, the church put pressure on Henry to stamp out heresy. In February 1401, the prelates sent a petition to the king to address the heretic, William Sartre, who had been arrested, tried, and found guilty of heresy. The 1401 Parliament passed the De Heretic Comburendo that authorized the burning of heretics. Sartre met his fate in March 1401, the first person to be burned at the stake in England. The second was John Badby, guilty of Lollardism, who was burned in 1410. The Parliament of 1401 did grant a tax after thoroughly embarrassing Henry about his difficult financial situation. Yet the money could not be collected because the tax collectors were attacked, even murdered. People felt Henry had betrayed them by imposing new taxes during peacetime, despite rebellions in Wales and Scotland, as well as numerous French threats. Henry's confessor, Philip Repington, dared to draft a report to Henry that explained just how bad things had become. If the harsh demands of Parliament had not woken Henry to the fact that the world had changed from the warrior king ideal, this report did. Henry took immediate action to begin making changes, becoming more directly involved in the functioning of government and utilizing his family, including his young sons, more directly in managing the realm. He placed his first son, Henry, with Hotspur to address issues in Wales, and his second son, Thomas, in Ireland. While these new efforts helped, Parliament tied his hands by not providing enough money to do the work properly, with Henry's sons' letters back to their father being filled with requests for more money. In addition to all of this chaos, assassination attempts on Henry and rumors that Richard was still alive continued fomenting additional rebellions. For any threat, including military, all Henry could afford were quick incursions to calm things down for a time, as he just did not have the money for more. Soldiers battling rebellions in Scotland and Wales began to grumble about back pay, and Henry's troubles kept multiplying. Henry's main antagonist was a Welsh nobleman, Owen Glendower, or Owain Glyndwr in Welsh, who turned against England, declaring himself Prince of Wales and beginning his rebellion in 1400. Although Henry did his best to control it, he could accomplish little without money. In 1402, Edmund Mortimer was captured during the Battle of Bryn Glas. Henry decided to send 3 armies into Wales in a 3-pronged approach to destroy the Welsh rebellion, but he only allowed 2 weeks for the effort, and it was a dismal failure. The only good news that year was the victory at the Battle of Homildon Hill in September over the Scots. Yet trouble was brewing. Hotspur increasingly resented not being reimbursed for his growing military expenses. He and his family also felt that Henry had not lived up to his promises at Doncaster. In other words, Henry could not be manipulated by them. The Percy family determined it was time to overthrow Henry and joined forces with Glendower and Edmund Mortimer, who had become a Glendower supporter after his capture. Henry first became aware of the growing threat of this rebellion on the 12th of July, 1403, as he marched to address issues in the north. He acted quickly, sending troops to Shrewsbury to establish a foothold there, hoping to trap Hotspur, who was amassing a major force against him. The 2 armies arrived in Shrewsbury on the 20th of July, and the next morning, the 2 armies clashed in what is still considered one of the bloodiest battles in English history. For Henry, it proved a decisive victory, resulting in Hotspur's death and the temporary weakening of Glendower's rebellion. Parliament even granted him the right to tax, which was a small win, but an important one. Henry received a much-needed gift in July 1404 in the form of the capture of William Searle, the man who had killed the Duke of Gloucester. This provided the perfect opportunity to finally end rumors that Richard still lived, because Searle had stolen Richard's signet ring, and now even the French knew that Richard was clearly dead. Henry had another success during the 1404 October Parliament. Henry's officials made it clear that the king could do nothing regarding Wales and other challenges unless he had the revenue to address it. In order to raise more funds, serious measures had to be taken, and they offered some solutions. For one, All temporalities of the church should be confiscated, which pleased the Commons immensely. Secondly, all ancient inheritances of the crown, dating from the reign of Edward III, should be rebuilt from resources found in royal castles, lands, and related fees. They proposed that a commission be established to process these records to determine what revenues could be pulled from these resources. The Parliament was so pleased by these ideas that they granted the king a generous tax, renewed the wool subsidy for 2 years, and increased the income tax on nobles to 5%. It was a major victory orchestrated by Henry's key advisor, Thomas of Arundel, the Archbishop of Canterbury. Henry continued to defend the realm as best he could, and his son Henry was able to defeat Glendower at Gromont in March 1405. The French attacked Calais, but were beaten back with the use of England's skillful archers. Then, as Henry moved towards Wales, he was informed that a rebellion was forming near Scotland in what would become known as the Yorkshire Rising. Northumberland, Thomas de Mowbray, 4th Earl of Norfolk, and Sir Thomas Bardolph had rebelled against the king, as well as the Archbishop of York, Richard Scrope, who had amassed an army in Shipton Moor. Henry's army, led by the Duke of Westmoreland, and Henry's third son, John, resoundingly defeated this rebellion. Northumberland fled into Scotland, but others were not so lucky, as Henry was not in the mood to be merciful this time, and he gave the order to execute the Archbishop after he had been found guilty of treason. This action sent shockwaves throughout Christendom, yet Henry felt it necessary to assure the safety of the realm. On the 8th of June, 1405, the day of Scrope's execution, Henry woke up screaming, "Traitors! Traitors! You have thrown fire over me!" He had red pustules all over his body and was extremely sick. Some thought it was divine vengeance for executing an archbishop. It instead was a mysterious illness that would slowly weaken and kill him over the next 8 years. It had similar symptoms to the disease that had killed the Black Prince. The Parliament in March 1406 dealt with critical issues. First, they discussed succession because clearly the king was ill and no one knew how long he might live. Second, they began to pull more power towards themselves, substantially weakening royal power by handing most of the decision-making role to the council. It issued the 31 articles, spelling out what the king could and could not do, and what power the council had. It was an important precedent, but it worried Henry of Lancaster for this very reason, since he wondered what would happen to his power when he assumed his role as king. During the debate over taxation, Thomas of Arundel, Henry's chief advisor, pointed out that it was the king who agreed to refrain from expenditures for a year in order to get things back on track. Blaming the king for the financial constraints could no longer apply. It was Parliament who had to solve the problem. The king had already done what he could. It proved a decisive moment in the changing relationship between the king and his government, yet rebellions continued. Northumberland, however, would not give up. He again raised the standard of rebellion against Henry. On the 15th of February, 1408, the rebellion forces met Henry's army at Bramham Moor and were defeated, with Northumberland killed during the battle. In 1409, Henry's army crushed Glendower's forces at Harlech Castle, and Glendower fled into the hills and disappeared. Family matters and his legacy began to occupy more of Henry's thoughts. One troubling event started in 1410, when his eldest son began to move into the power vacuum, itching to take more control for himself. He even pushed Arundel aside to further this process, and some spoke of deposition. Even so, Henry had kept abreast of events. He chose to intervene when his son and council determined that, to make up the financial shortfall, they would go after the annuities. Henry, throughout his reign, had refused to hurt people who relied on these funds to survive. Now his son had made a grave mistake, and Henry began to reassert himself. He attended the 1411 Parliament, where he stated clearly that he wanted no novelties, meaning he did not want to discuss abdication. He then asked the members of the council to come before the throne and thanked them for their service. What he had just done was dismiss them so he could re-establish control over the government. His actions infuriated his son. After a few months, he had calmed down. On the 29th of July, 1411, Henry entered his father's chamber and knelt before him. He begged forgiveness and then handed his father his dagger and said, "My lord and father, my life is not so dear to me. that I would live one day that I should be in your displeasure. I forgive you my death." Henry the king tossed away the dagger, embraced his son and cried. Henry attended his final parliament on the 1st of December 1412 and spent the Christmas holiday in the embrace of his family. It was obvious he was not well. In January, he was taken to Lambeth to receive the best care. Everyone held their breath and wondered when the time would come. On the 21st of February 1413, they moved Henry to Westminster Abbey. He attempted to make an offering at the shrine of St. Edward the Confessor, but collapsed unconscious. He had wanted to die in Jerusalem, but that was not going to happen now. They picked him up off the floor and moved him into the abbot's chamber. When he awoke, Henry did not recognize where he was, and the chamberlain told him he was in the Jerusalem chamber. He died on the 20th of March, 1413, thinking of the Holy Land. They waited until his son Thomas could return from defending Gascony for the funeral. Henry was buried on the 18th of June, 1413, in Trinity Chapel in Canterbury Cathedral, as he had requested. He had taken England through a turbulent time, but left the kingdom in better shape than he had found it, and in the capable hands of his eldest son and his brothers. He had achieved what he set out to do, to heal his troubled homeland. What do you think of King Henry IV? Was he a good king, or is he deserving of his bad reputation? Please let us know in the comments section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. The man known to history as Henry of Monmouth and King Henry V of England was born on the 16th of September 1386 at Monmouth Castle in Wales, near the border with England. He was the eldest son of Henry of Bolingbroke, who became King Henry IV of England in 1399, when Henry of Monmouth was only 13 years old. His mother was Mary of Bohun, who came from an old aristocratic family with extensive landholdings in East Anglia and other parts of England. Mary and Henry of Bolingbroke were married on the 5th of February 1381 at Rochford Hall in Essex. Because she was only 11 years old at the time of their marriage, she remained with her mother for another 4 years. In 1385, Henry and Mary began to live together. It proved a good match, one based on mutual affection and a shared fondness for fine books and music. She gave birth to 6 children in 8 years: Henry in 1386, Thomas in 1387, John in 1389, Humphrey in 1390, Blanche in 1392, and Philippa in 1394. Mary died prematurely in Peterborough Castle, giving birth to their last daughter, and was buried at the Church of St. Mary de Castro in Leicester. As a young man, Bolingbroke had proven himself to be a true cultured warrior of royal blood. He was well educated and could read and write in English, French, and Latin, and loved music and books. He excelled in jousting, participated in a crusade to Lithuania, went on pilgrimage to the Holy Land, and had learned from his father, John of Gaunt, the Duke of Lancaster, how to navigate the sometimes dangerous waters of court life. Since his father was Edward III's third son, his entire life was overshadowed by the question of the right to inherit the throne. He had been told, as a young child, that if the current King Richard II had no heirs, he stood to inherit the throne. Because of the threat the Lancastrian family posed to the autocratic and insecure Richard, both Bolingbroke and his first son, the future King Henry V, became pawns in a power struggle. After being exiled by the king in 1398 and his father's lands being confiscated after John of Gaunt died in 1399, Bolingbroke had to decide whether to remain in exile or reclaim his ancestral lands. When he arrived back in England in midsummer of 1399, thousands welcomed him with open arms, and this wave of support propelled him to depose Richard II and accept the throne. Some felt he usurped it. Such legal niceties aside, his reign proved a never-ending challenge due to the constant military threats from Wales, Scotland, and France, and the numerous internal plots to depose him. Additionally, his inability to raise funds to combat these threats only made the situation worse. Finally, he was stricken with a mysterious illness in 1406 that slowly weakened him during the last years of his reign. Yet, during those later years, the overall situation improved as he and his advisors began to regain control over the kingdom's finances and both internal and external threats. This laid the groundwork for his son, Henry of Monmouth, to inherit a throne that rested on a more solid foundation. However, the question of his legitimate right to that throne remained. Henry of Monmouth entered the world at a time of political power struggles, not only within the royal dynasties of England and France, but also within the Catholic Church. These clashes included one of the longest periods of conflict between France and England, known to us as the 100 Years' War, which erupted in 1337 and had been fought intermittently ever since. The roots of the conflict lay in the question of the right of English kings to control not only their ancestral lands in France, including the provinces of Normandy, Brittany, Gascony, Anjou, and Aquitaine, but also to the French throne itself. For instance, the kings of England had held the Duchy of Normandy in northern France from the Norman conquest of 1066 through to the loss of this territory by King John I to the French in the early 13th century. During the 100 Years' War, English kings fought to reclaim these territories only to be repelled again and again by French forces. At the time of Henry of Monmouth's birth, all that remained under English control was Gascony and a small sliver of land around the port city of Calais in the northeast of France. Increasingly, as large landholdings became consolidated under one ruler, leading to the birth of nation-states that lacked the outlet of military conquest, extended royal family members turned on themselves, as happened with the Richard II Lancastrian feud that clouded so much of Monmouth's young life. However, this feud paled in comparison to the infighting within the Valois royal house of France. There, the King of France, Charles VI, suffered from intermittent insanity, and royal family members vied to fill this power vacuum. As a result of this, a French civil war would begin in 1407 when John, Duke of Burgundy, also known as John the Fearless, assassinated his uncle Louis, Duke of Orleans. This would have major consequences for Henry in his later years as King of England. There were numerous other issues that arose in England during the late 14th century, which would lead to problems for Henry when he became king of the country. Years later, many of these centered on religious affairs. In England in the 1370s, a church reformer by the name of John Wycliffe had begun demanding reforms and greater transparency within the church through the eradication of corrupt practices, such as nepotism and simony, while the doctrine of the church as promulgated from Rome was also being called into question. The Lollards, as Wycliffe's followers became known after his death in 1384, were a major group within the English church throughout the 1390s and 1400s, and Henry would have to engage with them in years to come as a form of hereticism within the English church. In addition to this issue, there were growing problems around the financing of the English government and the country more widely. These, too, would have a significant bearing on Henry in his adult years. Henry of Monmouth grew up in his family's Lancastrian lands, surrounded by his extended family and their retainers. Henry learned much from these highly educated and culturally sophisticated people. He not only followed his father in learning to speak and write French, Latin, and English, he also absorbed his parents' love of music, which included learning how to play the harp and sing. He became one of the first kings of England to regularly write his correspondence in English. Furthermore, he received intensive training in rhetoric and logic, in line with the new form of humanist education, which was just beginning to become popular in Western Europe as the Italian Renaissance entered its most substantial period. By age 8, his education shifted to the military arts, where he became an expert equestrian, jouster, combat fighter, and military strategist. But in 1398, at age 12, the young Henry found his world turned upside down when King Richard exiled his father from England and took Henry himself hostage in order to ensure his father's further good behavior. The taking of hostages, in this way, was a common medieval practice to control the behavior of people. Generally speaking, Richard is believed to have treated young Henry well. Disorienting events evolved quickly for Henry when his father returned to England, as Henry's father took advantage of the dislike of Richard's reign within the political community of England to depose Richard and have himself crowned as King Henry IV of England, the first usurpation of the English crown which had occurred in well over 200 years. On the day of his father's coronation on the 13th of October 1399, Henry participated in the coronation ceremony. He had the honor to carry the sword of justice, and soon after this, the young Henry became not only the Prince of Wales, but also Duke of Cornwall, Earl of Chester, Duke of Aquitaine, and Duke of Lancaster. It was through these estates that young Henry received income to fund his household, and it was his responsibility to oversee them. In addition, while he was only 13 years of age at this time, his father increasingly handed him significant responsibilities. This was seen in the case of the rebellion of Owen Glyndwr, a Welsh prince who had initiated a revolt against the English crown in 1400. This would drag on throughout Henry IV's reign, with the king having much the worse of the conflict between 1400 and 1406. The king decided in 1406, when his son was just 19 years of age, to place him directly in charge of the suppression of this rebellion in the crown's western territories. It can be said that the man Henry of Monmouth became was forged during his time in Wales. He learned a myriad of lessons he would use throughout his life. One of the most important was the question of fiscal management. Henry's father's reign was blighted by issues around fiscal mismanagement, and the young Prince of Wales began to understand from an early age that the way to succeed as king was to ensure that the exchequer had more money coming in than going out. This became extremely apparent in Wales during the mid-1400s, when young Henry's forces had difficulties in terms of their supplies and activities owing to an insufficient flow of money from London. Consequently, Henry found himself writing on several occasions during these years to his father, begging for more money. He learned that military skill was only one component of becoming a good warrior. The other was having money to finance military campaigns. Because of these money troubles, as well as other political tensions, Henry's mentor, Sir Henry Percy, a powerful lord from the north of England, who is generally known as Hotspur, grew so frustrated that he, along with other members of his family and the political nation, rebelled against King Henry IV. The younger Henry had the unenviable position of having to fight directly against the very man who had trained him as a military leader once the rebellion broke out. On the 21st of July, 1403, as part of the Northern Rebellion of Hotspur, King Henry IV and the young Prince Henry, along with their supporters, fought one of the bloodiest battles in England's history, the Battle of Shrewsbury. It proved an important victory for the king, and ended the lives of Hotspur and other key members of the aristocracy. Henry played a key role during this battle. He also demonstrated profound courage after an arrow pierced his face just below his right eye and penetrated 6 inches into his skull. Most men would have collapsed following this incident, but Henry kept fighting. Afterwards, an English surgeon, John Bradmore, devised a way to not only extract the arrowhead from his skull, but also used a method whereby he stuffed wine and probes into the wound to facilitate the healing process. This kept any infection in the wound to a minimum, a major medical feat in an age before antibiotics. Nevertheless, while it had been hard-won through an injury of this kind, Shrewsbury had taught young Henry the value of loyalty, and he learned quickly how to effectively foster loyalty toward himself as the Prince of Wales, and later as the King of England. In addition, he, like his father, clung to family and used their skills to help him govern rather than relying on characters such as Hotspur, who would rebel if the situation appeared propitious to do so. In fact, Henry's family provided him not only with 3 brothers of immense talent, but also his Beaufort uncles and the extended Lancastrian family and retainers. He would never have achieved all of the things which we will see he did during his brief reign without their efforts. Although Henry and his father had managed to put down one segment of the mass rebellions which had broken out across their dominions, with victory at the Battle of Shrewsbury, the wider struggle was not over. The revolt of Owain Glyndwr was still a major problem in Wales and the western marches of England. It was here that Prince Henry focused his efforts from the mid-1400s onwards, while his father focused on quelling the remainder of the revolt in the north of England, notably by executing the Archbishop of York, Richard Scrope, for his role in the Hotspur Rebellion. In March 1405, Henry defeated Glyndwr in a clash at Grosmont and managed to capture one of the Welsh prince's sons. This was quickly followed by another victory at Usk in May 1405, the first major victory for English arms over the Welsh in a pitched battle since the war began. From this point onwards, the conflict turned in the English crown's favour. In 1407, Henry laid siege to Aberystwyth, which fell a year later. Even the French, who had allied themselves with the Welsh, pulled back, realising the tide was turning. In 1408, Henry turned to the Welsh stronghold, Harlech. It proved a decisive encounter because not only was Glendower there, but also the remains of his family and one of his key English supporters, Edmund Mortimer, who was the rival to the Lancastrian claim to the throne of England. By 1409, Harlech had fallen and Mortimer had died during the siege. His wife and daughters died in captivity in London afterwards, and his sons were already imprisoned. Glendower and one of his other sons fled into the mountains and were rarely ever heard from again. Through this experience, Henry became a person who could galvanize the king's men. He also developed novel approaches to solve old problems. For example, the hit-and-run method of his father that was used to control rebellion with limited funds clearly did not work. Henry chose instead to use the resources he had to retake key fortresses and hold them, then pushed forward in a new wave of capture and control, slowly and systematically constricting the enemy and its resources. It proved decidedly effective, and he gained the respect of others in his father's court. Overall, Wales provided the theatre in which Prince Henry came of age as a military commander and leader in his youth. By the time the war in Wales was coming to an inexorable end, the Crown Prince was playing an ever more significant role in the governance of England. His father, King Henry IV, had been struck by a mysterious illness in 1405, one which became gradually more debilitating in the years that followed, with the king often suffering from seizures and periods when he was effectively bedridden. As his health declined, more and more responsibility was gradually given to the Prince of Wales. Young Henry attended his first meeting of the King's Council in December 1406 and would participate in these conferences and successive parliaments from that time forward. Also starting around this time, Henry IV's Chancellor, Thomas Arundel, the Archbishop of Canterbury, began to play a more substantial role in government affairs. He was particularly concerned to begin systematically addressing the financial shortfalls of the crown after years of financial mismanagement by Henry's father and the onerous burden of fighting multiple wars on different fronts. Arundel looked to other untapped resources in order to acquire greater revenue for the crown. Under Arundel and Prince Henry, the government began looking to use the extended royal family to address many of the problems confronted by the crown. Thus, Henry's brother Thomas was sent to Ireland. Although he was only 12 years of age, his presence there with royal advisors provided a clear symbol of the rejuvenation of royal authority across the Irish Sea. Similarly, Henry's third brother, John, was sent north to assist in stifling the rebellions on the Scottish borderlands towards the end of Henry IV's reign. John proved to be not only an excellent soldier, but a creative government administrator. It would be these people, the Beauforts, his brothers, and key Lancastrian retainers, to whom Henry V would turn during his reign, and even after his death to help him achieve his goals. As the years went by, and Henry IV's illnesses showed no signs of improving, but rather continued to get worse, Henry was more and more presenting himself as a king in waiting. This was mirrored in his growing control over the government. For instance, Arundel was effectively forced out of his position within the government in 1409, and he and others were replaced by the prince's supporters. The prince's government, in essence, ruled England for much of the remaining years of Henry IV's reign. Their major efforts focused on reforming the crown's finances. Henry went after annuities to cut expenses, which his father always avoided because he thought it betrayed the trust of loyal supporters who were in financial distress. Henry also began to address the situation in France, where a civil war had effectively broken out as a consequence of Charles VI's increasing bouts of madness and psychological incapacity. Henry decided to support the claim of John the Fearless, the Duke of Burgundy, to try to seize power from Charles. Henry viewed this as advantageous, both because civil unrest in France was always advantageous to England, and because of the possibility that Henry would marry one of John's daughters. As such, by the late 1400s, Prince Henry was effectively running the English government. This effective usurpation of his position as king did not always sit well with Henry IV himself, and in 1411, during one of his periodic bouts of partial recovery from his health issues, he moved to reclaim control of the government and to remove his son and his followers from power. In November of that year, he suddenly reappeared on the political stage, playing a central role in the parliament which was underway. There were many reasons for this, but one of the most obvious was the differing attitude of father and son towards royal annuities. These were payments made annually by the crown to prominent subjects, effectively to reward them for their loyalty. The cost of them had been huge in the 1400s and contributed to the financial problems of the government. The prince had accordingly decided to begin cutting them back drastically in the late 1400s, but his father disagreed with this approach. He felt his son's approach was well-meaning but naive and would only serve to alienate the crown's supporters and unleash a new wave of rebellions. Henry also did not find young Henry's choice in a French ally a good one. King Henry knew the players in the French court personally. He had stayed at the court during jousting tournaments as a youth and paid a visit on his return trip after his travels to the Holy Land. He had already taken the mark of the French court and backed the supporters of King Charles VI. He did not think it sensible to support the Burgundians, who were led by John the Fearless. As such, he believed young Henry had backed the wrong side in the civil war in France. As a result of these issues, King Henry entered Parliament on the 30th of November 1411 and calmly stated that he would no longer tolerate what he referred to as novelties in the government of the country. By this, he meant the attitudes towards French policy, the annuities, and other measures. But he was also referring to growing rumors that he should abdicate the throne in favor of his son. Henry made it wholly clear that this was not going to happen. Instead, he asked those who had served in his son and those who had served in his government to come forward, at which point he politely thanked them for their service and dismissed them. It took time for them to understand what had just happened, and when the realization hit, young Henry was furious. This action created extreme tensions within their father-son relationship. It did not help that the king reinstated Archbishop Arundel as chancellor and placed Henry's brother Thomas as head of the king's council. Following Prince Henry's removal from the head of the government, his father changed track on a number of policies, notably towards France. In May 1412, the Treaty of Bourges was sealed. It acknowledged Henry IV in possession of the Duchy of Aquitaine in the west of France, in exchange for England providing military support for the actions of the French king against the Burgundians. It was a stunning reversal of young Henry's plan. To make things even more tense between Henry and his brother Thomas, King Henry sent Thomas to Gascony to bolster the provisions specified in the treaty. For all intents and purposes, his father had shut Henry out of government and then completely reversed his French policy, among other matters. Henry eventually decided he had no option but to relent. After all, nobody knew in the early 1410s if his father would make a full recovery from his illnesses. If he did, he might well rule for another 20 or 30 years. Henry could not afford to be locked out of the political decision-making of the realm he would inherit one day for that long. Thus, after much soul-searching and worry, on the 29th of July, 1412, he entered his father's chamber and knelt before him. Henry begged forgiveness. Then he handed his father his dagger and said, "My lord and father, my life is not so dear to me that I would live one day that I should be in your displeasure. I forgive you my death." King Henry immediately tossed away the dagger, embraced his son, and cried. The reconciliation, however, was short-lived, not because the two quickly quarreled again, but because Henry IV's ill health resumed again within weeks. Early in 1413, he became seriously ill and was moved to Lambeth Palace across the River Thames from Westminster to try to recover. He did, and as his condition continued to deteriorate, he was moved about a month later to Westminster Abbey. There he died in the Jerusalem chamber in the abbot's quarters on the 20th of March, 1413. In spite of their differences, Prince Henry had reconciled with his father before he died and received his blessing to inherit the throne. The funeral service was not held until June to give Thomas time to return from Gascony in western France. Then King Henry IV was finally laid to rest on the 18th of June, 1413, in Trinity Chapel at Canterbury Cathedral. Although Henry may have experienced some youthful exuberance at the prospect of becoming King of England in his own right, the reality that he was about to be king changed him. As one story goes, on the night his father died, Henry left his family and headed towards St. Benet's Chapel. He visited a hermit there by the name of William Alnwick. Henry stayed up all night talking with the hermit about morality and his fear of potential conflict among the various nobles, since his father's hold on the throne had always been precarious. This episode is indicative of how his ascent to the kingship at 26 years of age changed Henry substantially. Rather than being an ambitious prince who wanted to assert himself in the political realm, he now had the burden of full responsibility for his subjects placed upon him. Thus it was that Henry was crowned King of England on the 9th of April, 1413, at Westminster Abbey. The unusual spring blizzard that day made people wonder what it portended. Many saw it as a good omen that the new king would cleanse away the instability of the recent past and bring on a new age of moral kingship. This bolstered Henry's almost messianic mission to demonstrate divine approval of the Lancastrian family, to rule over England, and also of the crown's rightful claim to the French throne, which his great-grandfather had first pressed 3/4 of a century earlier. From the first days of his reign, Henry approached his task with purpose and energy. He quickly began addressing a number of outstanding issues remaining from his father's reign. For instance, he freed Edmund Mortimer and his brother Roger, who had claimed to be Richard II's true heirs and had posed a political risk in the 1400s. Edmund, in particular, had been the focus of a conspiracy to dethrone Henry's father and place Mortimer on the throne back in 1405. The Mortimers had been under guard ever since. Henry not only freed them, but made them both Knights of the Bath and returned their family estates to them. He then freed all of the Scottish prisoners, except the young King James I of Scotland, who had been captured by English pirates as he sailed to France in 1406 and had been held hostage ever since. He would be kept in England until well into the 1420s. Henry also reached out to other children whose parents had displeased the king. Edward, Duke of York, had his title restored, and his brother Richard was made Duke of Cambridge. He even freed Hotspur's son, also named Henry Percy, who would eventually have his family's estates returned to him as well. Finally, he ordered Richard II's body disinterred from his burial place in King's Langley Priory Church in Hertfordshire, and had him reburied at Westminster Abbey next to his first wife, Anne of Bohemia, as he would have wished. The import of all of this was clear. It was a new reign, and the disunity and civil discord which had mired his father's years as king were over. It was time for England to unite behind a new young monarch and revitalize the kingdom. One further outstanding issue which Henry had to contend with immediately was that of the Lollards. As we have seen, these had emerged during the reign of Richard II, but continued to pose a problem to the religious unity of England long after the death of their leader, John Wycliffe, in 1384. There had been various efforts to muzzle these dissenters under Henry IV, notably through the issuing of a statute entitled De Heretico Comburendo, which effectively prescribed the Lollards. Prominent Lollards, such as William Sawtry and John Badby, had been burned at the stake for refusing to recant their heretical beliefs. As king, Henry found himself again confronted with trying to get a heretic to recant. In this case, it was an old friend of his, Sir John Oldcastle, a long-standing ally of Henry and a trusted soldier during the Welsh conflict. Yet, he was an unabashed Lollard who was brought before Archbishop Arundel in September 1413 and declared a heretic. Henry intervened and gave Oldcastle a period of 40 days in which to reflect on his conscience and recant his heretical beliefs. This did not have the desired effect. Instead, Oldcastle escaped from the Tower of London. He then hatched a plot to kill the king, but the plot was exposed. Some of Oldcastle's supporters were killed or captured, but he managed to escape and remain at large until 1417, when he met his fate and was hanged and burned to death. It was a bitter pill to swallow for Henry, but as God's instrument on earth, he had no choice. The Great Papal Schism also intruded on Henry's kingship. Beginning in the early 14th century, a run of 7 successive popes had established themselves at Avignon in France, rather than residing at the Vatican in Rome. Then, from the mid-1370s, there had been 2 popes at once in Europe, one residing at Avignon and the other at Rome, but with both claiming to be the rightful head of the Roman Catholic Church. Efforts had been intermittently made to end this papal schism over the years, notably through a political and ecclesiastical council convened at the Italian city of Pisa in 1409. When this failed, the King of Hungary and Croatia and King of the Romans, King Sigismund, who later became the Holy Roman Emperor, pressured the newly elected Pope John XXIII in 1413 to call for a council of prelates and government officials from all over Europe to meet in the German city of Constance in November 1414 to resolve the impasse. By Henry's calculations, in sending diplomats to this meeting, he could achieve two key things. First, he could prove his credentials as a pious king, loyal to the church and God by helping end the Great Schism. And secondly, it was an opportunity to build a relationship with one of the most powerful men in Europe, King Sigismund, and gain his support against the French. Ultimately, these efforts proved largely successful, as the Council of Constance sat for 4 years until 1418, at the end of which the Great Schism was brought to an end, and Pope Martin V was elected to rule over a reunited church. In addition, the teachings of John Wycliffe and the actions of the Lollards in England, as well as several heretical groups, such as the Hussites in Bohemia, were condemned at the Council of Constance in 1415, providing Henry with the papal justification he needed to initiate a further series of crackdowns on the Lollards at home. From the beginning of his reign, Henry began planning for what he perceived to be the most important aspect of his duties as King of England, to regain his birthright in France. The foundations of the 100 Years' War lay largely in the succession question plaguing France. By the early 14th century, France no longer had a direct royal line to the French throne. The three key claimants included the King of Navarre, who could claim the throne through his marriage to Jeanne, the daughter of Louis VI, Philippe de Valois, cousin to Charles IV and nephew to Philippe IV, and Edward III of England, who was the grandson of Philippe IV through his mother, who was Philippe's daughter Isabel. The title of king was given to Philippe de Valois. By the 1330s, Edward III decided he wanted to take what he felt was rightfully his, and thus went to war with the French in 1337 to impose the claim of the English crown to also hold the French crown. Edward, Henry's great-grandfather, won stunning victories at Crécy in 1346 and Poitiers in 1356. At the last battle, King John of France was taken prisoner and ransomed for the enormous sum of 3 million gold coins. Yet rather than press his luck and demand the French throne for himself, Edward III decided to negotiate with the French. The resulting Treaty of Bretigny of 1360 gave Edward full control over Guyenne, Gascony, Poitou, Limousin, the port city of Calais, and other lands in southwestern France. In exchange for these, he had to renounce his rights to Normandy, Anjou, and Maine. Those that followed as King of France did not hold to these terms, and much was lost over the intervening years due to French aggression and English royal ineptitude, leaving England with only the significant Gascony region in western France and the port city of Calais in the northeast of the country. Henry determined that he would follow his great-grandfather's playbook, but would not settle for just control over these rich lands. He intended to demand the French crown as his birthright, and felt that the recent destructive struggles which had occurred in France as a result of the mental instability of King Charles VI made the time propitious for him to press these claims. The first order of business to set the ball rolling towards this goal was to follow proper medieval protocol and negotiate with French officials to try to come to some form of settlement. Neither side entered these negotiations in good faith. For the French, their focus was on their own infighting, and each side tried to gain Henry's support for their cause. Henry used this as a wedge to help propel negotiations in his favor. The French arrogantly believed that England was as weak as it had been under Richard II and Henry IV from its own internal problems, and would never be able to bring the war to France in the same way that Edward III had been able to over a half a century earlier. Henry, for his part, had no intentions of caving into their demands, but he played along. During the summer of 1414, for example, Henry's diplomats presented an offer. He would renounce his claims to the French throne if he was given much of the traditional lands his forebears and his father had held in northern and western France in the 12th century, along with additional territories in Flanders and Brittany. In addition, he requested the hand of Charles VI's daughter Catherine, along with a dowry of 2 million crowns. The French lamely offered a dowry of 600,000 crowns, along with Aquitaine, which of course the English turned down. Negotiations continued like this for months. Meanwhile, Henry was gradually initiating his plans for an invasion of France. From the very moment he became King of England, Henry had begun overseeing the strengthening of the English army and navy, with the goal of intervening in France. Unlike his father, Henry was not, with the exception of the unrest provoked by Sir John Oldcastle, plagued by a wave of rebellions at the outset of his reign. As such, he was free to begin diverting resources towards a resumption of the 100 Years' War in France. First, he ordered the building of both a strong land army to operate on the continent and a navy to transport this army across the English Channel, and to protect key ports for the disembarking of troops and to ensure strong resupply and communication channels. He then had his officials foster a national industry to create tens of thousands of arrows, lances, armor, and even cannons. In tandem, he spent much of 1414 and 1415 building alliances with key European players, such as requesting ships from Flanders. He negotiated a truce with Spanish traders who liked to raid English merchant ships and disrupt trade in the English Channel, and a similar truce with Brittany. But Henry's greatest success was in reaching an agreement with John the Fearless, the Duke of Burgundy, that he would not come to Charles VI's aid when Henry invaded France. In addition to these efforts, he continued to support King Sigismund's work at the Council of Constance, which nominally gained him support among the German principalities. While making these logistical and diplomatic preparations, Henry also ensured that England and Wales would be secure while he absented himself in France. To do this, he ordered extensive repairs and renovations to be carried out on existing castles and strongholds, and the construction of new fortifications along the coasts, especially the southern ports, and along the Welsh and Scottish borderlands. He also refused to release King James I of Scotland, using his captivity to guarantee peace with the Scots and ensure that they would not ally with the French once the war resumed. All of this took money, and Henry not only used traditional means of support such as rents from royal estates and court fees and fines, but also aggressively milked trade subsidies and duties to bring in extra revenue. While he reviewed his father's sacred cow annuities, he only continued them if he could gain something in return from the recipients. Otherwise, he pulled that support. He also requested donations or loans from supporters who generously supplied the bulk of his resources. Like any modern fundraising effort, Henry's team worked the people of England for these contributions in such a way that just about everyone in England felt that they had a critical role to play in the war effort. This helped to build staunch support for the king and his goals that would last long after Henry died. What is not often discussed by historians is the fact that Henry used the crown jewels and other treasures not only as collateral for these loans, but also pawned some of these materials, including the royal crown. Although many people, both modern and contemporary, were critical of the poor money management of Henry IV, his son incurred a huge debt just for this first campaign to France. The crisis for money would only grow as Henry pushed deeper into France to claim the French throne. Many of the crown's treasures were never returned to the royal house because it took so long for the next generation to pay off his war debts. Despite the severity of these fundraising measures, they were doubtlessly effective. By 1415, Henry felt he was ready to go to France. Yet God wanted Henry to wait, or so he thought. He had planned to leave in early summer, but the delay of the arrival of French envoys to continue negotiations postponed his departure. Once they had left, he mustered the troops and was ready to sail on the 1st of August, only to be informed that some key players, such as Richard, Earl of Cambridge, Lord Henry Scrope, Sir Thomas Grey, and Sir Robert Umfraville, were plotting to kill the king and put Edmund Mortimer, Earl of March, on the throne. Mortimer, who had played along with the plotters, told the king. Of course, Henry could not leave this conspiracy, which is known to posterity as the Southampton plot, unaddressed. The guilty parties were rounded up, and Grey and Scrope were tried, with Thomas, Henry's brother, presiding over the trials. Both were found guilty and quickly executed. Henry then did something surprising. He immediately ordered the confiscation and sale of Scrope's property. It was an illegal act, but the underlying motivation could have been his desperate need for money. This done, Henry completed his will, made his brother John, Duke of Bedford, his lieutenant in England, and headed for France on what would become one of the most infamous military campaigns in English and European history. On the 11th of August, 1415, Henry finally boarded his flagship, the Trinity Royal, and sailed to France. Of course, the French had known for quite some time that an invasion was likely. However, based upon past performance, they did not have much concern about what would be heading their way. Between the bouts of insanity of their king, Charles VI, and the infighting among royal family members, the most significant question became who would lead the defense of the country against the invaders. Nominally, Charles d'Albret, a career soldier, was made Constable of France, and Jean Le Maigre, also known as Marshal Boucicaut, one of France's greatest military fighters, was appointed Captain General. More importantly, would the heir apparent, the Dauphin Louis, lead the army? For the French, Henry's 1415 assault would prove a perfect storm, which led to a political and military disaster. Henry had planned to attack Harfleur in the north of France first, because of its strategic location near the mouth of the river Seine. He first stopped at Chef de Caux on the 13th of August as a cautionary measure. There appeared to be no resistance. Even so, he ordered no one to leave the ships until a search party scouted the region, including the situation at Harfleur. The message which arrived back was that it was safe to go ahead. They moved to Harfleur and began to disembark, which took 3 days. Salt marshes, an estuary, and strong walls protected the town of Harfleur. Once settled, Henry ordered his brother Thomas to move his forces around to the other side of the town, to camp on the hillside overlooking the region. Having surrounded the town, Henry followed medieval military procedure rooted in the rules set down in the Book of Deuteronomy, verse 10, to talk with the town's leaders and offer them the choice to choose peace over bloodshed. They rejected the English calls for peace. Thus the siege of Harfleur began with heavy bombardment and efforts made to cut off all supplies and communications into or out of the town. As the siege dragged on for weeks, the constant bombardment and the beginnings of starvation made the siege difficult for the townspeople. To make matters worse, starting late in the second week or early in the third week of the siege, dysentery began to impact the forces of both sides. The townspeople prayed for relief and even managed to get letters out requesting help from the French forces. But by the third week of September, after a brief truce to permit one last official attempt to call for help, it had become clear to those in Harfleur that no one was coming to relieve them. They were on their own. On the 23rd of September, Henry and his forces finally entered the town of Harfleur. He headed straight to the church of St. Michael and prayed, grateful for his victory. The young king also took the opportunity to reiterate to his troops their code of conduct for military operations in France. Churches and religious buildings were not to be pillaged. Clergy and women were not to be harmed unless they were clearly hostile, and rape was prohibited. Non-combatants within the English armed forces were similarly required to follow military rules, including obeying all orders from military officers. All foraging expeditions had to be authorized, and no buildings were to be pillaged or burned unless explicit commands to that effect had been received. Rules about taking hostages proved strict as well. Henry's intent for all of these rules was to build trust among the French people. He wanted them to see that he cared for his people as their true king and the new ruler of France. But there were also stringent expectations of his new subjects. The people of Harfleur, for instance, were given an ultimatum. Anyone who swore allegiance to him could remain and help rebuild the town. Those wealthy citizens who refused to swear, loyalty would be ransomed, while all poor, sick, women and children were permitted to take all they could carry and then were escorted towards the French army. At the same time, all those within the English military who were sick or injured were sent back to England, including Henry's brother Thomas, who had fallen ill with dysentery. On the 5th of October 1415, Henry held a military council to determine what his next move would be. Many of his advisors wanted to return home, having scored a substantial success in conquering Harfleur. Yet, Henry believed God wanted him to continue. So on the 8th of October, the English army broke camp at Harfleur and headed for Calais. Henry left Thomas Beaufort, Earl of Dorset, at Harfleur to hold the town, with about 100 soldiers and 900 archers, along with support personnel. He also ordered the English fleet to patrol the coastline and the estuary of the river Seine. Henry had suffered losses. Historians debate how many, but his forces had been depleted. The best guess is Henry left England with roughly 12,000 fighting men, plus support personnel. After Harfleur, he had roughly 10,000 fighters left, Having then left about 1,200 men to hold Harfleur, he was returning to Calais with a total force of not much more than 9,000, along with support personnel. Henry's actions followed Edward III's playbook. His goal was to cross the Somme River at an old Roman ford near Blanchetaque. The French, knowing that history, did everything they could to stop him from crossing. They destroyed this ford and smashed other bridges and causeways all down the river, forcing Henry deeper into French territory and away from his goal of Calais. Henry also had the challenge of maintaining discipline, especially after food supplies began to run low. While some villages along the way submitted to Henry and offered food, others did not, accompanied by a few skirmishes. Then luck finally came their way. At Nel, one of the villagers told them about an unguarded ford. Henry finally had a way to cross the Somme, which they did on the 19th of October near Agincourt. From here, the French seemed to herd the English into their chosen location for battle, yet it would all prove a disaster for the French. On the night of the 24th of October, Henry V and his English forces settled in for the night outside of the village of Maisoncelles. The French spread out near the town of Tramecourt and began sending appeals out to the local nobility and gentry to send whatever military support they could. The following day, one of the most significant battles in English military history would be fought. It was named for a small town near the French forces, Agincourt. The battle would finally be joined between the English and French the following day, the 25th of October, 1415, after days of the two sides shadowing each other. Strangely, the French selected a battlefield that had been ploughed and had grain sowed in it. It was about a mile in length with woods on either side, and rather than provide room for the vast numbers of French, of which there were around 12,000 troops, the shape of the field would force them into a tight squeeze before meeting the English. Fortuitously for Henry, it rained during the night, turning the field into a plain of sticky mud. Early the next morning, Henry performed his devotionals, ordered the archers to spike the field with stakes as a defense against a cavalry charge, and formed the men up into 3 groups called battles. They would move as one, with Henry commanding. The center battle dressed to attract the attention of the enemy. The French also formed up, but controversy continued to reign over who was the true leader. Nominally, the Dauphin Louis commanded. Heralds were sent to a convocation before the battle so formal medieval niceties could be adhered to. And then, they waited, neither side wanting to start the battle. Finally, Henry had enough. He gave the command to begin, startling the French with a cloud of arrows that filled the sky. The French responded with an ill-prepared cavalry charge, but since the English held up just past the narrowest part of the field, they were channeled into the stakes, and another hailstorm of arrows. The sticky mud made quick maneuvers impossible, and this, combined with the French being confined to a narrow area and the devastating impact of wave after wave of arrows unleashed by the English longbows, was what would make Agincourt such a spectacular victory. In the period that followed, terrified Frenchmen and horses tried to flee, only to be trampled by the next onslaught of soldiers, cavalry, and English arrows. Bodies piled up, making it hard to move. Then the French began to see how numbers can be a disadvantage when hand-to-hand combat started. They were so thick that they could not move to swing their swords. Slipping and sliding in the mud only exacerbated the situation. Hundreds died in the melee or were crushed. At one point, Henry's brother Humphrey was injured and fell to the ground. Henry leapt in and covered his brother against his assailant until he could be dragged away to safety. After hours of fighting, there was a pause to permit the French to regroup after the English had demolished 2 of their battles. The hostilities had not ended, or had they? Henry realized that the French had more men ready to charge in, but would they use them? He assumed it was only a matter of time. In this moment, Henry did something that not only violated the medieval rules of war, but his own rules of conduct set forth for his army. In the medieval world, unarmed prisoners, especially nobles who could be ransomed, were not to be killed. However, Henry lacked the men to watch these prisoners and feared they might join the fight, making it a 2-pronged battle. So, he gave the ignoble order to massacre all of the prisoners. Despite this precaution, or perhaps because of it, the renewed charge which he feared did not happen. There was one final French cavalry charge, with the English archers responding with a cloud of arrows. Then, Realizing further engagement would almost certainly only lead to more carnage, the French withdrew from the field. Only hours before, Henry and his army faced certain defeat, but with military skill, the technological superiority of the English longbow, and more than a little luck in terms of the positioning of the battle, an astonishing victory had been won by Henry over the French. The Battle of Agincourt soon became the stuff of legend. For the French, this was an unmitigated disaster, with up to 7,000 troops and auxiliaries dead and injured. Accusations of blame flew at anyone and anything to try to explain how this could have happened. During the backbiting, John the Fearless tried to take advantage of the weakened French government and made an effort to seize Paris. For the English, they gathered their injured and made a slow 3-day journey to Calais. The wounded were sent to England immediately, but Henry remained in Calais until the 16th of November, 1415. Thus, it was not until the 23rd of November that he made his triumphant parade through London, cheered on by joyous citizens. By that time, Henry was already planning his next foray into France. The victory at Agincourt and the disarray which it had created across France had opened up the possibility of an English conquest of Paris itself, and that Edward III's dream of uniting the kingdoms of England and France under one monarch could finally be achieved by his great-grandson. However, Henry was unable to follow up the campaign of 1415 with a crushing blow in 1416. First, he had to deal with the presence of Genoese ships in the English Channel who were allied with France and were determined to block English supply lines between England and Calais and Harfleur. Then Henry's return to France was delayed by the arrival of King Sigismund to England on the 3rd of May 1416 to negotiate for support of his efforts at the Council of Constance. In England, Henry received him warmly and treated him to the best of England. He also made Sigismund a Knight of the Garter. Then, on the 15th of August 1416, they agreed to the Treaty of Canterbury, a mutually beneficial trade and military agreement. Sigismund subsequently failed to uphold his end of this, but what the treaty did do was lend further legitimacy to Henry's claim to the French throne, as under the terms of the treaty, Sigismund declared his support. To build on this diplomatic success, Henry reaffirmed support from other quarters, including the Castilians. He even travelled to Calais to negotiate with John the Fearless, to gain his support for his claim to the French throne. Henry also addressed the financial situation in England in order to fund his military needs. With all of this undertaken, he then finally returned to France in August 1417. Having landed at Torque, he began his renewed efforts by moving to take Caen in the north of the country. This siege went in a similar fashion as Harfleur, with the town surrendering on the 20th of September 1417. Soon after, the towns of Bayeux and Lisieux surrendered, and over the next few weeks, additional towns capitulated to Henry. Throughout late 1417 and early 1418, he began solidifying his control over northern France, with his brother Humphrey moving to seize the western side of Normandy in February 1418. Yet the port city of Cherbourg refused to fall, and it took a 5-month siege to finally defeat its defenders. Finally, that summer, on the 29th of July, Henry began his siege of Rouen, the capital of Normandy. It was a long, deadly affair. In December, in desperation, the Rouen townspeople expelled their starving poor, including old men, women, and children. Henry refused to show mercy by feeding them, declaring, "I did not put them there," and many died. Rouen opened its gates. In defeat, on the 19th of January, 1419, Henry had successfully conquered Normandy, the duchy from which his ancestors had once come to conquer England in the mid-11th century. Perhaps his dream of fulfilling Edward III's goal of conquering France was not as fantastical an ambition as many might have believed. Concern was certainly growing among the French about Henry's successes. Thus, a meeting was called for May 1419 in Melun, where the French would meet with Henry and his emissaries. Both King Charles VI and John the Fearless attended. It was the first time Henry met the woman he had sought to be his bride, Catherine. Henry reiterated his desire to have her hand in marriage, thus tying his line to that of the French monarchy. He also stated that he would hold all of the lands promised under the terms of the Treaty of Bretigny, which Edward III had concluded over a half a century earlier. This would effectively have restored England to possession of much of northern and western France. The only concession Henry would offer was that he might renounce his right to the French crown if he received everything else. John the Fearless remained silent during these negotiations, and then secretly decided to betray his agreement with Henry by allying himself with the Dauphin Charles, the future King Charles VII. Thus, while both sides had now made their negotiating positions clear, little tangible was achieved by the meeting at Mela. Henry's response was swift. On the 29th of July, he sent some of his army to attack Pontoise, John the Fearless's headquarters. On the 3rd of August, the army of Henry's brother Thomas reached Saint-Denis, near Paris, and continued to move forward, threatening Paris itself. While this was going on, a meeting was set between the Dauphin and John. In a rare decisive moment, the Dauphin's servants murdered John. This event changed the political dynamics considerably. On the 27th of September, Henry met with the King of France and his supporters only. Henry demanded the French throne, and Catherine without a dowry. He insisted that it would be ruled as two separate kingdoms, but their children would inherit the French throne by birthright. He would permit Charles VI to remain on the throne until his death. Stunningly, the French agreed. Consequently, on the 21st of May 1420, the Treaty of Troyes was officially sealed, making Henry regent of France. On the 2nd of June 1420, he then married Catherine of France at Troyes in a simple wedding. It seemed that Henry had finally conquered France over 80 years after his great-grandfather had initiated the 100 Years' War in an effort to do so. He must have felt that the task was largely complete when he entered Paris on the 1st of December 1420 for the first time in triumph. He remained there to celebrate Christmas. Yet all was not well. In France, Henry still had some mopping up to do because a few cities refused to surrender, and the Dauphin Charles continued to foment trouble. In England, people had grown tired of the war and its expense. It was time to return to England to introduce his new bride. He left his brother Thomas as his lieutenant in France. He made his way back to the coast and sailed to England, arriving in Dover on the 2nd of February 1421. Although Henry had been gone for 3 years, the kingdom had been in the capable hands of Bishop Henry Beaufort and then the Bishop of Durham, Thomas Langley. 3 weeks after their arrival, Catherine was crowned Queen of England at Westminster Abbey. They then set out on a grand tour to show Catherine England. The tour also served as a fundraiser for his military needs in France. Yet, as Henry soon discovered, it was proving more and more difficult to continue raising large financial subsidies in England, the same problem that had eventually thwarted his great-grandfather in his efforts to conquer France. Fundraising proved harder than before. Then, on the 21st of March, 1421, Henry received shocking news. Thomas, as his acting lieutenant in France, had engaged the Dauphin Charles at the Battle of Villers-Bauget. Overly eager to claim a stunning victory of his own, Thomas had foolishly raced into battle without properly placing his troops in formation. He was killed. Several English officers were taken prisoner, and a formidable victory was won by the Dauphin and the French. This victory bolstered the confidence of the Dauphin and proved that the English were not invincible. For Henry, it was a disastrous reversal. However, he did not return immediately to France as Catherine was pregnant. Eventually, on the 9th of June 1421, Henry sailed from Dover for France. There, things declined even further. The Duke of Brittany had signed a treaty with the Dauphin, while the young Duke of Burgundy, John the Fearless's son, was also beginning to have second thoughts about his alliance with the English. Once in France, Henry set to work. He first addressed the situation at Dreux, which capitulated after about 4 weeks. He then headed to Chartres to address the siege there. Upon his arrival, the Dauphin pulled back, ending the siege, and he retreated to Tours. Henry returned to Paris and attacked sites still loyal to the Dauphin nearby. He began his siege on Meaux and Marseille in October. The weather was miserable. Dysentery and fever ravaged the troops. Morale was low. The only good news Henry received was the announcement of the birth of his son in December. He was christened Henry, like his father and grandfather. The town of Meaux fell in March 1422, and Marseille in May Compiègne surrendered soon after. As had been the case since 1415, Henry's personal presence and military leadership in France brought victory after victory. Despite these victories, all was not well. Henry was clearly ill during his latest campaign on the continent. As with so many other royal illnesses of the time, it is difficult to know precisely what the malady was, but it seems likely that he was suffering from dysentery. The situation was serious enough by the spring of 1422 that Queen Catherine left England to be with the king, arriving in France in May. There she witnessed the further decline of her husband. On the 26th of August 1422, the situation was so drastic that Henry reviewed his will and added a codicil to address the care of his son and heir, the infant Henry, who was still short of his first birthday. He would soon be king as King Henry VI of England, for his father died in France at Château de Vincennes on the 31st of August 1422. Henry's body was taken through France in commemoration and then sent to England. He was buried at Westminster Abbey on the 7th of November 1422. Following Henry's death, a regency government was established to rule England on behalf of his infant son. This included figures such as Bishop Henry Beaufort, the Duke of Exeter, and Chancellor Thomas Langley, while Henry's widow, Queen Catherine, would also play a prominent role over the next several decades as a fierce advocate for her son. But there was trouble ahead. A regency government could never sustain the kind of military campaigning which Henry V had been able to in the 1410s and early 1420s in France. Moreover, just weeks after Henry's own death, the Dauphin Charles succeeded to the throne of France as King Charles VII. In the years that followed, as England suffered from a weak minority government, France was strengthened by Charles's effective kingship and the appearance of Joan of Arc as a heroine of the French side in the war in the late 1420s. Then, when Henry VI finally came of age, he proved to be mentally unstable. Thus, England faced major political crises from the 1440s onwards. All of this saw the English war effort collapse in France. In 1451, the city of Bordeaux, the capital of the English presence in Gascony, fell to Charles VII's armies, and following the Battle of Castillon in 1453, England was expelled from all its territories in France, other than the town of Calais and its hinterland. While this would remain in English hands until the 1550s, 1453 is typically viewed as marking the end of the 100 Years' War. Moreover, as Henry VI's mental collapse worsened in the 1450s, England itself was plunged into civil war, the famed Wars of the Roses, for the next 30 years. Henry V is one of England's most lionized kings. Much of that reputation rests on the spectacular English victory at the Battle of Agincourt in 1415, and the fact that English arms and political power in France peaked in the years that followed. There is no doubting that Henry was a dynamic king and an effective military campaigner, and that this allowed him to succeed in this way. But other issues need to be taken into account in any appraisal of his short reign. If Henry succeeded in this way in France, it was to a large extent owing to the French being massively divided due to the psychological frailty of their long-reigning king, Charles VI. It was owing to Charles's incapacity as king and the civil war which it provoked in France in the 1400s that Henry was able to succeed so spectacularly there between 1415 and 1422. When the tables were reversed thereafter, the war flipped in France's favor again. What is perhaps most striking is that Henry faced the same issues which his great-grandfather Edward III had, namely the inability of the English government to pay for a sustained war against France. Had he lived longer, it seems likely that Henry would have succeeded where the regency government for his son failed. In this sense, Henry's legacy largely rests on his premature death. What do you think of Henry V? Does his victory at Agincourt make him England's greatest warrior king? Or was his victory against the French a carbon copy of the tactics used by Edward III and the Black Prince? Please let us know in the comments section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. The man known to history as King Henry VI was born on the 6th of December 1421, during the time of the 100 Years' War. His mother, Catherine of Valois, was born in Paris on the 27th of October 1401 to King Charles VI of France and Isabeau of Bavaria. She was their youngest daughter and sister of Charles VII. She would marry Henry VI's father, King Henry IV, at 18 years old, on the 2nd of June 1420, but little of her early years as a younger princess are known. Henry V was crowned king on the 9th of April 1413, but at the time of his birth on the 16th of September 1386, He was not in the direct line of succession. In 1399, his father, Henry Bolingbroke, cousin of King Richard II, seized the throne, becoming Henry IV, the first Lancastrian king. As a result, Henry IV came to be in the line of succession and was given the title Prince of Wales. His military career began at an early age and would continue throughout his life, culminating in the invasion of France in 1415 and the Battle of Agincourt, which broke the truce negotiated by Richard II to press his claim to the French throne through his descent from Edward III and reignited the 100 Years' War. This French campaign would conclude in 1420 with the Treaty of Troyes, in which King Charles VI acknowledged Henry as heir to the French throne. Henry's war in France would continue, now allied with the Burgundians against the Armagnacs. He returned to England early in 1421, where he progressed around the country and would be joined in March by Catherine following her coronation. After receiving news of his brother Thomas's death in March at Bourget, Henry returned to France in June 1421. Several battles followed, including that which was to be his last at the Siege of Meaux. He would die from dysentery 3 months following. The conclusion of the siege at the castle of Vincennes on the 31st of August 1422, having never met his son. As the only son of Henry V, the 9-month-old Henry became King Henry II upon his father's death. However, as an infant, clearly there was no way that Henry could rule. Close to death, Henry V had made provisions in his will for the protection and upbringing of his son. Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, Henry's youngest brother, who had earlier in 1422 been designated as keeper of the realm, was accorded with the protection and defence of the young prince. But governorship of the boy was to go to the Duke of Exeter, Thomas Beaufort, while the regency of France would pass to John, Duke of Bedford, Henry's eldest younger brother, until such time as the young Henry was old enough to rule. However, there would be bad feeling over some of the provisions in the will, namely that Humphrey was not seen as a good choice for regent of England. Instead, despite his arguments for himself, which continued throughout his life, he was appointed by Parliament to defend the realm and hold the position of chief counsellor to the king, but without the powers of a regent. As the youngest of the 2 surviving brothers, these powers would be given up to John whenever he was present in England. A council would be formed until such time as the king came into his majority. Among those who would sit on this council was Henry Beaufort, Bishop of Winchester. Shortly after the death of his father, Charles VI of France died, and by virtue of the Treaty of Troyes, Henry now succeeded to the throne of France at still less than a year old. However, this was not accepted throughout. The whole of France, as Dauphin Charles' claim to the throne was acknowledged by the Armagnacs, who still held sway in central and southern France. The Dauphin, although disinherited by the Treaty of Troyes, was proclaimed Charles VII on the 30th of October 1422. As was usual, Catherine, although involved in her son's upbringing and choice of servants, was not his principal carer. He was placed under the control of Elizabeth Ryman and cared for by a small team of nurses before being given over to the care of a new governess, Lady Alice Butler. She was to begin his teaching in courtesy, discipline, and other appropriate matters, and was given provision to provide reasonable chastisement without reprisals to the young king when necessary. Henry would make his first appearance in public life shortly before his 2nd birthday at the opening of Parliament. This long-held tradition of the monarch being present for the opening of Parliament is still upheld today, although in a somewhat modernised form. In June 1428, Richard Beauchamp, the Earl of Warwick, was appointed as Henry's guardian to continue his education in matters of kingship, piety, and martial arts. Records remain of 2 little coat armours made for him at 7 years old, and that he was given a long-bladed sword for to learn the king to play in his tender age. But such was the efficacy of his education by Lady Alice, already at this time, that in March 1428, his ruling council estimated that he would be able to take a more active hand in governance in just a few years. However, this statement also alludes to the friction within the council caused by Gloucester's continual seeking of power and offered a form of resistance to him. During this first decade of Henry's life, the war in France against the Armagnacs continued under his uncle John, Duke of Bedford. In August 1424, Bedford and his English and Norman forces assembled on the Verneuil plain in Normandy. heavily, outnumbered by the combined force of the French and Scots, who were allied to the Armagnacs at this time. The initial assault by the Lombard cavalry broke through the English lines, but after a hard-fought battle, Bedford's forces prevailed, marking the high point of the English campaign. It is estimated that almost half of the assembled French force died on the field that day. The battles continued to push back the Armagnacs, and in late 1428, the siege of Orléans began. However, their earlier success would not be repeated. Thomas Montacute, Earl of Salisbury, who had been present by Bedford's side in France for many years, was killed early on during the siege, and despite being replaced by a competent commander, the English couldn't storm the heavily fortified city. The appearance of Joan of Arc first in the court of Charles VII in February 1429, and then at Orléans in April, would signal their upcoming defeat. Joan and her retinue entered the town easily despite the English blockade, and after only 4 days of fighting, the English lifted the siege and retreated on the 8th of May. Further battles would follow where Joan was present, with many English supporting towns capitulating in the face of her advancing force, including Reims in July. Reims had long been considered a holy site, as it was in the cathedral of this city where the kings were consecrated with the holy oil. And so, with its capitulation, Charles entered Reims on the 16th of July, and his coronation and anointing took place the next day, on the 17th of July, 1429. Henry's councillors realized that a strong response was necessary following the coronation of Charles and the defeats at the hands of Joan of Arc. It was decided that Henry, despite his age, should be crowned, and so preparations began. His coronation would take place on the 6th of November, 1429, at Westminster. But this on its own would not be enough, and so on the 23rd of April, 1430, Henry set out for France alongside the Earl of Warwick, accompanied by a retinue of over 300 and an army at his back. Henry stayed first in Calais until the route to Rouen had been secured before setting out, and arrived in the city at the end of July. It is noted that upon his arrival in Rouen, he was greeted by a cheering crowd, and the noise was such that Henry asked that it be stopped, perhaps giving an indication of a sensitive nature. He was to remain there until such time as it was safe to make the journey to Paris, and to this end would be in Rouen for over a year. Early into his stay in France, Joan of Arc was captured in May 1430 by the Burgundians at the siege of Compiègne. She would later be sold to the English, tried for heresy, and burnt at the stake in Rouen in May 1431. Although Henry was in Rouen at the same time as the trial took place, it is unclear whether he was present for any of the proceedings. It was at some point around this time that Catherine married her second husband, the Welsh Owen Tudor, in secret. Their first child, Edmund, would be born shortly after they were married. They would have 2 more sons, Jasper and Owen, and a daughter of whom little is known. Owen, as a Welshman, was granted letters of denizenship by Parliament in 1432, but the marriage was kept out of the public sphere. Henry finally arrived in Paris in December of 1431. His coronation took place on the 16th of December, but by all accounts, it was a hurried affair. The ceremony was performed by the now Cardinal Beaufort, rather than a French bishop, and the feast that followed the ceremony was said to be disappointing. However, it is likely that the coronation was somewhat overshadowed, as just 3 days before, Philip, Duke of Burgundy, had concluded a truce with Charles VII that would last for the next 6 years. Henry left France on the 29th of January 1432 and would never return. During the years 1432-1436, the king was still in his minority. However, Henry was clearly starting to realize his position, and in 1432, Warwick requested more power within his guardianship of the boy to protect himself from defiance on the part of Henry and any possible punishment amounting from his chastisements. At the same time, he also requested that those men of questionable virtues be kept apart from Henry to keep from influencing the impressionable young king. There was still friction among the council at this time, much of it involving Gloucester and Cardinal Beaufort, which was moderated in some part by Bedford. Their differences had been clear throughout their time serving together, but now it was their views on the continuing war in France that would come to the fore. Gloucester's views differed greatly from Beaufort's. There had been talk of making peace with the Armagnacs off and on for some years, but it wasn't until late 1435 that serious efforts to this end were made with the Congress of Arras in August and September 1435. The Congress, led by Beaufort, would not bring about peace, and just a week after it ended, Bedford died on the 14th of September. Another week after that, on the 21st of September, a treaty between the Burgundians and French was sealed, declaring the Burgundians' defection from the side of the English. The capture of Paris followed in April 1436. Henry attended his first council meeting in October 1435 in response to the failure of Arras, and began taking an active role in government, although still guided by his councillors. But the roles played by Beaufort and Gloucester in trying to secure their influence over Henry, more so since Bedford's death, would serve to mould the king into someone who depended on others to tell him what to do, rather than allowing him to become a man confident in his own decisions. Another prominent influence in his life, Warwick, his guardian of almost 8 years, resigned the position in May 1436 with no replacement. By the end of July 1436, Henry signed his first warrant, a grant to Beaufort just days after Gloucester left for Calais. Henry continued through 1436 and 1437 to issue warrants, still alongside his council, rewarding and patronizing many of those that had been among his household through the years, with new roles within government and prominent positions in the kingdom. This included William de la Pole, the Earl of Suffolk, who had been steward of the household since 1433. Suffolk was appointed as chief steward of the Duchy of Lancaster, and like Beaufort and Gloucester, would become a major influence in Henry's reign. In 1437, the council tentatively began to consult the king on matters of appointment, where it was said he deferred to their advice. In mid-1437, Henry asserted his piety in siding with Pope Eugenius IV against the Council of Basel. He also shared Beaufort's views that making peace in France would be preferable to continuing the conflict, giving Beaufort the opportunity to further exert his influence over the king. On the 12th of November 1437, a great council was convened, and Henry announced his intention to step fully into his role as king, whilst keeping his counsel. But 1437 not only marked Henry's step into ruling. His mother, Catherine, had fallen ill in 1436 and moved to Bermondsey Abbey later that year, where she was tended to, but she would die on the 3rd of January. Her 2 eldest sons and half-brothers to Henry would be placed in the care of Suffolk's sister, Catherine de la Pole, abbess of Barking Abbey, possibly at the suggestion of Suffolk to the king, whilst Owen Tudor would be imprisoned for 2 years. During Henry's minority, the kingdom's finances were already under strain from the continuing war in France, and frequently expenditure outstripped the income. On top of this, the crown inherited debt not only from Henry V, but also from Henry IV, which the council were slow to rectify. On many occasions, the crown found itself in need of aid, and so they borrowed extensively. Cardinal Beaufort was one of their principal lenders, a vastly wealthy man. He had already been lending to the crown under Henry V. Now, stepping into his reign, Henry's generosity to his expanding household in granting many patronages would further undermine attempts to balance the books. Early signs of the poor attention he gave to matters of rule, and perhaps something of a lack of understanding of resources, can be seen when he willingly signed a number of petitions which directly impoverished the crown and weakened the local governing of parts of the realm. These grants continued throughout his reign, and coupled with military expenditure and a worsening economy, would continue to adversely affect the finances of the realm. Despite attempts by the council to curb Henry's generosity, the worsening financial situation would contribute, in time, to rebellion. Although very willing to hand out grants of office, Henry lacked knowledge on the finer diplomatic points of his actions and realm. In 1441, among the many grants he handed out, was the stewardship of the Duchy of Cornwall to the Earl of Devon, who'd made a petition to the king. Lord Bonville had been appointed royal steward in Cornwall for life in 1437, of which the Duchy of Cornwall fell within the bounds. The 2 men were already feuding at the time. Shortly after this appointment, Henry was forced to write to Devon and asked that he not take up the office until further discussions had taken place in the council, a request which Devon refused. Following violence between the parties, later in the year both men would give up the stewardships, and although the exact outcome of an arbitration in the following year is unknown, Devon still regarded himself as the rightful steward. This situation was not uncommon, and it has been suggested that in some cases Henry was uncertain whether the grants he made could be implemented, as many of them carried a caveat that they should only take effect if an identical patent had not already been issued. In a number of cases, duplicated grants that were contested by the newer party, or those that were overgenerous, would have to be formally cancelled by members of the government. Throughout the 1440s, Henry also frequently interfered with justice. The court process during this period was complicated, and it was a difficult and long process for many to attain justice. Many cases would be referred to the King's Council, where the lower courts could not or would not make a judgment. Throughout this period, Henry issued many pardons for wide-ranging crimes, including attempted rape and murder, further undermining the struggling justice system. The immediate years following his minority were spent in the pursuit of peace with France, despite ongoing military campaigns, of which Henry showed little in the way of decisive leadership. Indeed, it was noted that his interference in matters concerning France often proved a hindrance. Abortive attempts were made in 1438, before the Congress of Oyer began in the summer of 1439, but would conclude only with a truce with the Burgundians. However, there was still the possibility of further discussions, as the talks had not been formally terminated. And so, in 1440, Henry revisited the option of releasing the Duke of Orleans, who had been a prisoner in England since the Battle of Agincourt. Gloucester was staunchly against this idea, but with his militaristic attitude, his influence was waning, and it was the arguments of Beaufort and Archbishop Kemp, alongside advice from Suffolk, that swayed the king. It has been said that ultimately, Henry's decision to free Orleans lacked substance and was driven by his deep convictions for a want of peace, given his lack of interest in military matters. Nevertheless, the first part of Orleans' ransom was raised by the French, and he was released later that year at the beginning of November, but would quickly fail in his mission to broker a peace. It appears that Henry's mind was in part elsewhere during the negotiations when, in September of 1440 and February of 1441, he founded Eton College and King's College, Cambridge, and involved himself in the supervision of their building. Eton was dedicated to the Virgin Mary, and these acts of founding acted as much in the king's interest of education as it did his piety. Such was his interest in education, more than that of any other king, that there are records of Henry donating many of his own books to All Souls College in Oxford and King's Hall, Cambridge. In this promotion of education, he felt akin to Alfred the Great, and such was his admiration for Alfred that he dedicated much time and effort in 1442 to having him canonized, although his efforts would ultimately fail. It was in 1441 that Gloucester's influence over the king would finally come to an end, when his second wife, Eleanor Cobham, with ambitions to be queen, sought the advice of astrologers and necromancers, who predicted that Henry would succumb to sickness in the summer of 1441. Rumors of this soon circulated, and in July, she was arrested. She was forcibly divorced from Gloucester and imprisoned for the rest of her life. Gloucester's reputation would never recover. In 1443, after the failure of peace talks and further French victories, the decision was made to send another expedition to France. Both Normandy and the long-held Duchy of Gascony needed relief, but the treasury could not support two expeditions, and so eventually Gascony was selected, the force to be led by the first Duke of Somerset, John Beaufort. It has been suggested that the decision to undertake the campaign was down to Cardinal Beaufort. Indeed, Somerset was his nephew, but the campaign would end in failure. Somerset would die soon after his return to England, and Beaufort would retire from active duties as counsellor, although he would still continue to exert some influence and offer informal counsel. Without the influences of Gloucester and Beaufort, Suffolk now moved to the fore. Given the perilous financial situation within England, drained further by the ongoing war, a peace was needed. And so, at the insistence of Henry, but not without some reluctance, Suffolk travelled to France in early 1444 to negotiate a marriage with Margaret of Anjou, the niece of Charles VII. Before departing, however, Suffolk made sure to protect himself and asked for a public declaration that neither he nor his colleagues would be held responsible should they fail, which Henry duly granted. The negotiations concluded on the 22nd of May, resulting in the betrothal of Margaret to Henry on the 24th. and the sealing of a 2-year truce on the 28th. Suffolk acted as proxy during the betrothal ceremony, and on his return to England was richly rewarded, first with the wardship of Margaret Beaufort, the deceased Somerset's daughter, and later in the year was raised to the rank of Marquess. Suffolk would return to France at the end of 1444 to continue the negotiations, and early in 1445 once again acted as proxy for Henry in his wedding to Margaret at Nancy. Margaret arrived in England in April, where, after recovering from a period of illness that had begun in France and was made worse by the sea crossing, she journeyed to Titchfield Abbey and was married to Henry on the 22nd of April 1445. Margaret would stay at one of Cardinal Beaufort's manors for a short time before making her way to London, where she arrived on the 28th of May and was crowned 2 days later. Rumours abounded, however, that during the negotiations, Suffolk had been instructed by the king to cede land to the French, and although he would report to Parliament that this was not the case, his reputation suffered. Suffolk kept his position, and over the ensuing years would increase his influence at court, when many of his own men were appointed to prominent positions within the council. The marriage seems to have been a happy one, and the king was generous, with his wife, buying her jewels and horses, and in 1448 he allowed her to found Queen's College, Cambridge. They spent much time together in the royal palaces, but despite this, it would be 8 years before a child was born of their union. Why it took the couple so long to produce an heir is unknown, but Henry was said to be of a prudish nature. Accounts survive of a visit to Bath in 1449, where he was said to be shocked and embarrassed to see men and women bathing naked together. Another similar event occurred at a Christmas pageant, which featured women with bared breasts, to which the king is said to have stormed out at the sight. Following his wedding, Henry actively sought peace with Charles VII. Both rulers were said to be enthusiastic about making an agreement, but only extensions to the truce were concluded. When the first of the French envoys arrived in London in May 1445, Henry is noted to have greeted them personally, showing almost excessive friendliness towards them. Although much of the negotiations took place between envoys, Henry did assert that he was happy to travel to France to speak in person to Charles. However, this meeting would never come to pass. Throughout the war, whenever peace was on the table, the English had been unwilling to cede land, but this was about to change. In December 1445, Henry wrote to Charles that he was willing to cede Maine to the French in the pursuit of peace between them. This act by Henry was in response to envoys from Charles and Duke René, Margaret's father, and in return would enact a 20-year truce. Henry, acting on his own initiative, personally authorized the document, although in some part he was said to have been influenced by his wife in coming to this decision. The move by Henry was deeply unpopular and resisted by the English commanders in France. The original date for the session was to be the 30th of April 1446, but this day came and went without the land being handed over. Opposition to the current French policy in England was led, predictably, by Gloucester, who had always maintained a stance of not ceding any territory. A parliament, originally scheduled to take place in Cambridge, was rearranged to meet in Bury, St Edmunds, a stronghold of Suffolk's influence, and Gloucester was summoned to attend. Rumours that Gloucester was plotting against Henry had seemingly been spread, and the king apparently believed them, for on Gloucester's arrival on the 18th of February 1447, he was denied access to the king and told to go instead to his lodgings. Gloucester was arrested later that day on a dubious charge of treason, but would not face trial until 5 days later, and on the 23rd of February, he was found dead. There has been some suggestion that Suffolk, along with others, persuaded the king of his uncle's intentions to raise the Welsh against him, as Gloucester had holdings there. But it is likely that Suffolk's true intent was to silence opposition to the French policy that he was now pursuing, albeit without the intention of the Duke's death. In order to prevent rumours of foul play, his body was displayed in church. In the following months, a number of those arrested alongside him were tried and sentenced to death by hanging, drawing, and quartering. But in a show of mercy and compassion, Henry pardoned them as the executions were taking place, and even allowed the return of their confiscated possessions and estates. But in years to come, the myth of the good Duke Humphrey would cause many to believe that those in the king's service had conspired to bring about his death, damaging the standing of the king. There would be another prominent death for Henry in the same year, when the 72-year-old Cardinal Beaufort died on the 11th of April 1447. Both Henry and his queen were remembered in Beaufort's will and were bequeathed a number of items, as well as provision for substantial donations to Eton and King's College. But there was still opposition from his commanders in France. Henry authorized his new king's commissioners to use force if necessary to take custody of the holdings in Maine, in preparation for the session in his fervent pursuit of peace. Finally, after much back and forth and dragging of heels by those appointed by Henry to facilitate the session, Maine was given over in March 1448, but not without a show of force by Charles, who briefly laid siege to Le Mans. Ultimately, the extended truce granted by the session would be short-lived, and in the ensuing years, Henry would lose control of both Normandy and Gascony following an attack on the Breton town of Fougères by the English in March 1449. This attack was launched on the pretext of freeing the pro-English Gilles, brother to the Duke of Brittany, and a great childhood friend of Henry, and was orchestrated by Suffolk and the second Duke of Somerset, Edmund Beaufort. The attack led to a French declaration of war in July. Other monarchs, such as Henry's own father, would have seized on the opportunity to lead a force to recapture the territory lost to the French. But this was not the case for Henry, and there is no suggestion of such an idea ever having been raised at the time. The 100 Years' War would come to an end with a French victory in 1453. Henry's mismanagement of funds over the years and his fiscal prioritization of domestic projects and patronages rather than the war effort, along with a lack of military leadership, can in part be blamed for the English defeat. It was during this tumultuous time that the downfall of Suffolk and other prominent members of the council came about. In the years leading up to 1450, Suffolk's influence in court was prominent as fewer councillors attended meetings, and it has been suggested that he was attempting to strengthen his line by betrothing his eldest son to Margaret Beaufort. Owing to the situation in France and the loss of Rouen in October, Parliament was called late in 1449, and soon they were seeking a scapegoat for this disastrous turn of events. Dissatisfaction with the handling of France and anger over the loss of long-held territories was rife throughout the country. The first victim of the dissatisfaction was the keeper of the Privy Seal, Bishop Adam Malines, one of Suffolk's most fervent supporters, who was murdered in Portsmouth on the 9th of January 1450 by a soldier set to embark for France to go to the aid of Normandy. When Parliament reconvened after Christmas late in January of 1450, Suffolk declared his loyalty to the crown. But 4 days later, the House of Commons petitioned for his arrest. He was impeached on the 7th of February, with many spurious charges, including treason, laid against him. On the 9th of March, Suffolk denied all charges before the King and Parliament. Finding himself in a difficult position, Henry would deal with the matter himself, and on the 17th of March, the Lords of Parliament and Suffolk gathered in his personal chamber. Suffolk once again protested his innocence, and Henry dismissed the charge of treason, but found him guilty of lesser charges and sentenced him to banishment for 5 years in an effort to protect him. Suffolk was removed from London during the night of the 19th of March, but despite the secrecy, he was hounded part of the way to his estate in Suffolk by a group of Londoners. 2 days later, there was rioting in London. Due to start his banishment on the 1st of May, he took ship from Ipswich heading for Calais, where he would continue his journey to the Duke of Burgundy's lands in the Low Countries. But his ships were intercepted in the Straits of Dover. He was taken aboard a ship called the Nicholas of the Tower, where he was held for a short while before being beheaded on the 2nd of May 1450. His body lay on a Dover beach, and it was said that his head was placed on a pole next to it. Given the unrest, when Parliament resumed on the 29th of April after the Easter break, it was held in Leicester, and the King would be in attendance. The issue of resumption had been put forward in previous sessions of Parliament, but initially, Henry resisted any major implementation and insisted that his previous grants should stand so that his credibility would not suffer further. Now, in this latest session, the issue was raised again by the Commons. In an effort to take back a portion of lost revenue, a bill was put forward that would revert hereditary grants to life grants, thus returning land to the Crown upon death. This bill pertained to all grants made by Henry since the start of his reign, but with some exemptions, as patronage had always been a part of a king's rule. It wasn't until the 6th of May, when news of Suffolk's death reached them, that the king accepted the bill, but in the coming month, nearly 200 exemptions would be attached to it, thus defeating its purpose. The issue of resumption would be raised again in the next year's session of Parliament, 1450-51, given the failings of the first. Fewer exemptions would be made, but this time Eton and King's College were not entirely exempt, as their grants were heavily burdening the Crown. Also, within this bill, Parliament tried to curtail the king in his future patronages by proposing that all future grants were to be examined by the 3 principal officers of state and a minimum of 6 councillors who would have the power to authorise them. However, Henry refused to give his consent to this part of the Act, as he did not want his own initiatives restricted. Further exemptions were added to the bill before it was eventually passed by the king and proved to be somewhat more effective than the first bill in the return of revenue to the Crown. It was the very issue that resumption was trying to solve that led, in part, to the disaffection within the realm. Losses in France, the financial situation, and ill feeling towards those among Henry's councillors, whom it was thought used their positions to benefit themselves, all added to growing tensions. Criticism had not been levelled at Henry, but the deaths of 2 of his closest advisors and feelings towards others highlighted just how little control he had. This disaffection was felt heavily in Kent, where a combination of French raids on the coast, slow recompense for the soldiers passing through the county to and from France, and the rumour that Kent was to be punished for Suffolk's death, all added up to the beginning of a rebellion in late May of 1450, led by Jack Cade, also known as John Cade. Cade would also go under the alias John Mortimer, perhaps in an attempt to link himself to the Duke of York. News of the rebellion reached Parliament in Leicester on the 6th of June, and shortly after, Henry returned to London, but not before arrangements were made for 2 separate commissions of lords to quash the uprising. Before the forces could be raised, however, the rebels journeyed to Blackheath, arriving on the 11th of June, where they made camp. Initially, the plan was to suppress them, and Henry announced that he would accompany those charged with this duty to confront the rebels, but was soon persuaded by his councillors to change his mind after an assessment of their strength was made. Despite swearing loyalty, part of their demands was to see the removal of certain powerful men that surrounded the king. They were instead offered a pardon to return to their lands, and so dismissed negotiations. When Henry changed his mind again and decided to go heavily armed to Blackheath, they found on their arrival on the 18th of June that the rebels had withdrawn back to Kent. A small force of around 400 was sent in pursuit but were ambushed, and many were killed near Tunbridge. Those who survived fled. They were in turn pursued by a larger force who pushed through Kent indiscriminately, which only served to bolster the resolve of the rebels. Meanwhile, a growing number of those loyal to the Crown threatened to defect unless certain high-ranking members within the king's circle, who they considered traitors, were arrested. Henry capitulated to their demands and ordered the arrest of Lord Sayre on the 19th of June. Sayre was a long-serving member of the council and had been one of Suffolk's supporters. The next day, Henry would publicly encourage the arrest of others, who were considered traitors. Henry returned to Westminster and secretly summoned Lord Sayre from the Tower, likely an effort to offer his protection, as he had done with Suffolk. But this order was refused by the constable. As the situation deteriorated and men defected to Cade, discussions were held in which Henry was persuaded to withdraw from London, and so on the 25th of June, he left and made his way to Kenilworth Castle. Henry called for forces to be bolstered at Kenilworth for his protection, but made no effort to send troops to London. 69 years earlier, in 1381, Richard II had confronted the leaders of the peasants' revolt. Now it seemed that Henry's mind had changed again and had no further intention to do so, choosing to flee instead. The defence of London was now in the hands of the Mayor and Common Council. With news of the king's departure, the rebels turned back to London and encamped in Southwark, just to the south of London Bridge, but initially were unable to enter London itself. The king's abandonment of the city had a demoralising effect on those left to defend it, and when another rising occurred in Essex, rebel numbers were soon bolstered. Cade would cross the bridge on the 3rd of July, and despite previous pronouncements of keeping the king's peace, demonstrated by the beheading of one of his offending officers, he would involve himself in acts of criminality. As a conciliatory act to quell the disaffection, Henry, on the 1st of July, nominated a commission of Oyer and Terminer to deal with those named as traitors. Cade was present for these sessions at the Guildhall. Many of those brought into the sessions were condemned, including Lord Say, who was brought from the Tower and denied the right to be tried by his peers, and William Cromer, Sheriff of Kent, and Say's son-in-law. Say and Cromer were condemned and executed, and alongside many others, their heads were placed on spikes and paraded through the city. Say's lifeless body was dragged through the streets as they made their way to Suffolk, attached to Cade's saddle. But it seems the Londoners had had enough, and on the night of the 5th of July, they fought the rebels and prevented them from crossing the bridge back into the city, eventually being able to close the gate, barring them from entering. The victory had been costly, and many citizens lay dead after the fight. Negotiations quickly followed, with the Queen offering a pardon to Cade. Following further negotiations and the receiving of petitions from the rebels, they were given charters of pardon. Many within the rebel force took up the offer of the pardon, but Cade shunned it and crossed back into Kent. He was proclaimed a traitor on the 10th of July, with a bounty of 1,000 marks placed on him, and the spoils he had taken were seized and sold off to raise funds. He was captured in Heathfield, Sussex, on the 12th of July, and died of wounds sustained in his apprehension. His naked body was brought back to Suffolk, beheaded, and his head displayed on London Bridge. His body was drawn through the city before being quartered. Henry returned to London towards the end of July. Unrest continued in the southeast, and so another commission of Oyer and Terminer was appointed to investigate those in connection with the complainants from Kent. Many royal officials in Kent, landowners were brought before the justices, but their punishments, for those who were found guilty, were light. Similarly, those who continued with the rebellion, having shunned the pardon, were sought to make a show that treason would not be tolerated. But despite this, the trouble and dissension with royal officials continued well into 1451, spilling over into other areas across the country. Amidst the turmoil in 1450, Richard, Duke of York, the king's cousin, returned from Ireland, where he'd been lieutenant since December 1447, a post he'd previously held in France after Bedford's death, unduly disturbed by the references to York throughout the rebellion. Orders were issued by Henry's usher of the chambers to delay York's landing. So, when he attempted to land at Beaumaris in Anglesey, he was denied and would instead land further down the Welsh coast. When he eventually reached London on the 27th of September, he met with Henry briefly and would stay in the city for 2 weeks. During this time, they communicated through a series of bills in which York rebuffed those he had been associated with during the rebellion and offered to take a leading hand in government to quell the disquiet. Henry acknowledged York as his loyal subject and beloved cousin, but instead of accepting his proposal, he stated that a new council was to be established, which York was to be a part of. After only 2 weeks, York left London to tour his estates in the Midlands before Parliament opened in November. On the 3rd of December of 1450, in order to quell the unrest that was rife in London, Henry and a great number of the lords rode out through the city. It seemed that this parade had the desired effect, and tempers cooled. York was dispatched to punish the rebels still in Kent and Sussex later that month. Later in 1451, during the same session of Parliament, Henry refused the attainder against the deceased Suffolk proposed by the Commons and would appoint York's rival Somerset as captain of Calais. In what was to be the final session of Parliament, the issue of succession was raised by Thomas Young, an ally of York. As the king had so far failed to produce an heir, and with Bedford and Gloucester dead, there was no clear successor to Henry. Both Somerset and York had claims, but Thomas put it to Parliament that York should be acknowledged as heir presumptive, and the Commons refused to continue with any other business until York had been named. Henry was stirred to action and had Thomas arrested and sent to the Tower, and immediately dissolved Parliament. York was dealt a further blow in 1452 when the Speaker of the previous Parliament session, and one of York's allies, William Oldhall, was forcibly removed by order of Somerset from sanctuary at St. Martin-le-Grand Church. He was charged with looting possessions from Somerset's property during the trouble in 1450, but also with the spurious charge of plotting against the king on York's behalf. This only served to inflame the feud that already existed between York and Somerset, who was by now a leading member of the government and firmly in Henry's favour. York gathered a host and marched to Dartford, intent on removing Somerset, who for his part gathered a great number of the lords and the king himself, and went out to meet York, making camp at Blackheath. Negotiations were held at the beginning of March, and York laid out his grievances, most of which were against Somerset, but failed to gain the support of the king and lordly retinue. York was returned to London, and 2 weeks later made to swear a humiliating oath of allegiance to the crown in St. Paul's Cathedral. Following this, Somerset's influence grew in Parliament, whereas York would lose the lieutenancy of Ireland to a man he had once considered an ally, but who now moved towards Somerset's sphere of influence. The remainder of 1452 was spent in the continued effort of putting an end to those rebels still at large in Kent, to which end many were executed and their heads displayed on London Bridge. Although Henry would issue another general pardon to all those but the murderers of the bishops, Molines and Ayscough, he would also embark on a judicial tour of lands held by York, making himself visible to the populace, and took a hand in dispensing justice to those involved in the attempted uprising as one of the commissioners of Oyer and Termina. Henry accepted many petitions during this time, but some, at the direction of Somerset, were forced to submit to the king while others were hanged. In October, they would see some success in France when Bordeaux was retaken, having been captured by the French the year before. But although there had been some discussion of Henry joining the campaign earlier in the year, this once again didn't happen. In November, Henry raised Edmund and Jasper Tudor to the earldoms of Richmond and Pembroke, positions that had once been held by his uncles Bedford and Gloucester. In early 1453, Parliament accepted a petition to formally acknowledge the boys as the king's half-brothers. The wardship of Margaret Beaufort was given to the brothers, and Edmund would marry her in November 1455. At 13 years old, she would give birth to her only son, Henry Tudor, on the 28th of January 1457. More good news graced the court in 1453, when it was announced that Queen Margaret was pregnant with a long-awaited heir. Henry was generous in granting a reward to the messenger that brought him the news. But the modest recovery of Henry's rule was short-lived when news came of a terrible defeat in France in July. Just a short while later, in early August 1453, Henry collapsed into a catatonic state while at the Royal Hunting Lodge in Clarendon. Henry's precise illness has not been identified, but has been termed a severe mental collapse, which left him completely incapacitated and in no way able to rule, even in appearance. It was said that he recognized no one, could not speak, nor clean or feed himself. His grandfather, Charles VI of France, had suffered bouts of madness during his life, where he would become violent, among other symptoms. But there is no suggestion that Henry suffered in this way. Initially, Henry's sickness was kept secret, but this state could not continue when he failed to recover, after some weeks. Finally, after the birth of Henry's only child, Edward, on the 13th of October 1453, a great council was summoned, and among the High Lords, the Duke of York was invited to attend. Although he was encouraged to put aside his differences with Somerset in attendance at the council, York seized his chance to bring about his downfall. When the Duke of Norfolk launched a verbal attack accusing Somerset of treason for losses in France and demanding his imprisonment at York's request, the Lords consented, capitulating to the aggressiveness of the attack. York now stepped to the fore but would be challenged by Queen Margaret, who in January 1454 put forth her claim to the regency. However, this was rejected outright by both Houses of Parliament before they made a concession and named Edward as Prince of Wales on the 15th of March. On the 27th of March, York was named as Protector of the Realm and Chief Counsellor. During his term as Protector, York would appoint himself Captain of Calais, reclaim his lieutenancy of Ireland, and appoint some of his own allies to the council, including Richard Neville, Earl of Salisbury, as Chancellor. Henry finally recovered by Christmas 1454, although he had no memory of his period of illness, and straightaway ordered gifts of thanks to be delivered to the shrine in Canterbury for his recovery. Henry acknowledged his son, ensuring the succession, and would quickly undo much of what York had enacted as protector. Somerset was released from the Tower and soon resumed his position within government, reclaiming the titles of Captain of Calais and Constable of England from York. The Duke of Exeter imprisoned by York for his part in the violent feud between the Percys and Nevilles, was ordered to be released, and Salisbury was removed as Chancellor. The Protectorate was formally ended, and with York and his allies sidelined and fearing victimization, they left London and began raising an army. The initial intention by York and his allies was not to go to war, only to remove the traitors from around the king, namely Somerset and his allies. News of the approaching force prompted Henry to send a small delegation to negotiate with York, but to no avail. Henry and the court had been due to travel to Leicester for a great council on the 21st of May, but now it was decided to divert to St. Albans to gather reinforcements before proceeding to Leicester. They were still a short distance from St. Albans. On the morning of the 22nd of May, when news arrived that York was not far away with a larger force than their own. With this news, Henry appointed Humphrey, Duke of Buckingham, as Constable of England, a conciliatory action in the hope that York would be willing to negotiate with someone other than Somerset. The king's party continued on, but York reached St. Albans first. Negotiations began in the king's name by Buckingham and Somerset, but it seems that Henry took no part in them, in stark contrast to the way he threw himself into making peace with France years earlier. It has been said that he seemed to show signs of confusion at this time, but after only an hour, the Earl of Warwick, on the side of York, grew impatient and launched an attack on the town's barricades. Initially, the defenders held out until they were flanked by Warwick's men. Somerset and Henry Percy were killed, and Henry, still under his banner in the marketplace, was wounded in the neck but took no active part in the fighting. Henry hid in a tanner's house and was soon captured by York and taken to the abbey. He was not harmed by his captors, for York was fighting for, not against, the king. With Somerset dead, York, accompanied by Salisbury and Warwick, took Henry to the shrine in the abbey where Henry, with little choice in the matter, swore them as his liege men. York then ordered an end to the fighting in the name of the king. Henry was returned to London the next day, and on the 24th he paraded through the streets with York, Salisbury and Warwick by his side. On the 25th, in St. Paul's Cathedral, York himself would hand Henry his crown. Henry would grant pardons to almost all who had fought alongside York in the July session of Parliament. York would briefly serve as protector of the realm again from the 19th of November. Although it has not been definitively proven, there is some suggestion that Henry was suffering from ill health at the time and was unable to attend Parliament or rule in his own right. However, York resigned the position in late February 1456, given the lack of support he received for another act of resumption that was put through Parliament, and his authority would continue to wane throughout the year. At the same time, Queen Margaret would strengthen her position, replacing some of York's men with her own in offices of stature. The court moved to Coventry with Henry in August, where he was joined by Margaret and their son in September. But by this time, he presented a somewhat feeble image. During this time, Margaret's influence would grow not only with the king, but within her appointments of men loyal to her within government and on her son's council. For now, an uneasy peace held between the Yorkists and Royalists, and Henry would march at the centre of the Love Day procession in London in March 1458, an act designed to reconcile the two sides. But when Warwick fled back to Calais after violence broke out between his men and the king's household after being summoned to a council, the situation began to deteriorate once again throughout 1459. Hostilities began anew on the 23rd of September, 1459, with the Battle of Blore Heath, the first battle of the Wars of the Roses, where the Lancastrians were to intercept Salisbury's force. The Lancastrian forces were routed, but Salisbury's force was much depleted by the time he met with York and Warwick. The Yorkists made one last appeal to Henry by letter, to which he replied he would offer York, Warwick and their men a pardon, excluding Salisbury, but only if they surrendered within 6 days. The two armies once again faced one another in the field at Ludford Bridge on the 12th of October, and despite rumours spread by the Yorkists that Henry was dead, he and Margaret accompanied their forces. Opening shots were fired by Yorkist artillery, but battle wasn't joined, and later that night, a large number of men defected to Henry. Following this and sensing defeat, York, Salisbury and Warwick fled, leaving their men where they stood, unaware that their commanders had deserted them. York and his second son, Edmund, fled to Ireland, leaving his wife and two younger sons behind, while Salisbury, Warwick, and York's eldest son, Edward, went to Calais. The next morning, leaderless, the Yorkist forces surrendered, with most receiving pardons. Queen Margaret now stepped to the fore in punishing the crown's enemies, attainting York and his associates, and giving some of their confiscated possessions to trusted men of the crown, including Owen Tudor and his surviving son Jasper. But all attempts to dispose of the leading Yorkists failed, and on the 26th of June 1460, Warwick and his men landed at Sandwich, reaching London by the 2nd of July. On the 10th of July, with the King and Queen in attendance, the two sides faced one another outside Northampton. Already lacking in strength, part of the King's force defected to the Yorkists, causing many of the remaining soldiers to desert. Orders were issued that the King should not be harmed, and he was soon taken captive while many of his lords were slain. Henry returned to London as a prisoner of Warwick, and Margaret fled, first to Wales before making her way to Scotland. In October, York returned to stake his claim for the crown by right of descent. There was much debate in Parliament, where Henry was not in attendance, and finally, it was agreed that York would be named heir to the throne in place of Henry's son on the 31st of October, 1460. York and his son Edmund were killed outside Sandal Castle near Wakefield on the 30th of December 1460, in pursuit of Queen Margaret, who still vehemently opposed them and had gathered an army to deal with the Yorkists. Salisbury's son would also die in the battle, while Salisbury himself was captured and beheaded the following day. Their heads were then put on display on the gates of the city of York. Margaret joined the army in January 1461, and they began advancing south. Warwick, taking Henry with him, went north with his force, and once again the two armies met in St. Albans on the 17th of February. The Lancastrians won the day, and Henry was recovered from the Yorkists to be reunited with his family. He was overjoyed at his release and knighted his son. Warwick had fled the field and was met on the road by York's elder son Edward, making his way to London from his own victory against Jasper Tudor at Mortimer's Cross, Herefordshire. At the same time, the Lancastrian court was also making its way to London and would arrive first. Arrangements were made with the mayor for them to enter the city, but when they approached Cripplegate on the 22nd of February, the citizens of London barred the gates against them. In contrast, Edward was welcomed into the city on the 27th of February, cutting a much more striking and royal figure than Henry. In the following days, Henry was denounced as unfit to rule, and Edward IV assumed the crown on the 4th of March, 1461. The Battle of Towton would follow at the end of March, but Henry, Margaret, and Edward were not present, having already travelled north to York. They then found refuge in Scotland, where plans were made to reclaim the kingdom. Henry still had supporters, and many would join him in Scotland, where they raided over the border a number of times. Margaret travelled to France to negotiate with the new king, Louis XV. An agreement was struck in 1462, and she returned to Scotland, but it was countered by the sealing of a truce between England and France in mid-1463. A truce was then concluded with Scotland in December 1463, which ended their refuge in the country. The Lancastrians were forced back into northern England, where they kept up resistance and would fight a number of battles, but were ultimately defeated. At this point, Henry seemed to be little more than a figurehead and stayed away from the battles. Following the defeat, he went on the run, seeking shelter from his sympathizers, but was eventually caught by a group of men in Lancashire on the 13th of July 1465 and was taken back to the Tower. By the time Henry was captured, Margaret had been in France for 2 years with her son, still seeking aid for their cause. Warwick made his way to France in 1470 after a failed uprising against Edward IV. Relations between the two had broken down, and now with aid from Louis XV, Margaret and Warwick were reconciled. Warwick agreed to betroth his daughter to Henry's son, Prince Edward of Westminster, and they married in December 1470. By this time, Edward was already the opposite of his father with his martial nature. Warwick invaded England in the autumn of 1470, and Edward IV fled, having been deserted by many of his supporters. On the 3rd of October 1470, Henry was once again proclaimed king, but took no hand in ruling and was said to be extremely passive for the few short months he sat on the throne. Edward IV invaded England with a small army in March 1471 and gathered support as he marched south. With Margaret and her forces still in France, it was left to Warwick to throw back the invasion, a task at which he utterly failed, preferring instead to wait within the walls of his castle in Coventry to be reinforced. Edward IV marched on London. Henry was paraded through the streets to give heart to the people at the news of the invading force. But it was said to have much the opposite effect, and Edward entered the city on the 11th of April, 1471. Henry was immediately taken into custody and returned to the Tower. Margaret, Prince Edward and their forces landed just 3 days later on the 14th, but their advance north was halted by Edward IV at the Battle of Tewkesbury on the 4th of May. Prince Edward was killed during the battle, and Margaret was taken prisoner. Henry, still in the Tower, was killed on the 21st of May 1471, likely on the orders of Edward IV, though not by his own hand. History has often looked on Henry VI as mad, empty-headed, or an imbecile, a reluctant ruler who was not fit to hold the crown. But powerful influences acting on him from birth led to a dependency in life that would never leave him. In the wake of his father's death, he had no kingly example from which to learn and form the basis of his own rule, nor experience of growing up in court in any other position than king. Some historians have even suggested that Henry was merely a puppet through which others ruled. There is no evidence that Henry was frail or simple-minded, nor that he suffered any unusual ill health in his younger years. He was noted to be calm in his temperament and overtly pious. He was of a generous nature, but such was his generosity that it was of detriment to himself in a time when finances throughout the realm were stretched by war and an economic slump. This generosity also highlights the confusion he seems to have borne in matters pertaining to governance when he frequently duplicated grants. He was well-intentioned and took interest in some aspects of his rule, but seems not to have had the necessary political and diplomatic acumen that a king of the time required. Henry certainly cannot be said to have inherited his father and grandfather's militaristic tendencies, but was merciful and compassionate to a fault, issuing many pardons. Over the years, some of which were certainly undeserved and went against the advice of his council, his dependency on those around him, especially his wife, in the later years of his reign, would intensify as he became increasingly withdrawn and possibly disillusioned with his role. This would result in much strife over many years and highlights that despite his best intentions, his inattention and lack of interest in many matters made his rule, for the most part, ineffectual. What do you think of King Henry VI? Was he an ineffectual king who was unfit for the role, or was he a kind-natured king and a victim of circumstance? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. The man known to history as Edward Plantagenet, who would become King Edward IV of England, was born on the 28th of April, 1442, in Rouen, Normandy. He was the third of 12 children, 7 of whom survived to adulthood, and the eldest surviving. Son and heir of the 3rd Duke and Duchess of York, Richard Plantagenet and Cecily Neville. At the time of his birth, Edward's father, Richard, Duke of York, held command of the French campaign in Normandy on behalf of King Henry VI. Edward lived in his parents' lavish establishment in Rouen until he was 3 years old with his elder sister Anne, their younger brother Edmund, and their younger sister Elizabeth. Only 3 of the 7 children whom Duchess Cecily gave birth to between 1446 and 1455 survived their infancy: Margaret and Edward's most famous younger brothers, George and Richard. Less than a year after Elizabeth's birth in 1444, the family departed Rouen and returned to England, taking up residence at Fotheringhay Castle in Northamptonshire. Over the next few years, the family divided their time amongst their various estates, but likely lived most consistently at Fotheringhay and at Ludlow Castle in Wales. Next to the king himself, Richard Plantagenet was the greatest landowner in England, with estates in more than 20 counties, as well as estates in Ireland. His annual income is estimated to have been about $7,000, equivalent to approximately £4.3 million today. Very few specifics are known about Edward's childhood and early education, but much can be inferred based upon the historical documents from his reign, the instructions Edward gave for his own son's education, And based on what is generally known about the child-rearing and educational practices of the English aristocracy during the 15th century, Duchess Cecily may have taken aspects of her children's early education in hand personally, such as religious instruction and basic literacy. Cecily, however, was engaged in the near-constant business of childbearing until her eldest children, including Edward, were well into their adolescence. Additionally, she was the Duchess of York, the lady and the chatelaine of great estates, and might presumably have relied more heavily on nurses instead, had she not had the time to see to her children's daily needs and early education herself. This is quite likely, as Edward reportedly formed a strong bond with his childhood nurse in Normandy, Anne of Caux, and often spoke warmly of his young childhood under her care. During his later reign, he granted her an annual pension of $20 Edward, and Edmund was sent to live at Ludlow Castle under the care of a governor or male guardian, and began lessons with a resident private tutor around the ages of 6 or 7. All of the York boys studied Latin and French, showing impressive proficiency in both languages later in life. They also most likely studied arithmetic, history and literature, as well as music, dance and social etiquette, which were important accomplishments for courtly life. They received extensive military training, including riding, swordplay, and jousting. These martial skills would have had to be mastered with the boys fully armored, adding another layer of required skill altogether. Military strategy and maneuvers may well have been part of their history lessons or military training, as Edward later demonstrated consistent success and a talent for leadership on the battlefield. Edward likely also received training in property law and estate management, which might demonstrate that the Duke of York had not yet begun to envision either himself or his eldest son taking the throne until the late 1450s. Estate management was the province of a nobleman rather than a king, and such training might explain Edward's notably active personal engagement with the law, justice, and the royal finances during his reign, which was not typical of medieval kings. As a young man, Edward was noted for his charm, charisma, and his sharp intelligence. But for all his fine education, Edward did not prove to be an academic or an intellectual. He enjoyed reading and commissioning printed and exquisitely illuminated books, bound in silk and velvet for his personal library, a large portion of which has survived and been preserved. Edward's personal literary taste ran heavily toward chivalric romances and popular histories of great men, great deeds, and glorious battles, written mostly in French and English, which he read for his own pleasure. However, he owned few texts in Latin, the language of European intellectualism, and showed little interest in the emerging philosophical currents of humanism, or in any other particularly scholarly pursuits. Edward naturally also owned several religious texts, but he does not seem to have been particularly devout in his religious sensibilities. His mother, Cecily Neville, was known to have been a devotedly pious woman with a strong scholarly interest in the writings of female Christian mystics such as Bridget of Sweden and Catherine of Siena. Edward, however, seems not to have heavily absorbed the intellectualism of the age or his mother's reportedly notable piety, and consistently demonstrated his interest in more worldly pursuits. He was described by his contemporaries as eminently able, cheerful, gallant, and generous, with a good and even temper. Edward was well liked for his friendly, engaging manner and his ability to be at ease in any company, not typical of young men raised to be kings, which of course Edward was not. He was also exceptionally daring and confident, even to the point of vanity, both regarding his abilities and the Plantagenet good looks he had inherited. Multiple observers and chroniclers remarked upon Edward's exceptional handsomeness. The most well-known portrait of Edward IV, which hangs in London's National Portrait Gallery, shows a rather tired, middle-aged man with more than a few extra pounds on his frame, with dark brown hair and light brown eyes. However, this portrait was painted circa 1540, nearly 60 years after Edward's death. Documentary sources from Edward's time do suggest that he gained a great deal of weight as he approached middle age, thanks to his prodigious indulgence in fine wine and food. When Edward's tomb at Windsor was opened in 1789, visitors reportedly left with locks of his hair. Several such swatches and strands of brown hair, purporting to have been Edward's, have been sold at auction in recent years. However, It is now known that some of Edward's siblings were fair-haired and blue-eyed, and he himself reportedly had several fair-haired or red-haired children. It is therefore possible that Edward was born with blonde or reddish-blonde hair which darkened as he aged, and he may have had lighter-colored eyes than his portraits depict. We do know for sure that Edward stood at least 6 feet 3 inches or 191 centimeters tall, which was quite exceptional for medieval Europe, where the average adult male was usually no taller than roughly 5.5 feet, little more than 160 centimeters. Sir Thomas More later described Edward as strong and clean-made, or well-proportioned, with broad shoulders. In his youth, the tall, handsome, charming, and vigorous Edward must have cut quite an impressive figure on horseback. Predictably, not the least notable of Edward's qualities was his love for the company of women, which his conduct throughout his romantic life, even as a married man, makes plain. Left to his own devices, Edward almost certainly would have lived a predictable life as the 4th Duke of York, willingly serving the king, inheriting the bulk of his father's estates, marrying, having children, and likely supporting a score of mistresses and their illegitimate children until his death. As it was, he was the firstborn son of a family with a legitimate claim to the English throne, in a country where the royal succession was dangerously murky. What made this situation more unstable was the perceived weakness of the reigning king. Henry VI, whose precarious health and reluctance to rule in the traditional fashion of medieval warrior kings forced the nobles surrounding him to exercise power in his name. The growing influence of the king's few favoured ministers fostered competition and enmity amongst other prominent members of the English nobility. As a result of these conditions, almost from the very beginning, Edward's life and duty was given over to the advancement and indeed the survival of his family. Through his mother, Richard, Duke of York was the legitimate great-grandson of Lionel of Antwerp, 1st Duke of Clarence, the second surviving son of the last undisputed King of England, Edward III. Through his father, Richard was also descended from Edward III's 4th surviving son, Edmund, 1st Duke of York. Edward III's eldest son, also named Edward and known as the Black Prince, had only a single male heir, Richard II, who subsequently had no children of his own. The Yorks later claimed that the closest male heir to the throne after the death of Richard II was actually the 1-year-old infant, Roger Mortimer, the grandson of Lionel and the grandfather of Richard, Duke of York. The Duke would come to emphasize this lineage heavily by 1460, when the crown was within his grasp. Up until then, Richard Plantagenet had been content to emphasize his lineage only from the 1st Duke of York. This was most likely due to 2 factors. First, Richard was descended from the Mortimers, not through his father, but through his mother, which weakened claims of inheritance in a society that favored sons. Additionally, Lionel, Duke of Clarence, had had no sons, but only a daughter, Philippa, while John of Gaunt, the 3rd surviving son of Edward III, had borne a legitimate son, Henry Bolingbroke. Interestingly, while primogeniture remained overwhelmingly prevalent for centuries within English laws of inheritance, Edward IV was not the first king of England to stake a claim to the throne based upon the inheritance of a female ancestor, and neither would he be the last. Nonetheless, Richard, Duke of York, seemingly came to believe that his line had a claim to the English throne as good or better than that of the reigning king, Henry VI, of the ruling house of Lancaster, whose grandfather, Henry Bolingbroke, had usurped the throne from his cousin, Richard II. As we can see, a large part of the problem was that Edward III and his queen, Philippa of Hainault, had had so many children, most crucially, 5 sons, who survived to adulthood. Most medieval kings were lucky to have an heir and a spare. During the lifetime of Edward III and those of his many sons, there was little indication of the turmoil in which their increasingly numerous descendants would become embroiled. Overlapping with the 100 Years' War with France, this period of roughly a century of major competition for the throne of England has been called the Wars of the Roses, after the badges worn by the opposing branches of the royal family, the White Rose of York and the Red Rose of Lancaster. Tensions rose between the ruling House of Lancaster and the House of York during the late 1440s and 1450s. Edward's father, Richard, found himself frequently sidelined in favour of the Lancastrian Dukes of Suffolk and Somerset, who not only held the king's ear, but also received positions and preferments not extended to the Duke of York. In 1446, the Duke of York's command post in Rouen was given instead to Edmund Beaufort, Duke of Somerset, which some historians see as the beginning of the bad blood between York and Lancaster. What made this situation more problematic was that by the 1450s, the crown was deeply in debt to the Duke of York, to the tune of almost $100,000. About 20% of this debt comprised loans the Duke had made to the crown that remained unpaid, but the bulk of it represented unpaid wages for the dukes, several years of service in France. Meanwhile, the king's Lancastrian ministers regularly received repayment of loans made to the crown, including interest. The increasingly precarious state of England's economy by the early 1450s sparked rebellion in Kent and the southeast of England. Rebels led by the Irishman, Jack Cade, demanded the removal of the king's evil, greedy, and spendthrift advisors in favour of a broader representation of those men of good and noble birth. The Dukes of York, Exeter, Norfolk, and Buckingham were the names put forward most prominently by the rebels. Naturally, the Lancastrians suspected York of fomenting the rebellion to facilitate his own advancement, especially since Jack Cade took on the name of John Mortimer during the rebellion to associate himself with the Duke's perceived legitimacy as a prince of the blood. However, studies of the Kentish rebellion indicate that local political and judicial corruption was viewed by the rebels as manifestations of similar corruption at King Henry's court, and the tendency to demand the removal of evil councillors in favour of others was fairly typical in past rebellions. Until the birth of King Henry's son, Edward of Westminster, the Duke of York was technically the nearest claimant to the throne, and thus the most prominent man of good and noble birth in England, next to the king himself. This should not suggest, however, that the English people would support Henry's removal in the Duke's favour, which Richard Plantagenet would eventually discover to his own detriment. King Henry had been just a baby when he became king. Later, his lack of interest in government and his delegation of responsibility for his French territories to his Lancastrian favourites eventually resulted in the loss of all French lands won by his father, Henry V, save for Calais. This contributed to massive resentment of the king's Lancastrian advisors and of the king himself. Many English people looked bitterly upon the many decades, the vast sums of money, and the countless lives which appeared to have been wasted conquering France, only to lose almost all they had gained to the ineptitude of the king and his closest ministers. When Henry II began to suffer mental health crises during the 1450s, the Duke of York was twice declared Lord Protector during the king's incapacity. Parliament and many of York's contemporaries distrusted the notion of a regency controlled by King Henry's queen, Margaret of Anjou. Queens of England often perceived such wariness from the English people because they were frequently foreigners. Foreign members of court were always suspected of being spies, and queens who attempted to exercise power were invariably accused of wrongfully usurping kingly prerogatives. In reality, any move Queen Margaret made to help secure her husband's throne or her son's inheritance would be viewed with hostility by the great men of the realm. Margaret observed the growth of the Yorkist cause with alarm and a determination to defeat the man who seemed bent on taking her own son's place as heir to the throne. Noble families equally dissatisfied with the influence of Queen Margaret, and the king's Lancastrian ministers at court joined the Yorkist cause, most particularly Duchess Cecily's clan, the powerful northern Neville family, represented by her brother Richard, Earl of Salisbury, and his highly charismatic son, also named Richard, Earl of Warwick. As the Yorkist faction cultivated support primarily in London and the southeast of England, and secured foreign strongholds in France and Ireland as effective springboards for invasion, Queen Margaret strove to rally support in the Lancastrian strongholds in the Midlands. The First Battle of St. Albans in May of 1455 was little more than a skirmish, but it set the English people on the path toward a series of internal conflicts which would cause the crown to change hands no less than 6 times in the next 30 years. The beginnings of this civil war in England, which developed over roughly a decade and a half, encompassed virtually all of Edward's childhood. He was most likely at Ludlow Castle in 1452, observing the Duke of Somerset presiding over the trials of those who had served Edward's father, who took part in an attempted coup after which the Duke of York had fled to Ireland. At the age of 11, Edward accompanied his father to London in his role as Lord Protector to open Parliament, where Edward was formally recognised for the first time as the Earl of March and his father's heir. At the age of 12, he reportedly led a force of 10,000 men from Ludlow in a march on London to liberate his father from prison. The Yorkist advance was swiftly reported, and the Duke was released before their arrival. As the Lancastrian and Yorkist factions edged closer towards open warfare, Edward and his younger brother Edmund were increasingly involved in politics and military mobilization, and were already expected to take on leadership roles. A letter, written in June 1454 from the two boys to their father, assured the Duke that Edward and Edmund were being dutiful in their studies and their military training. "We trust to God," the boys wrote, "that your gracious lordship and good fatherhood will be pleased." Following the First Battle of St. Albans in 1455, the recovered Henry VI, who desired peace above all else, sought to reconcile the great men of England and end the factional fighting. But the next 4 years were nonetheless fraught with open hostility at court and the recruitment of ever more armed retainers by both the Lancastrians and the Yorkists. In June of 1459, there was a meeting of the Great Council at Coventry, to which no member of the York faction was invited. The Lancastrian attendees emerged with legal indictments for the Duke of York and his cohorts, who immediately organised themselves to march in force on the capital. It was their intention to attempt a peaceful settlement with the king, who desired the same. But the Queen's Lancastrian forces intercepted the Earl of Salisbury's forces at Ludford Bridge. Following this struggle, the Yorks were attainted for treason, which basically forced them into open rebellion. After the rout at Ludford, in October 1459, Edward's family and supporters were separated, as each fled the country. The Duke of York fled to Ireland with his son Edmund, Earl of Rutland, while Duchess Cecily and her younger children were taken into the custody of King Henry. They were exempted from the attainder, however, and treated kindly and generously. Meanwhile, Edward took shelter with his uncle Salisbury and his cousin Warwick in Devon. Later, they covertly made their way to Calais. Warwick had been appointed captain of Calais during the Duke of York's second stint as protector, and thanks to Warwick's charisma and his skill at diplomacy and public relations, this last English stronghold in France was well reinforced with Yorkist supporters and sympathisers. Duke Richard likewise cultivated support for the Yorkist cause amongst the Irish earls, and within 6 months, the York faction was able to mount a successful invasion of England from both Ireland and France. Prior to the invasion, the Earl of Warwick spearheaded a widespread PR campaign to clarify the rebels' motives. He wrote dozens of letters and sent them to all regions of England. He also penned a manifesto to which he, Edward, and their respective fathers, the Dukes of Salisbury and York, all signed their names. The manifesto assured the people of England that the York faction was interested only in banishing corruption and restoring order and good government to the realm. They swore their loyalty to King Henry and their commitment to serve him, but protested that his evil councillors had passed the sentence of attainder against the Yorks in order to profit from their loss and death. Edward and Warwick landed at Sandwich in late June of 1460, accompanied by 2,000 men. They began their march to London, gathering supporters as they went. They knew that King Henry was marshalling his troops and reinforcing his position at Northampton, and that even now, Queen Margaret's forces were advancing on London. Margaret's army, however, had earned a fearsome reputation among the merchant class, as well as the common people. News of the pillaging and burning of towns along their route to London terrified the people of the capital, and the city decided to keep its gates fastened against the Lancastrian army. This course of action proved preferable when it became known that the Earls of March and Warwick would arrive in London at any moment. Queen Margaret, betrayed by the English people, many of whom hated and feared her, and unwilling to force her way into the capital, retreated north once again. On the 2nd of July, Edward and Warwick were warmly welcomed into the city by London's mayor, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and other assembled dignitaries and spectators, while the wary and outraged Lancastrian garrison withdrew into the Tower. It seems highly unlikely that deposing King Henry and taking the throne for themselves was the goal for any of the Yorks at this point. It certainly does not seem to have been so for Edward and Warwick. They explained again that they desired above all else only to meet with and assert their loyalty to the king, whom they were certain would lift their sentences of attainder and restore their titles, fortunes, and inheritances which had been revoked by the charges of treason. They promised then to help restore good government of the realm under King Henry. If, however, the king's counsellors persisted in setting him against the House of York, his loyal subjects, they would have no choice but to fight. A corporate loan of $1,000 was extended to Edward and Warwick from the merchants of London to pay the soldiers who would fight in the coming battle. This relatively modest sum is somewhat telling. It suggests that the people of the capital trusted Edward more than Queen Margaret, but probably not by much. Further, it illustrates that the people of London believed Edward and Warwick when they insisted they had no plans to depose the king. For why would they fund such a venture? And if they were willing and desirous to have Henry deposed, why would they not have given the Yorks a more generous loan? 2 days after his arrival, Edward led his army out of London, arriving at Northampton on the 9th of July. Warwick was sent to negotiate with the Duke of Buckingham, who was quite unwilling to allow Warwick to see the king. There seemed to be no other course but to fight. Edward, Warwick, and Warwick's uncle, William Neville, Lord Falkenberg, each led one of 3 troop columns. The Yorks seemed to be facing an uphill battle at Northampton. They were outnumbered at least 2 to 1. The king's forces occupied a reinforced position and had the use of several large cannon. The Battle of Northampton was, in fact, the first military engagement in English history in which field artillery was actually present on the battlefield. Unfortunately for the Lancastrians, the 10th of July, 1460, was an excessively rainy day, rendering their cannon useless. Further, the vanguard, commanded by Lord Edmund Grey, defected to the Yorkist side early in the battle, shifting the momentum quickly in the favour of York. With these rather fortunate advantages, the struggle lasted little more than half an hour. The number of casualties was not reported on the York side, which might suggest that they were minimal. 300 men fell on the Lancaster side, including the Duke of Buckingham and all of the other high-ranking royalist captains. Edward and Warwick found King Henry in his tent, having been captured and detained by a Yorkist archer. They greeted him respectfully and informed him that they had come to escort him back to London. Though he was still the king, Henry was now effectively Edward and Warwick's prisoner. The Yorks entered London once again on the 16th of July in triumph. After the Lancastrian garrison at the Tower surrendered, the Yorks issued writs summoning Parliament for the 7th of October, where they planned to reverse the attainders of treason cast upon them by the Coventry meeting of June 1459. This was indeed the first act of the Parliament, which met in October of 1460. Edward, Warwick, and all the rest of the Yorkist supporters seemed content with this state of affairs, and it seems doubtful that any of them would have considered that deposing the king would be a good idea. King Henry was their greatest political asset, and as long as they could keep the most powerful and troublesome Lancastrians from court and sufficiently intimidated, their influence and prosperity was assured. Richard, Duke of York, however, seemed recently to have developed much loftier ambitions than simply regaining his former titles and properties, or contenting himself with the position of second most powerful man in England. Documentary sources confirm that as early as the 8th of September 1460, only 3 weeks after the writ summoning Parliament had been issued, the Duke of York had dropped King Henry's regnal year from all of his correspondence, dating all of his communications instead, using this year of grace, which was highly unusual. When he arrived in London for the Parliament in October, he rode like a king at the head of his retainers, his sword unsheathed and held upright before him in unmistakably royal fashion, his banners proudly displaying the royal arms of England. When he strode confidently into Parliament, laid his hands upon the throne, and declared himself king by virtue of his descent from Lionel, Duke of Clarence, elder brother of King Henry VI's great-grandfather, John of Gaunt, he was greeted with stunned and uneasy silence. Duke Richard's claims were apparently a step too far. What is noteworthy about the reaction to these proceedings is that the Parliament and its attendees were overwhelmingly pro-Yorkist. Yet, they clearly still had no desire to revisit the instability of a usurpation, nor were they willing to repudiate solemn oaths of loyalty which they had all sworn to King Henry. Edward was almost certainly present at this historic Parliament, and one can only imagine what he thought of his father's actions in that moment. But if the reactions of York's Neville relations are any indication, it is possible that he was as embarrassed and taken aback as they were, for whether or not they knew of the Duke's intentions, neither Salisbury nor Warwick spoke a word or made any gesture in support of the Duke's claim. The Commons declined to deliberate on such academic matters of succession, leaving it to the Lords to decide. Most of the power brokers present distrusted and disliked Margaret of Anjou, and had clearly bought into the convenient rumours that her son, Edward of Westminster, was not King Henry's son and was therefore illegitimate. With the Act of Accord, Parliament ultimately recognised the Duke as the legitimate heir to the throne upon Henry's death, but would not consent to the deposition of the King. Parliament and the Yorks had reckoned without Queen Margaret, however, whose suspicions that the Duke of York sought to dethrone her husband and disinherit her son had now been totally confirmed. She began to marshal her forces in the north of England, and loyal Lancastrians flocked to join her army at Hull. Most problematic for the Yorkist cause was that their main holdings and properties were in the north, and many of them were now being raided and despoiled by the Lancastrians. In early December, the Duke of York departed for the north at the head of his army, together with his son, Edmund, and his brother-in-law, Salisbury. Meanwhile, Edward was sent to Wales to recruit troops, and Warwick stayed behind to hold London. Then, at the news of his father's death at the Battle of Wakefield, Edward prepared to depart for London, but changed his plans to meet the advancing forces of Jasper Tudor at Mortimer's Cross. Following Edward's victory, he learned of the unfortunate losses suffered by Warwick and his men at the Second Battle of St. Albans. Warwick had been wounded, and King Henry had been recaptured by the Lancastrians, but the city of London had shown her Yorkist colours once again and shut their gates to Margaret of Anjou. Now that his father was dead, the 18-year-old Edward was the heir to the House of York. They had secured the capital and still had the support of many in Parliament, but they had lost King Henry, who had been the pivot around which Yorkist authority had coalesced. It may be convincingly argued that Edward believed that the only option now was to assume the throne himself. He had not been the one to set his family upon this path, but they must seemingly stay on it or be destroyed. Edward almost certainly understood, as did the rest of his family and his supporters, that if they yielded the throne back to King Henry, none of them would be likely to survive the wrath of Margaret of Anjou or other loyal Lancastrians. He had not intended to assume the throne, but the fact that he acted quickly and decisively when he believed it necessary testifies to his confidence. Given the popular disaffection with the regime of King Henry VI, as well as popular dislike of his queen, perhaps Edward believed he could only do better. The fact that Edward was essentially thrust upon the throne by the actions of his father and the vagaries of circumstance should not suggest, however, that he found becoming king unwelcome, or that he in any way hesitated to exercise the powers and prerogatives of a king when the opportunity arose. Edward's entry into London on the 26th of February 1461, and the events of the next 9 days were carefully choreographed. Both he and Warwick were warmly received by the people. One chronicler reported a verse being sung in Edward's praise among Londoners in the days following his arrival. "Let us walk in a new vineyard, and let us make a gay garden in the month of March, with this fair white rose and herb, the Earl of March." Edward's lineage and its superiority to the lineage of the Lancastrian usurpers was emphasized in public speeches. On the 3rd of March, the new Great Council, thrown together rather quickly, met and agreed to accept Edward as king. On the morning of the 4th of March, he attended Mass at St. Paul's before processing to the Great Hall at Westminster. There, the Archbishop of Canterbury administered Edward the oath. He was draped in royal robes, crowned with the cap of estate, and took his seat upon the king's bench, sceptre in hand. After this rather rapid coronation, the more formal incarnation of which would come a few months later, Edward IV was proclaimed king throughout the capital. Just 2 days later, dozens of proclamations, writs, and letters were sent out to help consolidate the New Yorkist regime. The English people were invited to pledge their loyalty to the new king. All who had served in the Lancastrian cause against the Yorkists were promised a full pardon and the retention of their property, on condition they submit to the new monarchy, except for a short list of roughly 24 high-ranking Lancastrians, and anyone with an income of more than 100 marks per year, which was virtually all of the nobility and gentry. Using this strategy, Edward placed far more pressure on the English elite to support his right to rule. Further, it was decreed that anyone who killed or captured and handed over a high-ranking Lancastrian enemy to King Edward would receive a reward of $100. These measures were effective to a point, but there was still far more to do to bring England under Edward's control. The Yorkists held London and the southeast and were steadily cultivating greater support in the south, but Wales and the north of England remained a patchwork of Lancastrian, Yorkist, and regional loyalties which would take more time and effort to subdue and stabilise. Additionally, the general instability wrought by civil war in England had emboldened the Scots to begin raids and hostile incursions over the northern border. Edward had less than 3 weeks in London to plan his next move before he went out on campaign again. On the 13th of March, he departed London, leading an army headed for Yorkshire. The Battle of Towton, fought on the 29th of March 1461, was the bloodiest of the entire Civil War, with likely the highest casualties of any battle ever fought on English soil. Estimates of those killed at Towton range from as few as 9,000 to 28,000. Roughly 75% of the English peerage had at least one family member present at the battle, and based on the number of retainers each was capable of putting into the field, a maximum estimate of 50,000 men engaged at the peak of battle is not far-fetched. Edward's forces were significantly outnumbered, but his typical approach of bold, courageous offensives and conscientious use of every advantage eventually routed the main Lancastrian forces. The armies of Lancaster occupied the higher ground, but the Yorkist archers took advantage of the harsh, bitter winds and snow blowing into their enemies' faces, unleashing a barrage of arrows into the Lancastrian ranks. Meanwhile, the high winds and reduced visibility rendered the Lancastrian archers nearly useless. Incensed, they charged down the hill towards the enemy, and Edward's army rushed out to meet them. The battle raged all day, but despite their superior numbers, the Lancastrians were eventually defeated, and the survivors were routed by nightfall. Towton constituted a major consolidation of Edward's power. It precipitated the flight to Scotland of Henry VI, Margaret of Anjou, and their son, Edward of Westminster. It had cut a swathe through the English nobility and crippled their ability to resist the New Yorkist regime. It had loosened the Lancastrian grip on the north of England by removing the royalist northern earls, leaving the region open to greater control by the Yorkists. Some Lancastrian loyalists had escaped, but many had fled the country with the royal family. Finally, Towton had allowed Edward to cover himself in glory and legitimize his claim to the throne, not just by right of birth, but by right of conquest as well. Edward's reign lasted roughly 2 decades and is unique in English history. He is the only king of England to have ever won the throne, to have lost it, and to have later won the throne a second time. Consequently, his reign is typically organized historically into 2 periods: his first reign and his second reign. Edward's rule was strengthened after his victory at Towton, but Lancastrian resistance remained a pressing issue for the next 3 years. The regions of Northumberland and Wales proved to be particularly staunch supporters of Lancaster and difficult to subdue. Edward largely delegated the quelling of these ongoing regional rebellions to his lieutenants, particularly during his first year as king, when he was busy taking the reins of government and management of the kingdom's legal and financial infrastructure in hand. Edward presided over his first parliament in November of 1461, at which his legitimate right to the crown was proclaimed. The Lancastrian line was characterized as one of usurpation, and the increasing degeneracy of the realm was noted. As far as conditions surrounding England's economic and local judicial affairs were concerned, Edward was not exaggerating. Under Henry VI's government, royal revenues had fallen to less than a quarter of what they had been at the end of the previous century. The constant wars with France and the instability of English politics had taken their toll on the 15th century economy in England. Worse still, justice was just as uneven, inefficient, and tainted by corruption, as it had been during the Kentish Rebellion a decade before. Edward vowed to take this disastrous situation firmly in hand. To a significant extent, Edward did endeavour to keep these promises. His repeated attendance in the court of the King's Bench was remarkable enough behaviour for a king to be discussed amongst contemporary London commentators. He exhorted the great men, whom he had generously gifted with duchies and earldoms, to oversee the equitable and ethical dispensation of justice, but in reality, local control was almost complete, and the king's control of individual regions was tenuous, held together only by the strength of Edward's personality and the loyalty he strove to cultivate through generosity and magnanimity. Edward was also the first king to introduce the methods of privatization to the management of royal lands and finances, although the Tudors, beginning with Henry VII, tend to get most of the credit for this kind of innovation. The fact that Edward IV was never raised or groomed to be king explains much about his approach to royal revenues, which he handled as if they were a privately owned estate, rather than continue the medieval practice of collecting fixed rents from tenant farmers who were typically allowed to keep any profits. Edward instead hired stewards and receivers to whom he paid wages in order to collect all profits. Further, royal revenues were now paid to the king's personal household account rather than the royal exchequer. Edward was also the first king to invest his own money in various business and finance ventures in much the same manner as any merchant. In this manner, he reduced the likelihood that he would have to rely on parliamentary taxation for funding. By the middle of his second reign, he had managed to chip away at most of England's debts. Unfortunately, he had also piled up some of his own. Edward understood that he was expected to fit the image of the splendid medieval warrior king. He had displayed impressive bravery and skill on the battlefield, and now he was determined to outshine Henry VI in every other way as well. Edward therefore spent consistently and lavishly on fine clothes, rich jewels, exquisite tapestries, plate, and fine furnishings for his palaces. He succeeded in cutting an immensely impressive figure, especially compared to the notably frail, confused, and shabby King Henry when his power was at its final ebb. For Edward, it was crucial that both his subjects and foreign dignitaries should see him as the ideal king. He understood that the image of prosperity would make loans far more accessible to the crown, and that the valuable assets he was accumulating could serve two purposes: as financial collateral and as a means to impress visitors. The expense that it took to secure such magnificence meant that by the time of his death, Edward left the treasury only marginally better off than he found it. Edward was barely 19 years old when he assumed the throne, and as a young man, he was sometimes more apt to pursue his pleasures than immerse himself in the day-to-day nitty-gritty of governing. Edward was fond of riding, hunting, jousting, and feasting and drinking with his friends. Luckily, his love of the table did not affect him adversely as a young man, since he was highly active and athletic. Edward also kept quite a few mistresses during his reign, although only a few are known by name. Lady Elizabeth Lucy was Edward's mistress for many years, both before and after his marriage, and he had two illegitimate children by her whom he acknowledged, Arthur and Elizabeth. Other well-known mistresses of Edward's include the married Lady Butler, Eleanor Talbot, and Elizabeth Shaw, known more popularly as Jane Shaw. In the first few years of Edward's first reign, when he seemed to want to play rather than work, he had the habit of delegating many political duties to the highest ranking and most trusted great men in the Yorkist faction, principally Richard Neville, Earl of Warwick. Warwick was highly intelligent, capable, and had been crucial to both the military and propaganda campaigns in the Yorkist cause. Edward had been exceedingly generous to all of his family and supporters, and this was no less true of Warwick. He had rewarded this most important of his lieutenants with the stewardship of the Duchy of Lancaster, the post of Lord High Admiral of England, and many other offices and preferments. For the first few years of Edward's reign, the king was largely approachable only through Warwick. This contributed to the conviction of many contemporary observers, and almost certainly Warwick himself, that he, rather than Edward, was the real ruler of England. His active involvement in the success of the Yorkist cause and his execution of Edward's policies and administration during the early years had earned him the label the Kingmaker. No doubt Warwick had been pivotal to Edward's accession to the throne and to the consolidation of Yorkist power during Edward's first reign, but perhaps these facts caused Warwick as well as some of Edward's biographers and historians, to forget the reality that Edward was not his puppet, but very much his own man, with a mind and a will of his own. Chief among Warwick's early grievances with Edward involved the king's marriage. Warwick had in mind a prestigious royal marriage to a French princess for Edward, and he also favoured a pro-French trade policy, which he worked assiduously to cultivate. When Edward declined to follow Warwick's advice in these matters, it drove a wedge between them, which steadily worsened during the later 1460s. The first blow came in the summer of 1464, when, to forestall any arrangement of a royal marriage, Edward abruptly announced that he had wed Elizabeth Woodville, the widowed Lady Grey, in secret at her family's home some weeks previously. Not only did this inconvenience and embarrass Warwick, who had been negotiating for a French princess on the king's behalf, but it showed that the still youthful 22-year-old Edward was far less pliable than Warwick had believed. The king's marriage was controversial to most of his court. Elizabeth was not only a widow with 2 young sons, but her late husband had died fighting for the Lancastrians. Her father, Sir Richard Rivers, was not a nobleman, but a common knight, who had wed the noble widow of the Duke of Bedford, Jacquetta of Luxembourg. Elizabeth was, critics said distastefully, no fit consort for a king. More troubling to Warwick and other high-ranking Yorkists was the large family that the new queen brought with her. Her numerous siblings, and later her many children, were soon betrothed in the most prestigious matches that the English nobility could offer, stimulating much jealousy, resentment, and concern that there would be far fewer advantageous marriages to be arranged for the children of the Yorkist peerage. Elizabeth and Edward, however, showed every sign of their happiness and obvious love for one another, despite the furore they had wrought in the court and across the country with their unconventional and socially unequal marriage. Reportedly, Edward was immediately smitten with Elizabeth. In portraits and illustrations, she seems to have had golden or reddish blonde hair, and one chronicler described her as the most beautiful woman in the island of Britain, with lovely heavy-lidded eyes. The most famous portrait of Elizabeth Woodville, displayed at Queen's College at Cambridge, shows a face with very fine features and what appear to be warm, light brown eyes. The painting is believed to be a copy of one painted from life in 1471, but again, the details of her appearance, like those in Edward's portraiture, might not be quite accurate. Edward, a notorious libertine with women at the best of times, was said to have propositioned Elizabeth very soon after their first meeting, when she had petitioned him for the return of her husband's property following his death. The story goes that Elizabeth had initially refused to submit to Edward's desires, defending her honor, quite literally, with a knife. Obsessed and unable to forget her, the young king then offered her marriage. What is remarkable about this particular royal marriage is the ease with which Edward could have bedded and discarded Elizabeth. He could easily have denied or repudiated a marriage conducted in secret had he wanted to, especially one so disadvantageous and guaranteed to be opposed by almost everyone. The most reasonable explanation for the fact that he did not was that he loved Elizabeth and had no wish to marry anyone else. Their marriage was a prolific one, producing 10 children over 14 years, 8 of whom survived infancy and 5 of whom survived their adolescence. Nonetheless, Edward continued to take mistresses with regularity even after his marriage to Elizabeth Woodville, which no doubt strained their relationship, but which did not appear to unduly upset the close and happy family life which both Edward and Elizabeth worked to cultivate. Edward's marriage had alienated and inconvenienced Warwick, but he was perhaps made angrier by the king's decision in 1467 to pursue a Burgundian trade policy rather than a French one. To Warwick's dismay, Edward cemented his new alliance with Duke Charles of Burgundy by giving him his sister Margaret in marriage. Warwick grew sullen and resentful in the ensuing years and began to look to Edward's younger brother, George, Duke of Clarence, as a more promising replacement for the king he could not control. In 1469, Warwick and Clarence began circulating a rumor on the continent that Edward was illegitimate in order to plant the seeds of doubt which might clear George's path to the throne. Against Edward's strict refusals, Warwick and Clarence slipped away to Calais, where Warwick wed his daughter Isabel to George. Subsequently, rebellions broke out in the north of England, which some historians consider to have been fomented by Warwick and Clarence but which could just as easily have been the result of ongoing economic difficulties and local corruption, which the conspirators exploited for their own purposes. When they attempted to deal with the northern rebels, Edward's forces were intercepted by Warwick's at Agincourt Moor, where they suffered a terrible defeat. Edward subsequently fell into Warwick's hands, and in the ensuing months, Warwick attempted to force his abdication, or failing that, exercise power in Edward's name. He did not have sufficient support to buttress either his own or Clarence's authority, however, and was soon forced to release his outraged king and cousin. Edward was reportedly deeply shocked and hurt by the betrayal of his brother and his cousin, two people he loved and had trusted implicitly. The years 1469 to 1470 must have been a time of enormous stress and dejection for Edward, who had to confront the mistakes he had made as king, the duplicity of his family, and the grief and rage of his wife, whose father and brother Warwick had executed after the battle at Agincourt. Edward demonstrated his constructive spirit and magnanimity by forgiving Warwick and Clarence, organising a public reconciliation in Parliament, and restoring them to favour. But by 1470, it was clear that Warwick and Clarence had not abandoned their schemes to unsettle Edward's reign when both were implicated in facilitating a rebellion in Lincolnshire. To avoid Edward's wrath, the two fled once again to Calais, which shut its doors to Warwick. At this point, Warwick and Clarence were short on both options and supporters, and they had little choice but to throw in their lot with the exiled Lancastrians. The King of France helped organise a reconciliation between Warwick and Margaret of Anjou. Together, they planned an invasion of England and arranged the marriage between Warwick's daughter, Anne Neville, and Margaret's son, Edward of Westminster. Unfortunately, Edward was in Yorkshire, dealing with another rebellion when Warwick invaded the capital. Queen Elizabeth and her three young daughters, Elizabeth, Mary, and Cecily, fled into sanctuary at Westminster Abbey, and Henry VI was released from the Tower, where he had been imprisoned since his capture in 1465, and was reinstated as king. The second reign of Henry VI was short and turbulent. The terribly fractious mix of Lancastrians and Yorkists made the imperial centre weak and inefficient. Within less than a year in exile in Holland and Flanders, respectively, Edward had gathered sufficient strength to retake England once more. Edward arrived in London in early April of 1471, where he reconciled with his brother. George had been alienated by the plan to reinstate Henry VI, most likely because he saw no profit in it for him. His mother and sisters had assured him in secret communications that if he threw himself on Edward's mercy, he would be welcomed back into the family fold. Edward then marched his men out of London to face Warwick and Margaret of Anjou. On the morning of Easter Sunday, under a near impenetrable fog which he used to his full advantage, Edward's forces defeated Warwick's at the Battle of Barnet. Warwick was killed on the battlefield, and mere days later, Edward's armies confronted those of Margaret of Anjou at Tewkesbury, where despite their superior numbers, Edward once again prevailed. Margaret's son, Edward of Westminster, was killed in battle, while the Lancastrian queen herself was taken prisoner. Edward re-entered London in triumph on the 21st of May 1471. He went immediately to Westminster to be reunited with his wife and children. There, he discovered that during her time in sanctuary, Queen Elizabeth had given birth to their first son, Prince Edward. The king's happiness was described in a contemporary poem. The king comforted the queen, his sweet baby full tenderly he did kiss. The young prince he beheld, and in his arms did bear. Thus his bale turned him to bliss. After sorrow, joy, the course of the world is. The sight of his baby released part of his woe. Thus the will of God, in everything done. Edward had survived his deposition, fought the final battles of his military career, regained the throne, and thankfully, his family had been kept safe. But the ugliness necessary to preserve his power was not yet complete. That very night, King Henry VI was murdered in the Tower. Most historians agree that it was most likely done on Edward's orders, by means of a hard and swift blow to the back of the head, while Henry's son, Edward of Westminster, was still alive. There was no point in killing Henry, an action which would remove an imprisoned heir and create a new one who was already walking free. Now that his son was dead, Henry could be safely removed. Some historians believe that this dark deed was carried out by Edward's younger brother, Richard, Duke of Gloucester. Intelligent, ambitious, and reputedly ruthless, Richard had remained steadfastly loyal to Edward, which makes his later alleged crimes against his nephews, remembered as the princes in the Tower, all the more heinous and puzzling. Now, Edward IV was king indeed. His second reign, which lasted for the remaining 12 years of his life, was somewhat more placid than the first, and greater domestic peace allowed him to focus more intently on the reforms he had not fully achieved during his first decade. On the throne, Edward continued his work to improve the rule of law, making a point of accompanying officials to oversee the reform and administration of justice, particularly in regions where unrest and rebellion had penetrated. While perhaps no medieval king could have succeeded in entirely banishing the phenomenon of local corruption, England under Edward IV at least attained a greater stability and institutional efficiency than had ever been the case under Henry VI. Edward also continued to work to make the crown financially solvent once again. In addition to his innovative strategy of privatization of royal lands and finances to increase profits, sometimes Edward's methods of revenue raising were less than honest. The confiscation of Lancastrian lands and assets was par for the course with any regime change, and these brought in a great deal of revenue. But the king frequently had to award them to his brothers and supporters to keep them happy. Edward frequently made use of benevolences, which were payments to the king to avoid military service. Further, Edward made sure that when the English coinage was revalued during his reign, he raised the minting fees on gold and silver coins, which brought him a handsome profit. The king was also not above petitioning Parliament for funds in order to go to war, but then promptly making peace with his supposed enemies and appropriating the parliamentary grant to swell the royal coffers. This is precisely what he did in 1475, when he undertook an invasion of France. It does not appear, however, that this was his intention from the beginning. Edward was a military man and a great general, and no doubt he was attracted to the idea of victory and martial glory in France, which would ensure his fame and immortality alongside Henry V and Edward III. He spent years cultivating military alliances with Burgundy and Brittany against the French king, and made great efforts to foster peaceful relations with the Scots, so that they would not invade England in France's favour. Yet, by the time Edward finally made it to France, accompanied by all his nobility and their retainers, his allies had deserted him. His subsequent decision to sue for peace was a pragmatic and intelligent decision which secured the best possible outcome Edward could have wanted given the circumstances. No money was wasted in any protracted campaign, and the king, Louis XV, had been so anxious for the English to leave that he agreed to a generous tribute of $15,000 and an additional $10,000 per annum, and a marriage between the Dauphin and Edward's eldest daughter, Elizabeth, who would receive a jointure of $60,000, an absurd and unprecedented sum for a royal marriage. Edward's captains and the English people, however, saw it very differently. Many were alienated by Edward's decision not to fight the French and viewed his peace strategy as a sign of cowardice and a cause for shame. The nobility were soon pacified by the economic advantages of the peace, from which they benefited. But Edward's broader popularity suffered a significant dip after 1475, and he began to gain a reputation for avarice and greed. Still, the results of the French campaign ensured that Edward never again had to petition Parliament for funds, and it ensured that when the king died, he would not leave his heir with a mountain of debts. However, thanks to his own profligate spending, the royal treasury had only about $200 in cash upon Edward's death. Worse still, Edward's relationship with his brother George deteriorated significantly in the ensuing years. Edward refused to allow his brother to marry the heiress of Burgundy, as he was still fearful that given the power and the opportunity, his brother might still challenge him for the throne. Resentful, George sought to revive not only the old rumours that Edward was the bastard son of a common archer, but that he had been previously wed in secret prior to his marriage, and that therefore all of his children were bastards as well. He was also said to have paid a seer to foretell the king's death. Far from being forgiving this time, Edward presided over George's trial for treason himself, and the Duke of Clarence was executed in the Tower on the 18th of February, 1478. Some discussion of Edward's legitimacy is merited here, for it has been a significant source of contention among historians in the last 2 decades. In 2002, historian Michael K. Jones uncovered evidence which he believed provided conclusive proof that Edward IV was, in fact, illegitimate. The parish records of Rouen Cathedral indicate that roughly 9 months before Edward's birth in April 1442, during a crucial 5-week period when Edward was likely to have been conceived, Richard, Duke of York, was on campaign in Pontoise. However, this evidence also rests on several assumptions, none of which can be verified for certain. First, Jones assumes that Duchess Cecily remained in Rouen for the entirety of this period, or that Duke Richard did not return at any point during the Pontoise campaign, neither of which can be confirmed. Further, we know that Duchess Cecily had just lost her second child, a son named Henry, who lived only a few days. Cecily and Richard had departed England for Rouen shortly after the child's death. The Duke and Duchess had grown up together in the same household, and while their marriage had been arranged since they were children, their relationship was as close to a love match as an arranged marriage in the medieval period could possibly have been. The notion that Cecily would have had an affair, betraying the husband she ostensibly loved, while still grieving for her dead son, strains credulity somewhat. Even more unlikely is the possibility that the Duchess, who would have been constantly surrounded by servants in her daily life, could have done something so scandalous as to have an affair with a common archer without anyone ever finding out. While the Rouen Cathedral Register is a compelling piece of historical evidence, it is far from conclusive, and most historians still continue to accept that Edward IV was of legitimate birth. After all, the rumours of Edward's illegitimacy first appeared in 1469, when Warwick was attempting to place George on the throne in Edward's place. In the spring of 1483, Edward became seriously ill. Observers and chroniclers differ on the cause of his illness. One stated that he had caught a chill while fishing on the River Thames, which later developed into a fever. Others claimed he had been poisoned. Yet another claimed that the king had suffered a fit of apoplexy, or a stroke. Others claimed he had been poisoned. Yet another claimed that the king had suffered a fit of apoplexy, or a stroke. Considering Edward's lifestyle and weight gain in later years, this is probably the most likely scenario. The king lived for only 10 more days after the onset of his mysterious illness, but it was long enough to revise his will and arrange for governance and stability during his son's minority. His brother Richard, Duke of Gloucester, was to be appointed Lord Protector until the 12-year-old Prince Edward came of age. While he was only 40 years old, Edward was lucky enough to die in his bed, with his family and his dearest friends at his bedside, assured and comforted that his son would succeed him. These were luxuries afforded few medieval warrior kings. Some historians assert that Edward's legacy is not as celebrated as it deserves to be. He was undoubtedly one of the greatest generals ever to sit upon the English throne, having never lost a battle at which he had been present. Yet his name is almost never mentioned, alongside England's greatest warrior kings, such as Henry V or Edward III. The most likely reason for this is that all of Edward's victories were against his own countrymen, rather than against foreigners, and many historians have likely found it difficult to celebrate the abilities of a man whose military genius resulted in the shedding of so much English blood and the destruction of the flower of English chivalry in the mid to late 15th century. Moreover, Edward's legal and financial reforms laid the groundwork for the later Tudor regime, which allowed for greater ease of centralization, facilitating England's journey to eventually becoming Great Britain. Edward was well liked by the English people for much of his reign, which is apparent in the public outpouring of grief and national mourning that followed his death. He was, in many ways, a far more approachable king than the English people had ever had. He was warm, friendly, likable, forgiving, brave, and confident. He was also probably the most English king that the realm had had since the Norman conquest, a quality that the English people, who distrusted most foreigners, undoubtedly appreciated. Edward's parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents were all born and bred Englishmen. Moreover, Edward married an Englishwoman himself, rather than a foreign princess, which was almost never the case for English royals. Some historians consider Edward IV to have failed as king because of the chaos, violence, and upheaval that followed. His death, with the imprisonment of his sons, the usurpation by his brother Richard, and his subsequent war with Henry Tudor for the throne. However, this perspective fails to take into account that had Edward lived, His children would have dominated the royal marriage market of Europe by marrying into the royal families of France, Spain, Scotland and Denmark, and quite possibly other royal houses as well. Moreover, had Edward IV lived longer, his son would have succeeded to the throne, and the Tudor dynasty might never have appeared. Yet, thanks to the clever and skillful negotiations of Elizabeth Woodville with Henry Tudor's mother, Margaret, Beaufort, the eldest child of Edward IV, did in fact succeed to the throne. When Elizabeth of York married Henry Tudor and was crowned Queen of England, she became the progenitor of her father's legacy, a long line of kings and queens of England. What do you think of Edward IV? Please let us know in the comments below, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. The man known to history as King Richard III of England was born on the 2nd of October 1452 in Fotheringhay Castle in the county of Northamptonshire. His mother, Cecily Neville, Duchess of York, was the great-granddaughter of King Edward III and was also the mother of two Yorkist kings of England, King Edward IV and King Richard III himself. Richard's father, Richard Plantagenet, 3rd Duke of York, was one of the most renowned and powerful noblemen of his age and was the protector of the realm on various occasions during the reign of the Lancastrian king Henry II. He was also responsible for instigating the Wars of the Roses. Richard was the youngest of the 4 surviving sons of Cecily and York, which meant that he was unlikely to ever inherit his father's title, let alone claim the throne. However, after years of civil war and a series of consequential events, he was eventually crowned and would go on to become one of the most infamous rulers in English history. Young Richard grew up during one of the most famous and bloody conflicts of the medieval era, the Wars of the Roses, which was instigated by his father when he was just 2 years of age. Although the root cause of the conflict can be traced back to much earlier in the Plantagenet dynasty, England had, in the reign of King Edward III, emerged as one of the medieval superpowers of Europe. It had defeated the armies of France in various battles such as Crécy and Poitiers, and by the time of Edward III's death, the island nation dominated its continental rival. However, Edward III's son and heir, Edward the Black Prince, who was one of the most renowned and capable commanders in medieval Europe, never got the opportunity to reign as King of England, as he died of dysentery a year before his father, in 1376. This meant that the throne then passed to the Black Prince's young son, Richard II, instead. Despite showing promise early on in his reign, Richard II took after his great-grandfather Edward II much more than his father and grandfather, as he was a weak, tyrannical, and cruel king who eventually alienated his nobles to the very point of rebellion. Consequently, Richard was overthrown by them, imprisoned, and starved to death by one of his cousins, Henry of Bolingbroke, who was himself the son of John of Gaunt, Earl of Lancaster, the 3rd son of Edward III, whose earldom was represented by the Red Rose of Lancaster. This act of regicide would, in time, cause a rift within the Plantagenet family and lead to the Wars of the Roses, as Bolingbroke was not the next in line to the throne after Richard II. In killing an anointed monarch, Bolingbroke had set a dangerous precedent for the future, which would eventually place his descendants at odds with the other branches of the Plantagenet family. These rival branches were descended from the 2nd surviving son of Edward III, Lionel of Antwerp, 1st Duke of Clarence, as well as the 4th surviving son of Edward III, Edmund of Langley, 1st Duke of York, who represented the House of York under the famous symbol of the White Rose. After the death of King Richard II, Henry Bolingbroke was crowned King Henry IV of England in 1399, and the House of Lancaster then controlled the country for the next 62 years, which also included the reigns of King Henry V and his son King Henry VI. But the Lancastrian grip over England largely depended on the strength of the reigning monarch, and this hold-on power then evaporated during the reign of Bolingbroke's grandson, King Henry VI, who, unlike his father Henry V, had no talent for warfare and was far more interested in the construction of churches and universities than in the maintenance of power. Henry VI's tenuous position was further compounded by him suffering his first mental breakdown in 1453, possibly as a result of his army's final defeat against the French in the 100 Years' War. This resulted, a year later, in Richard III's father, Richard Duke of York, being made protector of the realm while the king was recovering. York was the grandson of Edmund of Langley, the first Duke of York, but his mother, Anne Mortimer, was herself the great-granddaughter of Edward III's second son, the Duke of Clarence, as her grandfather, Edmund Mortimer, 3rd Earl of March, had married Clarence's only daughter, Philippa. York's power and influence then increased tenfold when he inherited the Duke of Clarence's claim to the throne through his mother Anne, when her brother Edmund Mortimer, 5th Earl of March, died with no heirs in 1425. This effectively made him one of the country's richest landowners. This maternal lineage formed the backbone of Richard, Duke of York's claim to the English throne, and is the reason for the Wars of the Roses taking place. Although he was a descendant of the 4th son of King Edward III, he was now also the heir of his second son, Lionel of Antwerp, the Duke of Clarence, who had technically been next in line to the throne after Richard II's death. York then sought to capitalize on Henry VI's weakness by demanding he be recognized as the rightful heir to the throne, but he inevitably faced opposition from the king's Lancastrian supporters, most notably his wife, Queen Margaret of Anjou, who wanted her infant son with Henry, Edward of Westminster, to succeed him as king. Outraged by York's actions, Margaret then formed a powerful coalition against him. With the support of other Lancastrian nobles, such as the Duke of Somerset, she pressured the king to remove York from his role as protector of the realm. Henry VI recovered from his illness in December of 1454 and relieved York of his position, after which Richard gathered his supporters and marched on London in the hope of a final reckoning with Henry's Lancastrian advisors. The two factions then met on the 22nd of May 1455 in what is regarded as the opening confrontation of the Wars of the Roses, the first battle of St. Albans, in which the Yorks defeated the Lancastrians. The Duke of Somerset was killed, and Henry V was taken prisoner. After this, York was once again named as protector of the realm, but King Henry, after recovering from another of his stress-related breakdowns, removed him from his position once again, largely at the Queen's behest. This then prompted York to flee the country to Ireland, as he now feared for his life. Whilst York was in Ireland, his ally, Richard Neville, the 16th Earl of Warwick and Constable of Calais, used his power base in mainland France to launch raids against trade shipments in the English Channel. After failing to link up with York in England in 1459, he returned a year later, captured London, and defeated the Lancastrians at the Battle of Northampton in July 1460, after which Queen Margaret and her son Edward of Westminster fled to Scotland, whilst King Henry was once again taken prisoner. This time, York made it clear that he wanted nothing less than to usurp Henry and become king himself, but he could not obtain the backing of Parliament for such a measure. Instead, a compromise was struck in October 1460, which is now known today as the Act of Accord. This stated that Henry VI would retain the throne until his death, when it would then pass to York and his heirs. Whilst the Queen was in Scotland rallying support, Lancastrian nobles, including the new Duke of Somerset, who was eager to avenge the death of his father at the First Battle of St. Albans, rallied their forces in the north, which eventually totaled around 15,000 men-at-arms and marched south with the aim of defeating York and reinstating Henry VI to the throne. York then marched north himself, along with his second son Edmund, to confront the Lancastrians, but he greatly underestimated the strength of his enemy's forces, as his Yorkist host only consisted of around 8,000 men. The two armies then met at the Battle of Wakefield on the 30th of December 1460, in which the Lancastrians were victorious and York and his son were slain. After the victory over York, Queen Margaret returned to England and, along with her Lancastrian allies, defeated the Earl of Warwick in the Second Battle of St. Albans on the 17th of February 1461. Following the engagement, Henry VI was released from captivity after being found singing under a nearby tree. Following their victory, the Lancastrians progressed to London but were barred from entering the city by its Yorkist supporting populace, which resulted in Margaret making the fatal mistake of retreating to the north to consolidate her support base. The Lancastrian withdrawal then allowed the late York's eldest son, Edward, the new Duke of York, who at 19 was already an experienced commander, to return to London in the following weeks. There, with the backing of the Earl of Warwick, the Church, and the city's population, He proclaimed himself as King Edward IV of England on the 4th of March 1461. This escalated the conflict to a whole new level, as there were now two kings in England. With the country now more divided than ever, further hostilities were inevitable, and as a result, both sides now prepared themselves for a final showdown. The young king gathered his supporters and marched towards his family's city of York, which was now being occupied by the Lancastrians. The two armies then confronted one another on the 29th of March 1461, around 10 miles southwest of York, in the most bloody battle in English history, Towton. The two armies, which consisted of some 30,000 men on both sides, engaged in battle. In the midst of a snowstorm, and unparalleled slaughter ensued. However, the Yorkists, aided by King Edward's brilliant leadership, were eventually triumphant. After the carnage had died down, the field was littered with the bodies of some 28,000 men. Whilst the civil war was raging in England, King Edward's younger brothers, George and Richard, had been staying in the relative safety of the Low Countries. But after their brother's victory at Towton, they returned to the country and took part in Edward's coronation, after which George was given the title of Duke of Clarence and Richard, Duke of Gloucester. Following the Yorkist seizure of power, Clarence, aged 12, and Richard, aged 9, were placed in the care of the Earl of Warwick in his power base in the Yorkshire Dales, where over the coming years both brothers were given an education and instructed in the art of warfare until they came of age. Indeed, growing up during the Wars of the Roses helped to shape Richard into the man he would eventually become. As he spent the majority of his teenage years under the tutelage of one of the most capable commanders of his day, in the shape of Warwick, it is no surprise that by the time he reached maturity, he had become a reputable leader in his own right. At the age of 16, Richard began to attend court and assume the responsibility of his estates. However, both he and his brother George's loyalty to King Edward would soon be tested, as divisions were starting to form within the House of York and its support base. The reason for this was that Edward, in his handling of the government, had begun to ignore Warwick's advice. This division between them was then widened to breaking point when it was discovered that King Edward had married a common girl named Elizabeth Woodville in May of 1464. This clandestine marriage ruined Warwick's plans to marry Edward to Anne, the eldest daughter of Louis IX of France, an arrangement which the Earl had brokered in order to secure diplomatic relations between the two kingdoms and, along with it, England's remaining French territories on the continent. Edward's reign thus far had been relatively secure, but his marriage to Elizabeth Woodville elevated both her and her low-born family to dominant positions within the king's court. Over the coming years, they worked against the Earl of Warwick and weakened his position. Warwick withdrew from court to his Yorkshire estates in 1467, where he gathered his supporters against the king, including Edward and Richard's brother George, Duke of Clarence. Clarence joined Warwick because Edward had not allowed him to marry the Earl's daughter, and also, as King Edward had no heirs, Clarence hoped to claim the throne for himself, as he was next in line. Warwick and Clarence's rebellion then started. In earnest 2 years later, in 1469, when Warwick's rebel army defeated a loyalist army at the Battle of Agincourt Moor on the 26th of July, after which King Edward was taken into custody in Buckinghamshire as the Earl's prisoner. But Warwick's grip over the country did not last long, as he was unable to secure the backing of the nobility to replace Edward, resulting in him being released shortly afterwards. Fearing reprisals, the rebel leaders then fled to the continent in the spring of 1470. While in exile, Warwick and Clarence formed an alliance with the deposed Queen, Margaret of Anjou, and they then launched a combined invasion of England in September 1470, with the support of the French king. This meant that Edward IV and his brother Richard were forced to flee the country themselves and seek protection in Flanders. Warwick then re-established Henry VI as King of England in what became known as the Readeption, which later earned him the nickname of the Kingmaker for his role in restoring the Lancastrians to power. This is a title reserved for few men in the annals of history. Edward IV, who was now under the protection of his brother-in-law, the Duke of Burgundy, then returned to England along with the 18-year-old Richard, landing in Yorkist supporting East Anglia on the 14th of March 1471 with 1,200 men. After this, they marched on to York, which threw open its gates to greet them. Both Edward and Richard then progressed south, gathering supporters as they went, one of whom was their brother George, Duke of Clarence, who had been alienated by Warwick after he restored the Lancastrians to power. The Yorkist army then engaged the Earl of Warwick at the Battle of Barnet on the 14th of April 1471, in which Richard, Duke of Gloucester, would come of age. In the battle, which was shrouded in mist, the Lancastrians initially took the upper hand after their right flank, led by John de Vere, Earl of Oxford, routed the Yorkists left under William Lord Hastings. But even though Edward had lost a sizable portion of his army, both he and his brother Richard did not allow it to crumble. After Richard led his own attack on Warwick's left, the line was stabilised. Then, in a moment of confusion, Oxford's men, who had returned to the fray, lost their way in the fog and charged towards their own lines, led by Warwick's brother, John Neville, who in turn mistook them for Edward's Yorkist reserves and ordered his men to fire a volley of arrows at the approaching cavalry. In the hail of arrows, Oxford's men fled the field crying treachery, after which Edward deployed his reserves to attack the Lancastrian left, culminating in their remaining ranks being decimated. Warwick the Kingmaker, being unable to fend off an attack, was cut down and killed. Richard had played a significant role in the Yorkist victory at Barnet, but almost immediately was presented with another opportunity to display his talent for command against another Lancastrian army less than a month later in the Battle of Tewkesbury on the 4th of May 1471. In the lead up to the battle, King Edward intercepted Margaret of Anjou, who had gathered her remaining support in the West Country and was travelling onwards to Wales to join forces with the Welsh noble, Jasper Tudor, brother of Edmund Tudor, the father of Henry Tudor. During the battle, Edward and Clarence's formations were overcome by an attack from Edmund, Duke of Somerset, but were relieved by supporting cavalry, which routed the Lancastrians. After this, Richard launched an attack on the Lancastrian centre and forced the enemy back until their lines broke and a rout ensued. The victory at Tewkesbury proved to be the decisive battle in securing the crown for Edward IV, as it all but eliminated the major Lancastrian claimants to the throne, including Henry VI's son, Edward of Westminster, the Prince of Wales, who was killed and is the only heir apparent to ever die in battle on English soil. After the battle, Queen Margaret was taken prisoner by the House of York, and Richard, along with John Howard, Duke of Norfolk, is said to have put the remaining Lancastrian nobles to death, despite them taking sanctuary in Tewkesbury Abbey. This act of apparent murder was later used by his detractors in the following centuries to portray Richard as a lawless character. But whether the monastery held sanctuary rights at this time has since been contested. Following Tewkesbury, a Lancastrian uprising was led by the late Kingmaker's cousin Thomas Neville, which was defeated. Afterwards, King Henry VI was murdered in the Tower of London on the vigil of the Ascension between the 21st and 22nd of May 1471, eliminating the final king of the Lancastrian era. Traditionally, Richard has been implicated in the death of Henry, and some say he even sanctioned his death. But this again remains another matter of contention, as there is no way of objectively clarifying who ordered his killing. What is most likely, however, is that the late king died under Edward IV's orders, as he was, after all, the head of state, and only he had the authority to sanction the killing of an anointed monarch. By this stage, the House of York was victorious, as it had annihilated its rivals and effectively ended the conflict, after which followed a period of peace, although eventually the storm clouds of treachery and war would descend across England once again, and in time lead to the downfall of the Yorkist kings. Following the restoration of Edward IV in June 1461, Richard married Anne Neville, the younger, daughter of the late Warwick the Kingmaker, who was also the widow of Edward IV's son, Edward of Westminster, who had died at the Battle of Tewkesbury. This union would see Richard engage in a bitter land dispute with his brother Clarence, who himself married Warwick's elder daughter Isabel, as it is possible that both were trying to gain control of their late father's lands in order to increase their own wealth and power. However, it is also possible that both marriages were born out of love, as both men had known the Neville sisters since their time under their father's tutelage in his power base in Yorkshire during their adolescence. Anne would later be crowned queen consort after Richard's rise to power, and would go on to give birth to their only son together, Edward of Middleham, Duke of Cornwall, Earl of Chester and Salisbury, and the future Prince of Wales. It was claimed that towards the end of Anne's life, when she lay dying of tuberculosis in March of 1485, Richard had her poisoned as he intended to marry his brother Edward IV's daughter, Elizabeth of York. But once again, the accuracy of this claim is disputed and may, as with so many of the events of Richard's life, have been twisted for political means. In addition to inheriting land in Wales and northern England as a result of his marriage to Anne, Richard was also responsible for the administrative body of the Council of the North, and during his tenure, he suppressed conflict in the region and brought the Earls of Northumberland and Westmoreland under his influence. This led, over time, to Richard becoming popular with the northern nobility and its population, as he was responsible, along with his brother, King Edward IV, for bringing prosperity and economic opportunities to the region. This he continued to do after he became king by placing his northern lords in positions of power, which proved to be unpopular with some, as he was accused of using them to bolster his position. Despite Richard's chivalrous activities in the north of the country, there are accounts which depict his disposition as malicious and callous, especially surrounding the trial and execution of his brother Clarence. Isabel, Clarence's wife, had died in mysterious circumstances in December 1476, probably from consumption, but Clarence maintained that she had been poisoned by one of her ladies-in-waiting, whom he had executed shortly afterwards. After this, Clarence sought to marry the daughter of Mary, Duchess of Burgundy, but his brother King Edward refused him, prompting Clarence to then leave the king's court in protest, which ignited suspicions against him. Shortly afterwards, a number of his retainers were arrested, tried, and executed. Clarence then appointed a former Lancastrian supporter, Dr. John Goddard, to protest his retainers' deaths in Parliament, which in turn resulted in Edward having Clarence arrested and put on trial, during which his brother was not allowed to defend himself. After being found guilty, Clarence was executed in the Tower of London on the 18th of February, 1478. Richard was portrayed after his own death as greeting his brother's trial with approval, as both he and his wife were named as the principal beneficiaries of Clarence's estates. However, there is no concrete evidence to link Richard with Clarence's trial or death, and once again, the responsibility must surely lie with the head of state, Edward IV. It is also claimed that Clarence died upon the instruction or influence of Edward IV's wife, Elizabeth Woodville, and her family, whose main aim was to ensure that her son, the future Edward V, succeeded his father. Clarence had demonstrated in the past that he posed a threat to the crown and could have become a potential threat to the Prince of Wales in the future. The real story behind Clarence's death may be forever lost to history, but what is known is that at the request of his mother, Cecily, Clarence did not face a traditional execution. The evidence of his exhumed remains suggests that he was not beheaded, and popular myth states that he was instead drowned in a vat of wine. By the late 1470s, a confrontation was brewing with England's old enemy to the north, the Kingdom of Scotland. After war was declared in November 1480, Richard, as Warden of the West March, led a successful campaign in the border region and eventually captured the city of Berwick upon Tweed in August of 1482, which was the final time the city changed hands between the two rival kingdoms. During this campaign, Richard also occupied Edinburgh for a short period, but was unable to bring the Scottish King James III to battle after he was kidnapped by his own nobles to prevent any possible encounter with the invaders. Afterwards, the English were forced to return to Berwick. It is no exaggeration to say that Richard's exploits in Scotland greatly impressed his brother, as well as the English nobility, and he was rewarded with further lands and titles, such as the High Sheriff of Cumberland. He was also permitted to retain many of the lands he appropriated during his Scottish campaign. But then came the event which would change Richard's life as well as the entire course of English history. Around the time of Easter, 1483, Edward IV began to fall ill, until within a matter of weeks it was clear that the king was dying. During his final days, the king declared his 12-year-old son, Edward, as his successor, but also named his brother Richard as Lord Protector until the young king came of age. When King Edward IV died at the age of 40 on the 9th of April, 1483, His remains were laid to rest at St. George's Chapel in Windsor Castle. 2 days after his brother's death, Richard took an oath of loyalty to his nephew, Edward IV. However, following the death of King Edward, Richard faced opposition among the nobility, such as the Woodvilles, who had grown into a powerful political force during the reign of the late king. The Woodvilles still maintained a great deal of influence at the time of Edward's passing, and were now working to alienate Richard from the process of government. But as the low-born family was hated among the established nobility, many of them threw their support behind the Lord Protector, including loyal Yorkist nobles such as William Hastings, 1st Baron of Hastings, who was the Lord Chamberlain to the old king. Richard saw this withdrawal of support from the Woodvilles as a sign of disrespect, and he responded by assuming responsibility for the young Edward V, seeking to place him under his protection, as he was accountable for Edward's safety as Lord Protector. It should be noted also that Richard was not alone in this act, nor was he the instigating party. It is stated in the Croyland Chronicle, written by the Benedictine monk Ingolf, that Richard acted upon the instructions of Lord Hastings, who informed him and his ally Henry Stafford, the 2nd Duke of Buckingham, that the Woodvilles were planning on taking control of the country. Richard then rode to Northampton on the 29th of April 1483 and intercepted Elizabeth Woodville's brother, Anthony Woodville, the 2nd Earl Rivers, who was escorting the young king to London for his coronation, along with a heavily armed 2,000-strong bodyguard. The young king, however, was not present when Richard arrived, as he had been sent south of Northampton to the small town of Stony Stafford before the Lord Protector's arrival. After dining with Rivers and his entourage, Richard had them arrested, placed a charge of treason against him, and then travelled to intercept the young king, before escorting him for his own safety to Bishop Kemp's palace in London. Afterward, he was moved to the royal apartments at the Tower of London, where kings traditionally resided before being crowned. Following his return, the King's Council officially proclaimed Richard as regent to his nephew, and it was also decided that the coronation should be postponed for 7 weeks and then later for 3 months. After this, on the 13th of June 1483, Richard, along with the Duke of Buckingham, turned on his old ally Baron Hastings during a council meeting at the Tower of London and accused him of plotting against his life with the Woodvilles. It is unclear what happened next, but some accounts state that Hastings, along with a number of his companions, were dragged from the tower and summarily executed moments later, even though he had been a loyal supporter of Richard in the past. During this period, Richard also attempted to place Earl Rivers on trial for treason, but was barred from doing so by the King's Council. However, Rivers was ultimately executed in Richard's stronghold of Pontefract Castle in Yorkshire, 1 day before he was proclaimed king on the 25th of June 1483. Upon hearing of the arrest of her brother, the late King Edward IV's wife, Elizabeth Woodville, sought refuge in Westminster Abbey along with her children, including the 9-year-old Richard of Shrewsbury, Duke of York. She then handed over her son to the Archbishop of Canterbury, thinking that he would be safe, assuming that her elder son's coronation was imminent. After this, a clergyman, thought to have been the Bishop of Bath and Wells, informed Richard that his brother Edward IV's marriage to Elizabeth Woodville was invalid, as the late king had, before their union, entered into a legal pre-contract to marry the daughter of John Talbot, 1st Earl of Shrewsbury, Lady Eleanor Talbot. Then, on the 22nd of June 1483, a sermon was held outside the old St. Paul's Cathedral, which stated that both Edward V and the Duke of York were illegitimate, as their parents' marriage was invalid. Afterwards, a petition was drawn up, which was signed by nobles and commons alike, asking Richard to assume the throne, which he subsequently agreed to on the 26th of June. Although the marriage between Edward and Elizabeth was declared illegitimate by Richard and his supporters, if sources are accurate, Lady Talbot died in June of 1468, and Edward IV was born on the 2nd of November 1470, meaning that he was not born during Lady Talbot's lifetime. Even if the claims of Edward IV's pre-contract are true and valid, he was a widower 2 years before the birth of his heir. On the other hand, Richard and his supporters would argue that because Edward and Elizabeth had married 4 years before Lady Talbot's death, any children they had together would have been illegitimate. Indeed, the validity of Richard's accession has always been disputed, as the Parliament of 1483 had not yet officially convened. However, Based on a precedent set by Edward in 1461, an informal gathering of officials satisfied legal requirements to declare him king. Richard, Duke of Gloucester, was then crowned King Richard III of England at Westminster Abbey on the 6th of July 1483, and his ascendancy was later ratified by an Act of Parliament called the Titulus Regius in 1484, which deemed him to be the rightful king. This ratification of Richard as king has led some to argue that the label placed upon him as a usurper is unwarranted. However, as the act was repealed and destroyed when King Henry VII took power, the historical narrative regarding the motivations and legitimacy of Richard's actions is clouded, ambiguous, and open to different interpretations. Among the guests at Richard's coronation were a number of former Lancastrian supporters, including the mother of Henry Tudor, Margaret Beaufort, and her fourth husband, Lord Thomas Stanley, 1st Earl of Derby, who would each eventually play prominent roles in Richard's downfall. During the summer of 1483, Richard secured London and suppressed dissent with the aid of his troops, during which time his men allegedly prevented an attempt to free the princes from the Tower. Shortly afterwards, Richard left London and embarked on a tour of England. At this time, rumours started to circulate that the princes, Edward and Richard, had disappeared from the Tower of London. By the end of the summer of 1483, there were widespread suspicions that the boys were missing or dead. The only concrete fact regarding their disappearance is that they were no longer seen after the summer of 1483, and the story surrounding what happened to them remains a mystery. Although alternative narratives have been suggested as to who may have killed the princes, or even if they were killed at all, it is said that until his death, Richard did not attempt to defend himself regarding the whereabouts of the boys, and remained silent on their fate for the rest of his life, which some saw and still see as an admission of his guilt. One of the few accounts of the prince's disappearance comes from an Italian gentleman named Dominic Mancini, who visited England during the summer of 1483. In his report, Mancini insisted that Richard was responsible for the prince's deaths. However, his account has been questioned since he relied on the testimony of a royal doctor named John Argentine, who was a loyal supporter of Edward VI and later Henry VII. Additionally, Sir Thomas More, a Tudor historian, also claimed that Richard had ordered the princes to be killed and stated that one of his most trusted knights, James Tyrrell, confessed to the murder, stating that the princes were suffocated in their beds by two of Tyrrell's men, Miles Forrest and John Dighton. In contrast to this, others have named Richard's ally, Henry Stafford, 2nd Duke of Buckingham, as the man behind the murders, as he himself had a claim to the crown as a descendant of John of Gaunt. It is proposed that he may have intended to take the crown for himself and was not acting upon Richard's authority. Other theories regarding the prince's disappearance claim that Henry VII himself ordered their murder after coming to power, although there is no evidence for this. If he had done so, Henry could have produced the bodies as proof that Richard had been responsible. Later historical events also raised fresh doubts over the fate of the princes in the Tower, when Perkin Warbeck, who claimed to be the younger prince, Richard, Duke of York, staged a coup against Henry VII in the 1490s. He was ultimately imprisoned, admitted to being an impostor, and was then, after a number of escape attempts, hanged in 1499. Once again, the truth behind the boys' deaths is lost in the mists of time, but one possible clue to their fate was discovered during excavations around the Tower of London in 1674, which revealed a small wooden box containing the skeletons of two children. However, these remains have never been formally examined using modern technology, as forensic investigations have not yet been authorized to determine if the bones are of the period in question or share any DNA with Richard III's recently discovered remains. What is certain is that the mother of the princes in the Tower, Elizabeth Woodville, had just cause to blame Richard and his supporters for the disappearance of her sons, as he, after all, had been charged by her late husband, Edward IV, to ensure their safety. Whether he is innocent of their deaths or not, he failed to do so. This affair, which remains one of the most notorious events in the history of the English monarchy, inevitably forced Elizabeth Woodville into a clandestine alliance with Lady Margaret Beaufort, who was the godmother of one of Elizabeth's daughters. Lady Margaret's stepson, George Stanley, heir of Lord Thomas Stanley, was married to Elizabeth's sister, Jacquetta's daughter. The Stanleys had originally been one of the earliest supporters of the first Lancastrian king, Henry Bolingbroke. However, Thomas, who had since inherited his father's lands and titles in 1459, showed an incredible talent in choosing the winning side in battles. He had previously refused to commit his troops at the Battle of Blore Heath in September of 1459, even though he had been ordered to by the late Henry VI's wife, Queen Margaret of Anjou. This pragmatism or disloyalty eventually resulted in Stanley becoming one of the richest and most powerful noblemen in the land. He became a supporter of Edward IV during the middle stages of the Wars of the Roses, and his position was then strengthened immeasurably by his marriage to the 3 times widowed Lady Margaret Beaufort, who had inherited her late father, the Duke of Somerset's lands, as well as those of her previous husbands. Before Lady Margaret had married Thomas Stanley, she had, in her second marriage, been the wife of the Lancastrian supporter, Edmund Tudor, 1st Earl of Richmond. His father, Owen Tudor, had married King Henry VI's mother, Catherine of Valois, after the death of her first husband, King Henry V. Edmund Tudor had himself been taken prisoner by the House of York in the early stages of the Wars of the Roses, but died of the plague while imprisoned, leaving pregnant Margaret widowed at the tender age of 13 in November of 1456. 2 months later, she then gave birth to her only child, Henry Tudor, the future nemesis of Richard III, at Pembroke Castle in Wales. Margaret then started to position her son as a candidate to lead the opposition to Richard III. Even though Henry was hardly a strong candidate in terms of his ancestry, there were few other Lancastrian candidates left alive. As his mother's husband, Lord Stanley, was one of the most powerful nobles in England, and the Woodvilles were eager to claim revenge on Richard, Henry was the right man, in the right place, at the right time. Henry Tudor's claim to the English throne derived from his mother, as Lady Margaret was the great-granddaughter of John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster, the third son of Edward III. He had fathered 4 illegitimate children with his mistress and later wife, Catherine Swynford, one of whom was Margaret's grandfather, John Beaufort. Henry had spent most of his life away from England in exile, in Brittany, as he had fled the country after King Edward IV's final victory over the House of Lancaster. Despite him now being the most prominent Lancastrian claimant after the deaths of Henry VI and his son, neither Edward IV nor Richard III took his claim seriously enough to eliminate him, which would prove to be a fatal mistake. Lady Margaret and Elizabeth then concocted a brilliant plan, which would see Henry Tudor marry Elizabeth Woodville's eldest daughter, Elizabeth of York, and form a union between the houses of Lancaster and York that would potentially attract supporters from both of the competing factions who were disaffected with Richard III's rule. This agreement attracted many of the old King Edward IV's Yorkist supporters, who, to say the least, were unhappy with Richard III's ascension to the throne, as well as the disappearance of the princes. Soon after the new king's coronation, in the late summer of 1483, a plot was well underway to depose him. This culminated in Richard III's old ally, the Duke of Buckingham, as well as John Morton and Reginald Bray, raising an army in support of Henry. However, after a great storm engulfed the English Channel, Tudor was stranded off the south coast, resulting in the Buckingham Rebellion, as it is now known, fizzling out. After this, Buckingham himself was captured and executed in November of 1483. After the failed Buckingham Rebellion, Richard sought an agreement with the officials of the Duke of Brittany to hand over Henry to his custody. However, after Tudor received word of these plans, he escaped to France, where he gained the backing of his hosts. In Rennes Cathedral on Christmas Day, 1483, Henry officially declared his intention to marry Elizabeth Woodville's daughter, Elizabeth of York, after which he stepped up his plans for a second invasion. Although Richard III's reign is arguably the most famous of any Plantagenet king, he only sat on the English throne for just over 2 years. During this time, he held his only parliament in 1484, in which he negotiated the raising of funds, in return for abolishing the benevolence levy, which kings had used in the past to raise money without Parliament's consent. He also agreed to protect English merchants' trade from their foreign competitors. During this time, Richard also extended power to the justices of the peace by granting officials the authority to implement bail measures for detainees. He also introduced legal protection for accused citizens, which prevented illegal seizures of property as they awaited trial. Additionally, the king introduced a system of legal representation named the Court of Requests for those who were unable to afford legal costs, in which poorer citizens could petition the crown regarding disputes. Richard also oversaw a process by which the laws of the land were translated from the usual Latin or French into English, so that commoners were better informed of their rights. It could be said that many of these reforms fly in the face of the picture that has been handed down to us of Richard, as he genuinely seems to have concerned himself with the lives of his subjects. However, the king would never get the chance to prove what kind of king he really was, as the final battle of the Wars of the Roses was now fast approaching. Richard, after the failed Buckingham Rebellion, confiscated the lands of Elizabeth Woodville, who was still living in England at this time, along with those belonging to Henry Tudor's mother, Lady Margaret, as a punishment for their involvement. However, he handed the latter's lands over to her husband, Lord Stanley, perhaps through fear of him officially joining his wife against Richard, as his support base was now far from secure. In many ways, Lord Stanley was Richard's biggest problem, as his position had been greatly weakened by his perceived involvement in the disappearance of the princes in the Tower, which had in part led to the defection of many of his Yorkist supporters during the Buckingham Rebellion. Therefore, he could not afford to lose the support of any more nobles, let alone one so powerful as Stanley. In the meantime, Henry Tudor's plans of launching a second invasion of England were gathering pace, as he had now gained the backing of the French court, who supported his invasion in order to prevent Richard from interfering with their own planned invasion of the Duchy of Brittany. Tudor was then forced to act quickly and hasten his departure after word reached him that Richard III's wife, Anne Neville, had died in March of 1485, and the king was now planning to marry Elizabeth Woodville's daughter, Elizabeth of York, himself, which could have potentially unraveled the fragile alliance Henry had with his former Yorkist supporters. Richard III's position had also been greatly weakened in April of 1484, when his son and heir, Edward of Middleham, the Prince of Wales, died of unknown causes, which was seen by many as divine retribution for his apparent involvement in the disappearance of the princes in the Tower. Henry Tudor then quickly gathered an army in France with the support of the French King Charles VIII, which totaled as many as 5,000 professional mercenaries, and possibly a small contingent of Scottish troops. After this, he set sail from Harfleur on the 1st of August 1485, and landed on the Welsh coast at Milford Haven on the 7th of August, not far from his birthplace at Pembroke Castle. After this, Henry's army progressed through southern and central Wales, gathering supporters as they went, until it finally crossed the English border near Shrewsbury. After this, Henry held several secret meetings with his stepfather, Lord Stanley, who had gathered his own forces in the area. Following this, the two separate armies continued their march towards London. Richard had heard of Henry Tudor's landing in Wales on the 11th of August, and had since been gathering his supporters throughout the country at his rallying point in the city of Leicester, after which he moved westwards in order to cut off Tudor's advance on London. Richard then learned that Henry Tudor was himself marching towards Leicester, as he had supporters in the area he hoped would join him. Therefore, the Yorkist army, which consisted of between 7,500 and 12,000 men, took up a defensive position on a hill roughly 15 miles west of Leicester and awaited their enemy's arrival. Although the Battle of Bosworth Field has for centuries been thought to have taken place just south of Market Bosworth, the actual site of the battle has recently been the subject of debate. The earliest reference to the confrontation taking place at Bosworth was written 25 years after the event, and historians now think the real site of the battle to be nearly 2 miles southwest of the traditional site. What is known is that on the morning of the 22nd of August 1485, Richard took up a defensive position on a hill to the east of the battlefield, opposite Henry's army, which now numbered in the region of 5,000 to 8,000 men, whilst Lord Stanley took up a separate position to the south of both Henry and Richard's forces. Although the exact details of the day are debated, one version of events is that the initial engagement occurred between the men of Richard's second-in-command, John Howard, 1st Duke of Norfolk, on the Yorkist right, and Henry's commander, John de Vere, 13th Earl of Oxford, who commanded the main body of the Lancastrian army. These two contingents, after a short artillery barrage, then engaged one another, whilst Henry looked on from the rear. After fierce hand-to-hand fighting, the Lancastrians started to gain the upper hand. To counter this, Richard then ordered the commander of his left flank, Henry Percy, the Earl of Northumberland, to attack the Lancastrians, but Percy stood firm, as he perhaps feared his men would be caught in the boggy ground in front of their position, or possibly also feared being attacked in the rear by Lord Stanley's forces to the south. Richard, who was fast running out of options, then made a decision that would change the course of English as well as world history. He saw that Henry and his mounted bodyguard were exposed in front of him, and, on the spur of the moment, ordered a massed cavalry charge in the hope of killing Tudor. The king and his men then thundered down the slope and crashed headlong into Henry's bodyguard. In the onslaught, his standard-bearer was killed, and Richard came within feet of his rival. But the charge soon lost its momentum, and Lord Stanley, who had been watching the fighting to the south, ordered his brother William Stanley to attack Richard's flank. Shortly afterwards, the king's men were falling all around him. It is perhaps no surprise that Stanley came to the defense of his stepson Henry, as he was married to his mother. As Richard had held his son George hostage during the battle, and had even threatened to execute him if he did not receive support, it is possible that Stanley took the opportunity to kill Richard in an act of revenge. The king, who had by this time been unhorsed, then gathered his dwindling troops around him and, supposedly after being compelled to retreat, cried, "God forbid that I retreat one step. I will either win the battle as a king or die as one." Richard's men were then slain one by one around him until he was virtually the last man standing, when finally a blow was delivered to his head which floored him, and he was then surrounded and killed by Henry's men. Later examination of King Richard's remains confirmed that he received 9 wounds to his head, and no doubt countless more to the soft tissues of his body. It is a testament to his bravery that after the battle, Henry Tudor's official historian, Polydore Virgil, said of his death, "King Richard alone was killed fighting manfully in the thickest press of his enemies." Henry was then declared king on the battlefield by Lord Stanley, and afterwards Richard's corpse was brought to Leicester naked on horseback to prove that he was in fact dead and that Henry Tudor was triumphant. King Richard III was the last king of England to die on the battlefield when he was killed by the forces of Henry Tudor, who afterwards soon established himself as the supreme ruler of the country and reigned as King Henry VII for just short of a quarter of a century. In 1486, Henry VII fulfilled his promise and married Elizabeth of York, a marriage which was intended to end the royal blood feud between the competing houses, as it united the Red Rose of Lancaster with the White Rose of York, which Henry would later merge to form the famous Tudor Rose. For over 500 years, the location of Richard III's body was thought to have been lost, until in September of 2012, archaeologists announced that the foundations of Greyfriars Church in Leicester had been located, and on the 12th of September, remains of an adult male with a curved spine were found under the choir of the old church. Then, after DNA tests were carried out with the help of descendants of Richard III's sister Anne of York, it was confirmed on the 4th of February 2013 that the body was in fact that of the last king of the Plantagenet dynasty. Finally, on the 26th of March 2015, Richard III was given a burial fit for a King of England at Leicester Cathedral. Richard III is today regarded as one of the most famous and notorious kings in English history. Despite ruling for a relatively short period of time, the dramatic events surrounding his rise to power, as well as his downfall, have ensured his name remains a household word to this very day. In many ways, his life and death exemplify the cruel and unpredictable nature of power politics of the late medieval era, and his demise marked the end of what many consider to be the most turbulent and bloody conflict in English history. Although Richard has largely been characterized as a villain in the centuries since his death, mainly by his Tudor enemies and their descendants, there have been efforts in recent years to try and ascertain what the truth really is regarding his life and character. It is fair to say that he was certainly not the pantomime villain he was portrayed to be. Recent developments have also confirmed that he was not the sinister hunchbacked monarch of Shakespeare's play, but instead suffered from the fairly common complaint known as scoliosis, or curvature of the spine, which in the medieval period many may have seen as a sign of wickedness or evil. Nevertheless, malevolence was something attributed to Richard after his death, and is illustrated most in a contemporary painting by an unknown artist, which was altered sometime after his demise to portray him as having looked sinister and more deformed than he really was. It is certainly true that Richard was a capable ruler and was particularly popular in the north of England, where he is said to have been a just and honourable lord. Therefore, it could be said that he was not a tyrant or oppressive in his rule, unlike some of his forebears. However, as his reign was so short, there is no certainty as to what kind of king he would have become had he lived. On the other hand, Richard has been accused of many crimes and injustices during his lifetime, most notably the disappearance of the princes in the Tower. Despite there being many theories regarding this episode, the most widely accepted version states that they were murdered on Richard's orders, or those under him. However, as previously mentioned, there is no concrete evidence to confirm that he was responsible, and it is probably a subject that will forever be open to debate. Perhaps a fair assessment would be that Richard was a man of his time who grew up during one of the most destructive and brutal conflicts in English history, where ruthlessness was essential in order to survive. As both sides inflicted injustices on one another during the Wars of the Roses, it is perhaps unfair as well as unwise to look at any person involved as being entirely good or entirely bad. What is certain is that the details of King Richard III's life will forever be hotly debated amongst academics and the public at large, as we will probably never know who he really was or what really happened during the penultimate years of the Wars of the Roses. What do you think of Richard III? Was he a sinister villain or the victim of Tudor propaganda? Please let us know in the comments section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.